up, misfits, one and all, to tonight's episode of Skeptic and Ranting. Atheism is a religion? Dun, dun, dun. That's right, where we're watching a video from the channel Alex Hexagon called Atheism Is A Religion. So won't you join James W. and myself, Amy Newman, for a good time worth becoming a Inner Circle Atheist?
Definitely.
Woohoo! That's right, everyone.
Hey.
It's time to get your membership card re-upped. You have to basically send children into volcanoes, which I think is the theme of
That's
this
that's one tier.
episode.
One tier of it.
Exactly, once a year. But welcome everyone out there on the intertubes.
Once again, we're a little earlier than some of our broadcasts, but
I
most people
know.
don't mind.
We are just before our midnight rantings, which means we get to fantastically not get burned by sunlight, because I'm pretty sure that Hollywooder...
You never know. Maybe it'll be a marathon. We'll see.
I once saw in a vampire novel or show, it's like, does getting stake through your heart, will that kill you? Well, I mean, come on, who wouldn't that kill? But if you enjoy the show, please
Holy water.
don't forget to like, follow if you're on Twitch. What is up, Twitchosphere? Growing.
Hey, Twitch.
Woo-hoo!
Oh yeah, Twitch has taken off in the past week. Ooh.
Boom, 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 boom. A rocket ship. As well as subscribe on YouTube, because woohoo! What is up, YouTube?
Subscribe on all
What is
platforms.
up, the chat? Because doing so, exactly, all the platforms.
Facebook, YouTube,
somehow we're on
Twitch,
Facebook,
Pornhub,
Twitch, Twitter, OnlyFans.
Are we on Pornhub yet?
Yes. That's the late show. This is just the late show. But doing so enables you to see our premieres and come join our live streams. Like James said, Gavin and I are both down here pantsless.
Yeah, you get the camera that's pointed under Amy's desk there, so you can see all the fun things Gavin and Iron Horse Aussie are working on.
Oh my! Whew. Exactly.
They're working up a sweat. I'll tell you what. You can almost hear them.
Well, the problem is when you're juggling that many plates or trying to keep them up, it's hard because you want to keep all of the plates up at once, but you don't want them to fall over. And eventually one just spills. And
I mean, they're not. You can show them. They're not up to your level yet in terms of that. But they'll get there.
But we do want to send all of the love out there on the live streams, because we see what is up, Spooky.
That's right, Carlitha.
What is up, Carlitha? What is up, Computer? And Tim. Doon, doon, doon. As well as James Wolfe.
James Wolfe. Sorry, it's not midnight, James.
Boop. That's
It'll
right.
be 45 minutes.
I like to think Randolph calls us the night crew, however. So we're still clocked in on night. That's right. If this was 5 Nights at Freddy's, we would still be shaking and going around with our flashlight. However, we're Skeptic Channel, as the gears you can see running through my brain. I think, therefore I am. Yes, indeed. Are we just fizzing consciousnesses in a vat? No.
Well, I mean, come on,
just...
Amy. You want the natural world to make sense. You want it to be, you want it to conform to your arbitrary concepts of logic and reason.
James, see, I had a soda. I was about to get my fizzing brain out here. But you're just listening to reason. And I don't know if you know this, but reason, it's treason. It's the season for treason.
Well, it reminds me of the one video, which we do have to get to one day, where the lady she says, I was an atheist, and then I became a parent, and I thought about my child, and I had to think, is the love that I have for my child, is that just chemicals fizzing in my brain, or is there something more than that? So I didn't like the idea that it was just chemicals, so I went with God, specifically the Christian God, because it's got to be more than that. Well, actually, no, it doesn't have to be any more than that. Doesn't matter if you like it or not. That's reality doesn't care.
It's weird.
It sounds cute, pretty.
All of these arguments,
meaningful.
It doesn't matter if it's collab. It doesn't matter if it's your fifis. It just seems pass, go, believe in Yahweh. Don't collect $200.
Like, emotional arguments, like the one deathbed conversion where she never actually told us why she started to believe in God again. Just how amazing it is that once she started believing in God.
What it ended up being is her near-death experience was she freaked out. Now listen, freaking out is a big deal, and sending love to anyone who has panic attacks or anything like that. However, her experience was
not near death.
She was never near danger, actually. Never near physical danger.
She went to the hospital and they said there's nothing physically wrong with you, even though you may feel like you're about to die. There is nothing physically wrong with you that we can identify.
And then she found Jesus, as you do.
After the angel came posing as a nurse that she just knew had to be an angel.
Let me tell you, that had
one?
to be a hot
I knew
outfit.
It was an angel because it just could not be a nurse.
But James, can I ask you, do you think at the end, after all was said and done, was she touched by an angel? Maybe, hopefully.
I don't even want to speculate on that.
If he was handsome and buys her dinner and she consents. Anyway,
that maybe she goes that way.
But yes, we are talking, is atheism a religion tonight? We are going to send just very quickly our housekeeping brought to you by all of our supporters, all of the people who sent in super chats, who we just send all that love right back. What is up, Caterpillar?
Bree out there.
What is up, Bree? What is up, Peebo? What is up, Mark? Mark was doing a fantastic debate last night. I think if I wasn't metaphorically pretending I was at a beach with this going like that, we would have done an after show. But it was actually fantastic. Mark, you did. I just, the people that believe in demons and exorcisms, and well, all I have to say is, if this is what brings about the fall of mankind, like what got up is an apple, I feel like he may not be all powerful. I feel like there may be flaws in his plan.
An apple, iron chariots.
Just a guy picking up sticks. What is up, Titan?
Capital punishment, yeah. Picking up sticks, hey.
What is up, Surfer Dude?
Surfer Dude, surfs up.
What is up, God equals the square root of -1. Everybody out there. But also the people, like I said, who are sending us not only the love through super chats, but also our channel members. We are sending, out there who
actually he's a Muslim Titan, but close enough.
Ooh, who? We got a
computer.
Oh, yes. He sending all sorts of love out there. I always find that Muslims in the YouTube community tend to stick to very deistic arguments. I always find that really fascinating. I understand why. I mean, miracle claims are just running up that hill, running up that mountain.
It's like they've got the Quran here and like, okay, we'll let you read it, but first, you have to believe everything in it is true no matter what, and then we'll let you read it. But no, before you even look at it, you have to accept that it's absolute truth. Infallible word of God.
Not to pick on any religion, because I'm sure there are other religions than Islam that do this, but like if God wrote something in like a specific language and it had to be in that language and you have to know that language to understand God, I once again, like the all-powerful, I feel like the terms and conditions should apply.
Well, I mean, it's not necessarily that it's just that he doesn't give a fuck. If you don't speak the language, you can't read it, and you end up going to hell. Who cares? God's not the one burning. You should have been born in a culture that spoke the right language. Sucks to be you, right?
You should have read those terms and conditions.
You should have been born somewhere else or in a different time period. Hey, what am I going to do about it? I'm God.
What's up, P-Town? Sending love to more theist brothers out there. But yeah, God is the seemingly eternal
who's totally contingent on humans to exist.
Yes, honestly, I can not get that out of my mind. Like the contingency argument, when I first came across it, I was like, okay, I'm trying. It took me like a second to understand until I realized that they're basically saying that, oh no, God has to exist because he made us. So how else would we exist? Well, that's funny. You have to actually prove the God making us for us to be contingent on the God.
What is it, the ontological argument that says, well, since I can conceive of a God, therefore he must exist, or something like something sort of like that.
That sounds like the I've been dealing. Well, he's actually I don't know if I should say the word calm down, but we've not been fighting back and forth, the precept deist and I, as much, which I guess I'm almost glad, because precepts are like, it is just so annoying to like, even when you like to debate, it's hard to debate with a presuppositional apologist. Like it's like
we do hear that sometimes, the claim that Arabic is just such a beautiful language and it's amazing, and isn't it just so miraculous that was the language the Quran was written in, just this beautiful, amazing language. And
absolutely.
I mean, I think lots of languages are beautiful and have good aesthetics in their own right, and I think Arabic can be a beautiful language too, but doesn't mean it's divine.
I absolutely agree. I think that Arabic, a good chunk of the world speaks it. It's a worthy undertaking to learn it
for a long time. Yeah.
My biggest thing would just be it has no magical properties, just as English does not have magical properties, or Latin
Chinese,
does not,
Russian,
Spanish, French, doesn't matter.
And they did not, you can bet your bottom dollar, they did not originate from a tall tower that God didn't want to be built any taller. And so he came up with the brilliant idea of giving everybody different languages. That didn't, no.
Which I keep feeling like he name checks the Tower of Babel once in there. It might be in the song. Also, what's up, Skywatcher? What's up, Leophilius?
Hey, Skywatcher.
Which is the warning. Like, and I'm gonna do the first.
That's true, Bree.
What's up, Sage, Ohio? It was a flash that I forget. That is like a pivotal in my animation undertaking, where it goes, Ohio. I forget who we were saying hi to, but hi to them too. Hi to everyone out there on the intertubes. But I remember what I was talking about. The first 2 to 3 minutes of this video, I actually like. Like, no joke, I think it's a good roast because I think a good roast has like it's like an insult and a compliment at the same time. Like, look at this guy over here. He thinks he's George Clooney, doing his hair all so you're kind of comparing him to someone who's gorgeous, even if that.
Oh boy, here we go.
Oh boy.
Of course, atheism is a religion. Ha ha.
Atheism is a religion.
We'll see. Empathy, respect.
But what's up, empathy, respect? I would like to figure out how it is.
Oh. Or Klingon for that matter.
Is that
true?
true?
Bree, that in its own
and
way
Bree,
is
that is
language.
Very fascinating.
Oh, hey. Leophilius, almost there. But
which means 12 subs.
he should be there.
We have 12 people, more than 12 people watching right now, which means sending love out to people. If you are out there in the non-believer or skeptic or science-allied club, you should be heading down to youtube.com/Leophilius. That's LeoPhilius. Because he is 12 subs away from monetization. Ladies and gentlemen, you
just look
could
for the
be
icon
the
with the high lion, the lion who looks like he's been doing some physics.
That's right. Well, I like Leo because he takes
a lot
of the theists to task when they spill pseudoscience on physics. Not only physics, but an ally, in my opinion, in the debate sphere on a physical consciousness. And so that always sticks out to me. Can't help it. I'm a little biased, though. Who can't be biased in consciousness, right? What's up? It's a rubrics. And we'll keep on sending.
Exactly, Mark. That's just something we hear them say sometimes, but it really is just another language. They're all unique in their own right, but
sup, Carol?
One is no more divine than the other. So yeah.
They like that word also. Divine. I only like to use that more tongue in cheek, and I'll pin.
It works. Oh, Bree, yeah. I think Ken Hovind did that. He asked Leo, "Can I have a jar of space time? Can I put space time in a jar and watch it expand?" I think Leo's like, "Yeah, you could. I mean, if you would need a long time, but it would take a while." But of course, Ken's just like, "What?"
I've also talked about so many flat earthers and containers the past month.
Oh gosh.
Because what they all right, step 1, gravity doesn't exist. Now, what's holding all the water on the earth? I don't know. It's a mystery. Truly a mystery.
But water always finds its level, Amy. Well, except when it doesn't. That's the only thing. It does, except when it doesn't. There you go.
Exactly. Oh my. Ladies and gentlemen, who says we cannot draw out the opposition viewpoint? The spice is real. We like it, empathy, respect. Evangelical atheism is further occult. Well, I'll tell you, the funny thing, we often get the criticism we get is we're just the counterpart to evangelicals, is that we're just going and trying to convert people to atheism. And in a way, this is not true because we are not going door to door. We're not going to people's houses and saying, "Hey, do you have time to speak of the good not book?" But I will give you that as skeptics, as agnostic, atheists, dare I say, and this is where James and I separate from some of our atheist counterparts, anti-theists, we actually think that religion is a bad thing. And so we do our thing because,
But
we think that if the idea of theism, of a deity, is true, the evidence will lay itself bare.
oh and
My.
we're kind of just responding to what the theists are putting out. Theists are putting out all the
Indeed.
time how great their religion is and how you should believe in their religion. And we're kind of just responding to what they say and saying, well, here's why we don't find those arguments to be convincing. Here's why we don't believe. And we're not forcing anybody. If you want to believe, we're not going to force anybody, but we are able to tell you the reasons why we don't and why we don't find it to be compelling. And it's not just about making theists come over to our side, but it's also, maybe even more so, about preventing people who aren't believers from going and then becoming a believer by, falling prey to some of these manipulative arguments that are designed in many cases to mislead people or deceive people, or many of them are not in good faith arguments.
Atheism has the same kind of closed-mindedness, dogma, and intolerance as religions they criticize. And we can't help it. In fact, what we will say is we will actually say hi to everybody, but we'll continue to show comments that actually tag us in there at James W. and Amy Newman if you want your comments shown on screen. We just can't help ourselves. So once again, the spice is real. Empathy respect says we're just closed-minded, dogma, intolerance is religions they criticize. And listen, once again, can't we all just agree that religion's bad? I feel like we could just come together. Yeah. Hashtag religion bad.
But remember, we're not the ones threatening you with anything bad. We're not the ones saying that if you don't become an atheist, after you die, somebody's going to do something mean to you. Like they're saying to us, they're like, yeah, well, if you don't believe in my religion, our God, he's going to kill you. And then he's going to do mean things to you after you're dead because you didn't believe in him. We're not the ones.
That's right. Nope.
We have no threats to make whatsoever. No threats. Nothing bad's going to happen to you if you stay religious. You'll just believe something that's not true. And if you don't care about that, hey, keep on believing. So we would say, please stop believing.
Please stop believing. But yes, prevent not only Christian indoctrination, Muslim indoctrination, religious indoctrination. Now, this guy does Xeno us, in my opinion. That's what they do. Right, they don't talk about Christianity, and apparently, like a random subject. I'm not going to spoil it. I want everyone to think right now. What is the main thrust, the Xeno, of why this guy randomly thinks that atheism is a religion? Tune in, folks, because that's the subject we're talking about. But I want to just send one last thank you to our channel members who you can become a part of by hitting that join button right down below and getting our evolving badge system, which triggers creationists because it's empirical evidence of evolution. In fact, if you just have a badge over time, they just accumulate and evolve. So you can find them in the description below, but also you can find all of our lovely Patreons at patreon.com/Amy Newman, which helps us make even more fun content. In fact, it's one of the best ways, including supporters like Oz from the Atheist Network Group, youtube.com/The Atheist Network Group.
I was watching them last night. They had Pat on. Biddy Buddha. Good show.
Biddy Buddha, sending love to Oz and Jena. I still think Shane Skeptic. I just saw him out there on our other show the other day. Sending love to all of them. Hashtag Tangang. Sending love to a grumpy old cuss, reminding us religious arguments are a little bit silly and they make us go, we talk. Sending love to Diana Smith because, well, they don't really treat women 51% of the sex like equal. They like
don't?
to ask James. I don't know if you know this. Do you know what a woman is? Have you ever heard this? It's like this new question. Nah.
An attack helicopter?
Well, can I tell you
Anybody who says they're a woman?
But can I tell you where these people can find a woman if they like to buy? Well, if you're reading biblically speaking and you're talking about, well, Adam, I assume that you can find women at Applebee's. Speaking of ribs.
Oh.
Or Chili's.
Probably.
I got my Yahweh back ribs. But also sending love.
Slavery sauce.
James, it's a works program. You got to understand. It's the
good
slavery.
Poverty program.
Exactly. The good part about this slavery is that if you don't, you won't have a problem because I'm going to beat the out of you and then you won't be a slave anymore. Anyway, sending love to Pat Lowinger, someone who actually does her research. I'm sorry. Actually going out into the field makes creationists break out into hives. That too. But sending love to Pat Lowinger, sending love to Dale
Pat.
Pastel. Woo! Sending thank you, looking for empirical
Dale.
evidence when we're finding none. I'm sure we're gonna find some today. I'm sure, definitely. Just a science. I feel like this person is a scientific methodology that we cannot crack. That's what's gonna happen tonight. Sending love also to Dave Gar, woo, reminding us that the world's kind of thick. She's got like big buns and is not flat. She does Pilates. But thank you so much, Dave Gar.
Curvature. She's got the curves, is what you're saying.
Got the curves. But sending love also to Scott Duke, reminding us that animals. Well, speaking of which. Of the Applegate event where women came from. Well, there wasn't like a naked dude going around naming animals. Like that isn't science, once again. And this one I'll call the giraffe. I got it. It took me a while, but giraffe.
I'm sure we used the same names today.
Exactly. Well, we were just talking about it. I'm fairly sure that Jesus spoke English. I'm sure the Old Testament was in English, right? Probably.
I believe so. Reformed Yiddish.
Number one selling
Reformed Yiddish or
rock slab of the day.
Middle Egyptian.
Exactly. Oy vey, you got some smuts on the hay. Okay. Anyway, sending love to Richos. Thank you so much, Richos. Reminding you, we have a skeptic Bible study, and we do something that I don't think other, what are the Christians? They're supposed to do it. It starts with an R. Reid. We read it. Man, yeah, it's hard. Like I said, to actually not just read the Sermon on the Mount over and over again. Yes, totally hard. Once again, as long as you're keeping the plates up and down.
Gotta have fast hands for that one.
I know. I need to keep on working on that. Anyway, sending
You'll
love.
get there.
Speaking of fast hands and knowing what to do, sending love to the wonderful, fabulous, amazing Rachel Holland.
Rachel, thank you, Rachel.
Which just reminding us that, it's the good slavery, James. It's because it says good in the title. In fact, they even sell googly eyes that you can put over yourself while you're doing whatever you're.
Did you know it's also not slavery?
Exactly.
It's simultaneously the good slavery?
Exactly.
So the Bible doesn't condone slavery, but it does condone only the good slavery.
The good slavery. Only the good parts. They chip out the fat.
But it doesn't condone slavery.
Exactly.
Not at all.
Except the good slavery. Anyway, sending love to Senator Cato. Boom, boom.
Thank you,
Separation
Cato.
of church and state in the house, because that's kind of important when we're trying not to become Gilad.
It is?
Yes. And sending love, a big love, so much as we howl at the moon. It gets later at night to James Wolfe.
He's out there. Hey, James Wolfe.
What is up, James? Do. And sending big loves to Ian Davenport.
Ian.
As we do creationist knockdowns. So it's always funny how this, like, it just doesn't start creationist-y. It starts almost like new agey, maybe a little roasty at the beginning.
It's a roundabout way of getting
like
there.
You don't find the Christianity until you pull the pants down. I mean, you don't have to pull the pants down. Hopefully you have their permission. It's pretty hot, but yeah, you just find a cross
or
down
Gavin
there.
and
So
you never had pants on to begin with, so hey. That's that pantsless Christianity. Is that a new denomination? Probably will be a new denomination.
I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
Pantsless men. Whoa.
That
might. Just, I feel like that's going to get more followers than we first thought.
You imagine Creflo Dollar up there with like a jacket and tie, but no pants on, preaching about how much he needs his congregation.
Got to plant those
more money.
James, you gotta plant those seed donations somewhere.
Yeah, you certainly do.
Rolls
Royces don't buy themselves, folks.
That's
right. They don't. I mean,
they don't. You gotta get them off the backs of poor people. But
that was actually, I mean, those two Rolls Royces he got, they were actually a great deal for his congregants.
But you have to understand,
they really got a lot out of that money.
Not only that, but the plane that he has helps him spread the message.
Right. I mean, imagine if he had to fly commercial. I mean, he might have to wait for a flight. He can't just go down to the airport at any time.
Or sit next to a heathen.
Oh, I mean, gosh. He's got to preach a sermon. You really want him sitting next to somebody drinking beer and smelling their farts for the whole trip? I mean,
no, not at all. He wants that champagne.
Not at all.
But sending so much love to Ian Davenport.
Thanks, Ian.
As we tackle these creationist arguments. And last but certainly not least, Abcdeig reminding us that the universe was seemingly just an expansion event, as far as we could tell so far. We can't go any further back. However, someone said I saw maybe for a little bit before Planck time, but generally around then, and any other models we
all
have.
Up in the air after that.
I would like to see from creationists, because not only that, but when it comes to galaxies, solar systems, planets, we actually have very
Wendy's restaurants.
Predictable models, exactly. A Waffle House.
Yeah. Old Blockbuster Video.
Mm-hmm. They're releasing a blockbuster movie. Netflix is releasing a movie, basically a parody movie, comedy about Blockbuster. Like, if that is not someone being able to piss off the grave of thy enemies. Speaking of atheism,
what if they would have bought Netflix when it was like small and tiny, and they just would have bought it?
Like they'd probably be billionaires or a different world. Though what's funny, can I tell you, Netflix has had competition from Disney Plus. Why everything has a plus right now, unfortunately, is because Disney Plus. Because Disney Plus has actually, they are either at even or may have even taken edge. Depending on level of subscriptions than Netflix. They've been slowly but surely. And so now you have the streaming wars that we see right now.
Amazon's been on it.
That's right. Got everybody. But yes, thank you so much, Abcdeig. Thank you all of our supporters, our Patreons, our channel members, our super chatters, and also just our subscribers and viewers.
Harassers.
That's right. The haters. Thank you so very much. We are just sending love. You guys will enable us to make all of this fun content.
Thanks, guys.
And before we get into the opposition viewpoint.
Before the Big Bang?
And actually, let me just do 989. Gonna keep on sending it out.
It's coming.
We're getting this. I'm gonna keep it. We're gonna get him his 1,000, or at least we're gonna try this stream. YouTube.com/Leophilius. We have had great people. I want to send love out to people like Atheist Jr. Mark Reid has been doing great content. Randolph Richardson has been doing great content.
The memes, always putting out memes.
Memes, I know. And can I tell you, I love his memes. I really do.
They're good. A lot of them are really good.
Exactly. So, some may accuse him of posting a dad joke or two. However, I love all of them.
He has been accused of
that. And sending love. Oh, yeah. $5 super chat from Peebo. Wait, it's a pants on stream? Why do I never get the memos?
Did you get a copy of that memo, Newman? Well, you see, it's just that we're wearing pants on all our Tuesday night streams now. We'll go ahead and make sure you get another copy of that memo.
Also, not to be just too spicy, but you can't go too unpantsless if you're not wearing pants to begin with. Do.
I mean,
all right.
You can always just cut the crotch out.
Oh my. See, now we're going places that I want to daydream about. But thank you so very much, Peebo. And It's a Rubric says, Amy Newman, atheism is a religion in the same way abstinence is a sex position. Yes, basically. It is the same way I have... I can't help myself with my hashtags. I generally, 95% of them, I take very seriously, and I'm all into SEO and ad marketing. However, some of them are just hashtag bald as a hairstyle. Because, and I think we're the only one in that category, ladies and gentlemen. It's fantastic.
Bald as a hairstyle.
What can I say? It really seems like an odd argument to say atheism is a religion when we do not have a belief in a religion. But yeah, thank you so very much. It's a Rubik's for tagging us in your question.
But they're going to keep grabbing.
Grab. Keep on tagging us at James W. and Amy Newman. And once again, thank you. 2 scoops of thank you for Peebo for that super chat.
Do they not allow it, God? Square root. Yeah, thank you, Peebo. They don't allow crotchless pants at the gyms anymore.
Damn it.
I think James Coon from Modern Day Debate says they're okay with it at his. But
I was going to say, what am I supposed to do yoga in? I just don't get it.
Ask Jesus.
And actually, okay, so we're gonna take one sip and then let's begin it, baby. We're talking trouble. Atheism is a religion.
He's in it to win it.
Indeed, I am. And let the fun begin. Oh my. Atheism is a religion? Does this mean bald is officially a hairstyle? Because the last time I checked, atheism, or weak atheism, means minimally lack of belief in a god. And maximally pump it up, pump it jam while your feet are stomping and the jam is pumping. Wait, no. Strong atheism is the belief no gods exist. Though agnostic atheists believe a god doesn't exist. They may not claim knowledge, while Gnostic atheists do claim knowledge of a god not existing. Well, there are a few flavors that add nuance. Atheism, the TLDR, is that we are not convinced a deity can empirically show the ass, the tuchus, to exist. Anything else? Something else. Doesn't matter if it's political views, philosophical views. Hell, not every atheist is a skeptic. Or at least, I don't think healing crystals, Ouija boards, or reincarnation makes one lick of sense. But if they tell me they don't believe in a deity, well, then God damn it, they're an atheist. So when it comes to, is atheism a religion? Well, no. But thanks. I think any use of the word religion in a negative way is a positive thing. Thank you. And all right, before we get into the opposition viewpoint, we have both our producer, Gizmo, and James W. We are asking the question, is atheism a religion?
Yeah, so, we're always out there looking for new insights from theists about all sorts of things. We came across this one today. And, it's a claim we hear every so often that atheism is a religion. You guys are just like us, kind of like the tu quoque fallacy where they project their faults onto us. But I think we're going to, we'll explain in the video why what he's saying really doesn't make sense. And why they're so desperate to conflate atheism with things that it's not. Atheism has nothing to do with your politics, economics, what kind of movies you like, what kind of ice cream you like, whether you're vegan, vegetarian, carnivore. Atheism got nothing to do with any of that. They're atheists on all sides of all those issues. It's we will take this apart and see what he's got to say for himself. I don't think it's nothing we haven't heard before, but the way that he's going to present it, I think, is a little bit unique. So it's just a video that just came out in the past few months, I think. So it's picking up some views. So we'll give it a review. Yeah, atheism is not a religion. It is an answer to a question. It is a response to a proposition that we've been given. The proposition being that there is a one or more deities that exist. We find that proposition lacking, so therefore it makes us an atheist. Really doesn't have anything to really say about anything else. You can say they're atheists on all sides of all political issues. They're atheists on all sides of pretty much everything. We're still atheists, even though we might disagree with each other on virtually everything else. We only agree with each other on only has to be one thing: the fact that we don't believe in a God. And I think that throws people off a little bit because, most Christians tend to have a lot of like the same beliefs on a gamut of issues, even though their beliefs on Christianity don't always seem to line up. But they tend to be at least somewhat predictable in other areas. But that's not the same way with us. We don't have those. We don't have those type of limitations that the theistic belief systems have. It's just an answer to a question. Yeah, let's go, Amy. Oh, Upside Down Guy is back. Welcome, Upside Down Guy.
And okay, thank you so very much, James W. And with that, we are going to hear from the opposition viewpoint.
Gizmo's ready. He's got the video queued
Our
up.
body is ready.
Ken Hovind is ready.
Okay, and I'm ready myself.
Here we go.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to
Not
hit...
too long of a video, not crazy long.
Exactly. Now, the first 3 minutes, I mean, gosh darn it, I'm hard-pressed that we may not pause the first 3 minutes. We may actually just listen to it, and then the rest, the 26 minutes left, we'll do all of our commentary. Instead, James and I are going to do
Upside down, guys, ready?
Facial commentary of all of the fun. And I also, like a USB, I'm going to just make sure I double. That's right,
double
baby.
mute.
All right. Double mint fun. Exactly. With that, we're jumping into it, ladies and gentlemen. Are you ready to find out why atheism is a religion? Well, I hope you are ready for 3 minutes of Fat Beats Why.
Yo, this goes out to all my atheists around the world. Let's go!
Redlock's killing it.
Wake up and I feel like the bomb. My favorite website is reddit.com. Mess with me and you'll get what's good. Wanna get banned, you right-wing chud? You're dumb and always in confusion. Have you even read The God Delusion? My body may look like an elephant, but I'm enlightened by my own intelligence. I'm a real man. I'm not a boy. I only drink the finest of soy. Everywhere I go, I am feared. No one can match my mighty neck beard. I don't need your Bible or its lies. Why, yes, of course I take SSRIs. I've got a good life, just in my talk. Because I'm
all the cliches.
God. Fast and logic. Fast and logic.
Birds!
And
Facts and
logic.
logic.
Facts and logic. You are pathetic. Your God is your alliance. All I need is to trust the science. So what if I'm fat and my hair has lice? At least I don't worship Jesus Christ. Stop reading those fairy tales, my dear. Don't you know that it's the current year? Your holy books are naught more than a fable. Now watch as I build my Tower of Babel. Oh, please stop. You're making me wheeze. There's no such thing as Adam and Eve. Stop right now. No heckin' drama. Please, no, not my precious karma. You study religion? Epic fail. I'll have you know that the future is female. I respect all women. No, I'm not fussy. Now please, can I have just a crumb of posse? Fast and logic. Fast
So silly.
and logic. Fast and logic. Fast and logic. I'm an intellectual explorer, call me Dora. I'd fit right in Sodom and Gomorrah. If you like to pray, then you're just thick. But I love CNN, they make me euphoric. Everyone knows that religion is shady, so let me save you from ignorance, m'lady. Jesus isn't coming, he came and went. You're never gonna get the final testament. I'll never believe, nope, nada. Go ahead and run another lap round the Kaaba. Religion gives nothing but more stagnation. It's about time we crush this misinformation. Going to sleep after work, what a long day. Oh, not another nightmare about Chick-fil-A. I'm tired of your faith, it just makes me frown. If your God is truly real, then let him strike me down.
Oh.
Sir, this conversation is being recorded.
Oh my God! We were wrong the
Heckin'
whole time!
crapperino.
That's right, baby.
right,
Welcome
Carol.
to Atheism Is A Religion, where we have a whole bunch of wisdom ahead of us. Now listen, I have to say, you can hate on a repetitive beat, but it was pretty. I like the jamming. I was okay with that, but I was
He's
even
made a
telling
good
James.
effort.
Well, I gotta say, I actually like it because it's a good roast. A good roast is like when you are both insulting and complimenting someone at the same time, and like, Like, there's some things, definitely, basically, like, if you took out, like, fat and, like, you know, pimple beard jokes, there wouldn't be that many. But, like, the chorus, I'm all about, baby. Bring me those facts and logic. It's so... James, these silly atheists, they worship reason, facts,
Exactly.
logic.
Evidence, my reason.
I know. And like I said, unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen, this is as good as it gets. Like, it's all downhill from here.
Yeah. It doesn't get any better if you guys were hoping for...
Like, after this, he goes
He peaked
into,
early.
like...
He really peaked early. He climaxed...
Yes. And ladies and gentlemen, if you thought we have reached what subject he randomly thinks that atheism is a religion for, we're not there. That's the journey, ladies and gentlemen. Keep on adding your bets which subject he thinks that makes atheism a religion. It's anybody's
game.
It
has anything to do with...
And let me tell you, if you think it's that social issue, it may not be. That's what I got punked myself the first time.
Does it have to do with whether or not a deity exists or not? Or no?
You would think it would be anything but talking about a deity. But yeah. But let's find out, ladies and gentlemen. We listen to the hot beats. Now it's time to...
kind of on the right path a little bit.
Sir, it's worshipping science.
He kind of hits that one a little bit, yeah.
Oh, well, I mean, I feel like it's anybody's game. We got so many. I'm looking at actually so many good ones in there. But like I said, we can't keep on joking around, ladies and gentlemen.
Let's do it.
Come on. We're talking. This is a serious subject. Atheism is a religion. We're moving back.
A few months ago, I made a poll where I asked you all a very simple question. What?
A few months ago, he smoked a poll?
And the results of that were very...
Can I also just say, like, I just love, after, not to, like, go back into the subject of roasting, but, like, of all the people that, once again, just some of the descriptions that he was giving, but said in love. I actually like a little bit of a beard, but it's just now I'm staring at his beard, and I can't help with all the beard jokes. Why do you hate God? Well, because he really sucked at The Price is Right. I just judge him now forever.
He did?
Interesting. Indeed. 39% of responders identified as Christians, followed not too far behind.
Oh, I'm sorry. And this is very important because it's very subtle, but like the very specific way that he is conducting science, let's make sure that we put it into testimony.
Extremely scientific.
Extremely scientific.
What is your religion? And the results of that were very interesting indeed. 39%.
Oh, I'm sorry. Forgive me for this. Where is he conducting this?
A few months ago, I made a poll where I asked you all a very simple question. What is your religion? And the results of that were very interesting indeed. 39% of responders identified as Christians, followed not too far behind by the 22% who identified as atheists.
So wait a minute.
70% said that they were spiritual,
he's
but
going
not
to say
ascribing to
because atheists answered the question. He said, "What is your religion?" And 22% said atheist. So therefore, atheists admit that they have a religion because they
answered. Ladies and gentlemen, do you see something here that may be a poisoning of the well? That may be like a reason to why he thinks in his poll that atheists have a religion. I just like... Oh my. About sending love to Pat. I hate God because he killed the Easter Bunny and mermaids.
And what about those damn unicorns? You know, they mention them in the Bible, but we haven't seen any lately.
Well, I hear that unicorn tasted delicious, and so I think it just
Yeah,
went out.
But then
You
how
got
did they
nothing
get
to eat in the desert.
how did they get some of it to make that Frappuccino a few years ago, like 3 or 4 years back? Remember the unicorn Frappuccino at Starbucks? How did they get them to be able to make that?
Yeah, that's a good one. Also, what the spiritual actually mean? I really wish I could get the joke right. There used to be, it's like, I'm not religious. I'm spiritual. Well, I like to pretend that was actually interesting.
Right.
Something like that. I forget
Spiritual,
what
but not religious. Basically,
no.
I want the woo-woo, but don't tell me what to believe.
Now, nonetheless, we have a lot of people that will identify as spiritual that will actually be on Team Science. And I'll be honest with you, pagans, Muslims, Hindus, Christians, everyone on this can be Team Science. Like, this is such a weird kind of poll, but it does seem like a bit of a poisoning of the well. If your scientific poll is, do atheists believe in religion? And atheism is one of your answers. But once again, that's actually not the answer, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, if you're playing bingo, if you're gambling, no, that's not the reason. We're going to have to keep on
Any
jumping
organized religion. 9% identified as Muslim, alongside 9% of pagans, with a mere 4% identifying as Hindus. If we break this down to its raw relevance, what this means is that 78% of respondents identified as theists, meaning that they believed in some sort of spirituality, whereas 22% of respondents identified as atheists, who reject such notions entirely.
And that's the end, ladies and gentlemen. That I think we can end the pile. We can end here, right?
It's not that they reject them entirely necessarily, just based on what's been presented so far, we reject them.
We don't have any good evidence that a God exists. And what the theists, especially the fundies, have been calling us is lack theists. We just lack a belief in a God, which is true.
They hate it. They think it's cheating because they think we're not taking up any type of burden of proof. But I mean, it's the same thing that they do when they do the creation versus evolution debates. They always want to debate. They want to put evolution on trial. They don't want any burden that they have to prove creationism. It's the same thing.
Not only would I say that are we not related, would I completely agree that we're the other side? Yeah. It's like saying not A is A. Like there's atheism, theism. Theism is having a God, belief in a religiously divine figure.
Oh, and, but not having a religion is the same as having a religion.
But we're jumping back into it. We're trying to figure out why he believes atheism is a religion.
This 22% of you that I wish to focus on today. But why? What's so bad about atheism? Well, in my view, atheism is one of the most damaging ideologies of the modern era.
You hear that, folks? That is how nasty and destructive our ideology is.
Totally.
I didn't know we had an ideology, but always good to learn.
And it's responsible for so many of the problems we collectively face today that I honestly can't believe it.
Thank you so very much, Pookykins. I forget sometimes to turn that off. So I apologize for everyone who has heard a bloop, 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 bloop. And now, please enjoy some clean audio.
It isn't talked about more.
Except for my watch.
Atheists pride themselves in being logical people who are grounded wholeheartedly in reality, which is an assessment that I, for the most part...
Well, he's going to say he agrees. Thank you. That's actually a thing of skepticism more than atheism. But, I guess most atheists think that they're right and being rational. I like to think that most theists think that they are being rational when they have their beliefs. If else, why would they have them?
It's only a few of them, a small subset, who make fun of logic and reason and say that they don't need it. Most of them will at least try to rationalize what they believe.
Oh, I know. Not only, of course, is it a fedora. I like to think, I cannot help. I work with Gizmo very hand in hand to find these stock images, and the fact that I
Yeah.
was able to find a gentleman tipping a fedora,
There you go.
I have to say it's peak fedora for me. If I can just admit,
It works.
m'lady. But yes, it's we are jumping back into the fun.
Actually tend to agree with. The reality is that faith in the divine is called belief for a reason. Because none of us, at least at this stage in mankind's development, really knows for sure how our universe...
Funny how he kind of says that. And what I get to hint from him is he's trying to say that he's an agnostic and yet taking pot shots at atheists. Though I think he's an agnostic theist.
I mean,
Actually,
nobody knows. Nobody has a clue in terms of like the origin of the universe. Nobody knows. Nobody has a clue. We just admit that we don't have a clue. They're the ones who say, well, if you don't know, I'm just going to make up an explanation. No, we're saying, no, you don't know either. Your guess is no better than anybody else's guess.
And not only that, but they tie very specific beliefs. Like, it's not just a creator. It's a dude coming back from the dead 72 hours after decomposition.
With a 13-inch penis.
Well, I think we can appreciate that.
operates. And as such, debating something we cannot prove or disprove will pretty much always be a fruitless endeavor. Therefore, I'm not going to make any spirit...
I like how, first of all, that's kind of what we do. However, which is trying to convince, hopefully, people who are not skeptics to just come join. However, it does seem like you are saying you can't convince anyone. Anyway, here's a whole long video on why you should be convinced.
Actual arguments here. Instead, I'm going to focus on what it is that atheists claim to care about, and that is something we can all agree actually exists.
Are you putting your cards in? Are we putting money?
It's
the number one thing. Honestly, I should have known. It's the subject that all atheists, they go, this subject, therefore I'm an atheist.
Reality. The number one reason why you shouldn't be an atheist can honestly be summarized in a single sentence. Religion is inherent to the human condition.
Okay, so let's first of all think about that for a second, because I just want to disagree as much as possible. So, religion is a superstition. One form of superstition. And I would say it's a form of false positives. So if you want to say that sometimes being silly can be inherent to the human condition, then yes. However, so can the opposite. And there are just as many who are born atheists, who are given or raised in agnostic, atheist, or a mixed families that have no view, and it's not inherent. Like the Baja tribe and the Baja Blast that I drink to stay awake.
Just because something has been prevalent and it's been, witnessed throughout time and history doesn't mean it's inherent to the human condition. A lot of these questions, they're answers to things that humanity just did not know until recently. So yeah, religion has filled that gap. It has served as that placeholder for things that we didn't know in the past. It doesn't mean that it's something that we intrinsically need or we can't separate ourselves from.
And I do want to give everyone a consolation prize. This is the silver medal. If anyone gave this as your answer for why atheism is a religion, it's because religion is inherent to the human condition. So we just want to award all the silver medals.
If you, it's kind of very similar to an argument that extreme right-wing capitalists like Ayn Rand would make, capitalism and greed and wanting to have more than everybody else is inherent to the human condition. You can never get away from it, so you might as well just embrace it and let the top 2% of the world own 95% of everything, because that's what they want to do anyway.
I also, like, we don't need any of the good parts of religion. We can all do them in a secular means. So you may say that religion gives you meaning, but, you know, if it's meaning from something that's based on something that has no empirical evidence, like an afterlife,
It's not
you're
true.
kind of throwing the one life away that you have. You don't
banking
need
on
religion.
something you don't know that you're going to even get, you know?
Exactly. You don't need religion to be altruistic. You don't need religion to be more to have a moral system. Atheists disagree on morality on a lot. In fact, it's almost a great example on why, once again, all the cats that cannot agree with each other, and why we don't have kind of a uniform view of thinking. And religion. Oh no, you're about to say something.
I was going to say, you know, I mean, this is similar. Like we hear it, like we've heard Christians say, like, you know, basically, like, you're never going to, this entire life, you're never going to get to do everything you want to do, learn everything you want to learn. You're never going to be able to right every wrong you've ever done, or, you know, fix every mistake you've ever made. You're never going to be able to meet everybody you wanted to meet. So, and that sucks. That's kind of the nature of human life. You can accept that and try to do the best you can, or you can say, "Oh well, I will actually get it all, but it'll be after I die, and then I will be able to do everything." Yeah. It's the focusing. Well, looking at like this life, like it doesn't mean anything, because hey, your next life is what it's really all about anyway. This is kind of insignificant. It devalues the one life that you know you're going to get.
Yes, I finally get tax-free status. Me and Ken Hovind. We're moving for what's up, Dordom Head? What's up, Randolph Richardson?
Hey guys.
Sending love to everyone out there. Sending love to Winston's mom. I think we said send love to Stilette and Pseudonym. Everyone who's still hanging around with us, as we're trying to figure out. I feel like we've given the bronze and silver medal away. So this is doing great. We're figuring out why religion is inherent to the human condition, which is why atheism is a religion, which, that makes no sense, but we're moving forward.
Condition. Well, what the hell does that mean? There's this bizarre idea we have in the modern world that atheism is the default mode of mankind.
I love that, like, it really, the amount of fedoras in this episode. Just, I guess it's,
right.
As someone would say, peak fedora.
He packs a lot of stupidity into 30 minutes. He really does.
Oh my. I can pack a lot of things. What we're talking about, be careful what you wish for. Being tax-free like Ken Hovind could land you in prison. Yeah, that does, you know, ladies and gentlemen, it happens. Pat says, I don't believe you. Prove it. Really don't need all that stuff because you're going to have so much in the afterlife. I just want to know, can I have that extra slice of pizza?
Is that a Slim Jim?
You're not using it.
Can I have that?
Had a Slim Jim in your pocket? No, that's me. But yes, exactly. These same religious folk don't seem very keen on doing or taking Jesus's advice of leaving their family, selling all their belongings, and following him.
Giving it to the poor. Yeah.
James, you just got to follow a hippie.
And that religion is this artificial intervention that overtakes our natural logic.
It is.
Forcing
a little bit.
Us to act rationally as such. But this really couldn't be further from the truth. Judging from history, it is extremely rare for someone to be an atheist, but it almost seems like a rule for us to be...
Why do you think that could be the case? You think maybe throughout a large portion of history you could be killed if you denied that the Bible was true, and at least in the European countries?
And it's funny because atheism is gaining in any country where technology seems to find root. So
Technology, education, yeah.
also, I just can't help because there's a lot of political events going on there in the world right now, as there always is and always will be. But just sending random love to Iranian women who I hope kicked out of any how should I say? I hate to go full feminista, but any patriarchal system, I might as well write them back. Might as well go full fatwa. That's coming down on them. Sending love. Oh, you don't know? Oh, there are mass protests going on in Iran right now because a woman who was wearing a hijab was wearing it loose-fittingly, and it wasn't really covering her whole head. And the moral police beat her to death. And
she was like walking the street, and they attacked her and beat her. They killed her.
I don't 100% know if she was just protesting or just existing, but I do know that the main thing that they disliked was her hijab was not hijab enough. It was not 100% a hijab. Gotta have the full.
It was triggering them. They can't handle seeing any amount of women. They just can't control themselves from seeing any amount of skin on a woman. They just lose their mind.
And they're having the most amount of pushback, rebellion since the uprising itself. They're literally going through turmoil right now. And you can see the happiness on my face. Like, I shouldn't be this happy because, number one, let me just say from my dead sister, holy shit. And I really am. So, like, the non-serial, you either laugh or cry version is, I am so sorry that you had to die for these fundy police that have taken over your country. But then the haha funny side is, wow, look what that's caused. I hope that it is only the ignition to the flame that overturns everything about the Iranian Revolution. Waha. Da 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 da.
Because hey, if a woman wants to wear it, if she wants to dress that way, no one's going to stop her. But why would that be a reason that you want to beat somebody to death over? It's just so.
And let me also add the cherry on top to I just have to add every asterisk that I can to be certain. Make sure that my heart is with the Persian people, man, woman, atheist and theist, that wants to have religious freedom in Iran, and I hope they get it. All right, sending love.
Secularism.
And we're going back into why atheism is a religion.
Naturally religious. But why?
And that claim, once again, naturally religious.
Why? Because we used religion to answer lots of questions about the natural world we didn't know at the time.
Another answer? Because pareidolia. Because you look into the clouds and go, look, it looks like this. It looks like that. It's someone giving someone ice cream. It's a bunny rabbit. It's someone with a big... And, you can daydream all you want.
Jesus with a dildo.
Oh, my. A 10-foot... I always was talking the other day. I still think that Jesus... I can't say he was the first foot fetishist, but the fact that he was just going around washing anybody's feet, hanging around with the guys, just having a good old time, real, like I said, hippy dippy, love and peace, except for the, kind of bringing the sword and slaves to obey your masters. But we'll put that aside because the context, James, you gotta understand. But why?
Well, from a biological perspective, us humans really aren't that great in many ways. We aren't...
What? First of all, I understand that our biology frigs up in a lot of things, but I always find this claim. Also, I love how he compares us automatically, like, oh, let's go to something that's very far away, like our closest brothers and sisters, the orangutans. But okay, whatever.
As strong as the orangutan, we aren't as fast as the cheetah.
Yeah, but okay. Now I'm getting. That's funny. I turned Discord pings off. No, my watch is sending me Discord pings.
This is like when Ken Hovind's when in the debate to me when he said like, "Oh, this bacteria flagella, it can swim like the equivalent of 60 miles an hour through peanut butter. Why can't we do that?" Well, because we don't need to be able to do that to be able to survive. So evolution never gave us that ability because we do fine without that. Evolution doesn't just do things randomly, you know.
Also, when it comes to traveling 60 miles an hour through peanut butter, all I have to say to that is, you don't know me. Don't kink shame me. All right, we're moving forward. Speaking of people who don't like atheist, the rebel himself, Atheist Religion is big banger, evolutionary. Listen, I feel like, once again, Rebel, I feel like these are all good answers. So I'm glad that you're actually putting your voice into the hat, into the ring. We've been trying to figure out why atheism is a religion. But welcome our theist, another theist brother, all of our atheist brothers and sisters, and everything in between, just to trigger the creationists as much as I can, even though they talk about a genderless God.
Peter, we can't swim
all
like
57
the
genders.
All 57. I love, that's another thing. They also can't see how we're like share anything in common with any other animal. So we talk about a fish, and then we start to talk about how we kind of have a spine. Like, do you see the thing? Do you see how that and a squid may be a little bit different? And
Amy, are you related to a ladybug? Are you related to an aardvark? Are you related to an amoeba? Are you related to an amoeba, Amy?
He loves that word amoeba. Like, if Kent was playing bingo for his creationist slides, amoeba would probably be like half of them.
Definitely the center square.
Yes. Which I always like to point out is a silly talking point, because there are literally, amoeba is a category and not an organism. And so there are amoebas in every, it's actually what you would expect to find from an organism by which you would branch out, because it has categories in every branch. Picky.
Are you
Science.
an amoeba?
You're an amoeba.
Certainly can't fly like the bird, but we do have one major asset going for us.
But you know what we do have that are similar to birds? Birds have analogous regions in their brain that makes them kind of like mammals. They aren't exactly like mammals. It's convergent evolution. However, they do have, just like how we have some frontal lobe stuff going on that allows us to have complex interactions with our objects, so too do birds. And so that's why they can use tools. And
I mean, it's amazing if you look at like their brains they're very efficient, because compared to the size of their brain, they are very intelligent animals, even though, you know, their brain is not nearly as big as ours. They're not as intelligent as us, of course not, but they are pretty damn intelligent. And as I said in another stream, some of them can even count. They don't know 1, 2, 3. They don't have like things like that, but they are able to keep track of numbers in their own way.
Yes, specifically the Book of Numbers. And yeah, I mean, we often get the question. So, you know, how do you visit your cousin at the zoo? It's a great question, Rebel. Why, yes, we do. But, you know, they're like, well, if there's, if we came from apes, why are there still apes? And it's actually, we are great apes. And it's because if there are Europeans and we came from, if we actually came from multiple countries, if you're an American, but if you are a settler from Europe, they're still Europeans.
I think his ancestors came from Africa, but there are still people in Africa that are Africans, but Rebel descended from them.
The common atomical parts equals one designer. Okay, but if that's true, what do different atomical parts mean?
Yeah, it's like heads I win, tails I lose. If it's similar,
Indeed.
that means that it's the same designer. If it's very different, well, then that's complex, so it had to be designed that way, right? Either way, no matter what it is, they're just going to say it points to their god. They don't care.
What's up, Scapegoat?
Hey, Scapegoat.
What is up, everyone? In fact, keep on tagging us at James W. and at Amy Newman, and we will keep on showing your comments on screen. However, we're trying to figure out why atheism is a religion.
And that is our brains. Our unrivaled intelligence is what catapulted humans.
Okay. I like how, once again, he starts with orangutan, and then he goes, but it's us who have big brains. Just us. No one else. No one ever. Like, as if the defining trait of an orangutan is that they're strong.
I think the elephants have a pretty good sized brain.
Indeed.
And they are extremely intelligent, but nature didn't give them the kind of tools it gave us to be able to build tools. Like the dolphins are extremely intelligent. You just can't make anything with flippers.
And if I could even say more specifically, I don't think our niche is intelligence. I think our niche is tool making.
It's more close
I
to
think
tool making. Yeah.
Tool making is what has been able to, that's how we basically got fire. That is how we basically got agriculture, and from agriculture and this type of stuff, we get everything else. And so,
but you had to wait for complex languages to evolve to become a thing. That way, you could pass down knowledge from one generation to the next. So you didn't have to basically start over every generation learning how to make the same tools. You could actually, build on it from one generation to the next, and that's really where we see great strides begin to happen.
I agree, and I'm also bringing up, Stilett says, would you at least admit scientism can be very much like a religion? I appreciate the point, but I would disagree in that I find that
I don't even like
scientism, well, you're not supposed to, because scientism, I always it's one of those words where it's like if you attach an ism, you attach an ist, does it make it bad? And I would say that I have not found anyone who actually worships religion. What I have found is the closest thing, or science, the closest thing I would say is panpsychism and pantheism. The universe is God, or the universe is conscience, and things like that. And like I find that is like the very edge of like where atheism and religion kind of meet, where you could be almost a deistic kind of basically a skeptic, as close to a non-believer, because you don't think they may interact with the physical world. However, I challenge just to find something that would be an example of scientism. Not saying that you could be right. I just don't. We normally get that as more of as a pejorative than an actual argument.
Well, and I mean, it's not scientism. We use science. We like science because it produces results. It's not just a blind affection towards science that's arbitrary. We like it because it's the best method we've ever had to be able to examine the natural world and be able to come up with real, objective, good answers about reality.
And this is where I've gotten in a debate with someone who, I just call myself a naturalist because I believe in the natural world. I believe in the scientific method. However, I don't disregard the supernatural or the paranormal because there's no evidence for me to do so, to take a position. However, I think it's the best method to truth that we currently have. Like, it's literally not. I X the literally. I hate when people add that in there. It's Latin for knowledge. but it's not about the books. It's not about the fact collection itself as much as the process by which we collect the facts, because that becomes the most useful tool, and that will get rid of our bias. That seems to be the only thing we know of right now that actually gets rid of human bias. What's up, Doc Fearsome?
Well, and the thing is that about science, like Yahweh, Allah, the Abrahamic God, his properties over the years have been carefully crafted, and they've evolved and they've molded specifically to make him unfalsifiable. Anytime they've come up with a way you could test him, they modify his properties so that you can no longer test him. That's the exact opposite of science. Any scientific principle or experiment or anything that can't be falsified is useless. They don't even consider it. You have to have a way to know whether something's actually true or not. There has to be a way to test it, a way to potentially falsify it. Otherwise, it's a useless thing. It's more pseudoscience.
And I find that it is one of those words, just like Carol says, that it tends to be one that theist circles use more, just like the word nothing. Unless you're talking to your accountant into my bank account, you are generally not using the word nothing as we use in a lay sense. Because once they start going to the Big Bang, we're not talking about nothing. And they try to swap that out. But yeah, we're going to continue on because I can't believe this, ladies and gentlemen. He's given some reasons, and he even gave what would be, you would think, his main thesis, but the gold prize has yet to be given for why atheism is a religion.
Into becoming by far the most dominant species on our planet. And one factor of such intelligence is our amazing recognition abilities, especially when it comes to recognizing patterns and shapes. For example, this is a video of a door in my house, and
for example, a
This is a
15-foot whelp by any theist that just has to have genitals on their mind. But thank you, sending so much love out there for Scott Duke. And there was another reason I wanted to bring up.
Yes, that is a door. Yes, I know that. I know that.
So all the axioms you use aren't falsifiable. Oh, wait, hold on. So all the axioms you use that aren't falsifiable are useless. Better throw mathematics away. Well, mathematics is a language. It's also, I've heard someone also say it's both that and discovery. So it's a language, but then you also kind of have this tool discovery within the language where you're learning what tools are useful. You can deal with a lot of things in mathematics that don't exist. I mean, by their nature, they are irrational. And on a whole bunch, well, I once used that out of term. That's not really what irrational means. We're dealing, let me use a proper context, dealing with things like multiple infinities. There we go. That's a better one.
Imaginary numbers.
Yes, imaginary numbers. Thank you. That would be a better one. Where we can utilize them and stuff. We can understand what we're talking about, especially on paper, and when we need to use them in physics. And that's when it really applies to the real world. But yeah.
And there are certain core assumptions. There are certain core things that we have to kind of assume in order to be able to even do anything in the natural world that we don't have direct proof of. And that's true. There are these assumptions we make that if they turned out to be wrong, everything we think about the natural world that flows from them could be wrong too. We just don't have any way of knowing that. They're kind of just these things we have to assume in order to do, in order for anything else to make sense. But I think that we should make those the least assumptions that we have to make in order to be able to do anything. I don't think tacking on another assumption of a God, which we don't need to assume that because it works okay without a God. So why would we tack on this additional thing that we just don't need to?
you want to have the least amount of presuppositions possible. I think that everyone has presuppositions. It's not that. It's that a God, like James is saying, is an extra step. It's an extra presupposition. Like someone was saying, Rebel was saying, Lawrence Krauss wrote the book, Something from Nothing. However, that was written, like someone was saying, I was just trying to find it, that I think it was James. Yes, it was intentionally written ironic. Well, and what it was is basically after the theist had been using that for years, and after Lawrence had actually been on the debate circuit for a good few years, and I'm sure he had heard all this language from nothing, he wrote a book basically trying to explain as far back as we could go, and even his versions or some definitions within physics that could be acceptable as nothing. And then, you know, some people will say, well, quantum fluctuations are nothing, whatever people want to define. And that's okay, because what he was trying to do was just go back as, yes, exactly, as far back as possible. But it's only because I think so many, that title would not have stemmed, I think, if he had not been specifically debating young Earth creationists. But yes, another thing that he, which is upcoming, not only, I mean, just like the irony, the absolute irony of not seeing pareidolia, and that, like, the entire, as far as we can tell, a lot of deities are just us seeing false positives.
As you can see, it's a very ancient wooden door that is in dire need of replacement, with numerous scratches and blotches.
Also, I like that. Like, listen, that was so fast. If you thought that there was something on screen, if you were watching camera, like, he did his Patreon like it was like a hidden footage in his thing.
Subliminal.
Look, yeah, like subliminal. Like, I just don't get it. Like, I get that it's sometimes embarrassing to shill. We sit here and go, like, follow, subscribe, visit our Patreon. Speaking of which, so I mean, you don't have to do that. You can just do this, because we have lovely Patreons and supporters right down there. You don't have to just go right away from them, because they're just so amazing. But yeah, once again, if you thought capitalism was the thing, I mean, just keep on betting, ladies and gentlemen. We need to figure out why atheism is a religion.
Is all over it from decades worth of use. And oh look, what's this? A seahorse. Come on, you see it too, right? As humans, it is deeply hardwired into us to conjure such
James, is he doing, like, this is supposed to be what we're saying, right? I don't understand. But okay.
I would not look at that and see a seahorse, so if that's what he sees in it, I mean, okay, I can see it, but that would not be my first impression.
That's true. I mean, I could easily see, like, almost like an insect here, and you see the mouth. You can see right there.
Artificial.
You can create whatever you want. You can see bad sunglasses. I mean, this is what your brain does. We are pattern-seeking mammals.
A horse head, maybe?
If we didn't,
the head of a horse, donkey,
a horse, of course. Yeah, no, I can see kind of horse. But I mean, if we didn't, we would have gotten eaten in the savannah. Like, the rustle in the bush could have been just the wind, or it could be a tiger. And our ancestors, well, they got out of there. That's what we're trying to say.
Patterns and shapes, even if they aren't necessarily there. Before the dawn of cars and electricity, there was borderline zero light pollution in the sky, and as such, our ancestors could easily see the stars and the wider vastness of space with much more clarity than we do now. And what is it they did with such a vista? They, of course, noticed patterns. Some stars went into
Oh, I was pretty sure that's the program, Buena Vista, right?
Together form shapes that we today call constellations, and from that spawned the concept of star signs and other.
which also mean absolutely nothing. Like all constellations, like if we would like to continue to trigger the woo-woo out there, like your birth signs mean absolutely nothing.
Right. These stars are so far away from Earth and so far away from each other. These patterns are not intrinsic to the stars themselves. It's only due to where we are. So we're the only ones.
There's
who
good
look
chance
at that.
some of the stars are gone.
Right.
Like the whole constellation's not even still there.
It's just it's the observer phenomenon.
Now I want to see a dark version of Dr. Seuss drawing an elderly Seuss creature.
Other mythical elements. Despite the immense
A cat in the hat. Oh my God, he was hit by a bat.
differences between us humans
That's
around
right,
the
Jen.
world, there is one universal observation that remains true, no matter what your culture, continent,
Everyone likes hamburgers. I guess unless you're vegan. Oh, what's up, Jen?
Hey, Jen.
What did someone say? We
Rebel, the stars are far away. They're not in your stupid dome, okay? Your stupid dome is not real.
I think it's Arthur.
I don't know how to break it to you.
Arthur C.
real.
Clarke, who said, I don't believe in astrology. I'm a Sagittarius and we're skeptical. So sensing love out there. But yes, we're moving back into atheism is a religion.
or country is, and that's that at some point in time, your ancestors were almost guaranteed to be religious in one way or another.
Yeah.
Indeed.
That's once again.
You probably
that's
have
just
ancestors
because.
that have done all sorts of terrible things.
Well, I mean, it's just like our ancestors also had beliefs that weren't true. Yes, 100%. Okay.
Going back a
Every place
million
on
years
Earth
ago, it's
seemingly
almost
spawned
certain
their own
everybody had an
deities and
ancestor who committed murder or rape or did all sorts of terrible things. Believed silly things. They were There were probably people who were crazy and geniuses, by the way.
Just systems of belief. Europe, Africa, the Americans, Asia, Oceania, Antarctica. Oh, well, maybe not Antarctica, but you get the point.
Yeah, Soros says we're not allowed there. That's where the galactic base is, so you can't get by. Then they know the ice wall.
The idea that religion is this artificial construct, as opposed to one that naturally ferments, considering just how dominant it has been.
Like how he's like, all these multiple religions that cannot be true. So, it must be pointing to something. Oh, it's pointing to something, all right.
Throughout the human history thus far, is a baffling declaration, all things considered.
Baffling.
Now, whether or not it's natural because
Very
there is a
baffling.
divine being who made us that way, or
No,
whether it's some form of creative mental defense to rationalize our existence in a way that we can comprehend, despite my leanings, I won't pretend to be certain.
Which way do you
But
lean,
the fact is
actually?
that humans are clearly naturally hardwired to be religious,
Nope.
at least in some regard. And this tends to match.
Actually, what that is showing you is that humans have false positives. We thought that Thor created lightning. Humans right now, many all over the world, think that Yahweh created the universe. Are you starting to notice something here?
Manifest tangibly with large groups of people, a trait of ours that will always be apparent, even when we try for it not to be. And to prove this point, we only actually need to take a look at the modern
I
atheist
like the spinning fedora.
Yeah, it's a
movement
cool
itself.
graphic.
Atheism started off as a movement by intellectuals who started to view the societal restrictions that the dominant religion of the
No, it didn't.
Not
No,
at
it
all.
didn't.
Atheism's been around for a long, long time. It's not a modern thing.
I wish I could pat ourselves on the back and just sit here.
You might not have been able to come out and say you're an atheist. You might have
You have
faced
to understand.
execution.
Atheism was founded by only the tallest of intellectuals as a movement. No, it's just a bunch of people who do not believe that God exists. It has been around for as long as someone said, hey, do you believe that thing I just told you? And they go, no.
You can bet your bottom dollar all throughout the Middle Ages, every church, there was at least one person on Sunday morning who was like, man, this is all
On their
bullshit.
knees?
But
Yes.
yeah, this is all bullshit. I don't even know why we're wasting our time with this shit, but I have to because it's either mandatory by law or it's considered to be a social necessity that you go and like it was in ancient Rome, everyone was required to profess to the gods. Why would you require somebody to do it if
When in Rome.
Yeah, you had to do it.
Also, that is correct. We have on screen footage of the true leaders of the Inner Circle Atheists. It's hard to get in once again. I will say that we're getting closer. I feel like he's about to tell us. That's right. We're edging over to Atheism Is A Religion. We're approaching it. Love it. Sending love, Sigma.
Time, Christianity imposed as a cumbersome burden that got in the way of human progress.
That's true.
But I also like how it's just like atheism invented because, they just really didn't like Christians. No one else, just Christians. Okay.
Scientific progress. I'm sure almost everyone has heard the story of Galileo, who in the early 1600s made the accurate assessment that the Earth is in fact a globe that orbits around the sun. As a result of this, he was placed under house arrest by his local Christian Inquisition for holding such heretical
and no one expects the Inquisition
beliefs that at the time were believed to contradict the scripture of the Bible and thus required punishment. This is why the atheism movement started, so that science...
No. It's just that people don't believe your claims and you're not presenting evidence, you're just complaining about it.
You're just telling them they have to believe, and if they don't, your deity will do mean things to them after they're dead.
Super mean things. Burning forever and ever.
Science, aka the pursuit of tangible and observable truth, could freely spring forth and blossom without such authoritarian restrictions. And as such, so much of our understanding of the universe has changed, even within my short lifetime. The best example of this has to be Pluto. When I was a child,
look at that. He is showing a picture of Pluto back there, not this one, but like an up-close picture. Go back.
Okay, but before we go back, can we just address the fact that it looks like this is a Pluto nude shot?
What is it?
I feel like it's either blurred out or I feel like we caught censored. Pluto with their pants down. Yeah, I feel like it's being censored. But you said you wanted to go back. I'm sorry.
Just 1 second.
Where my brain is.
I look at that. That is I saw that maybe about a year ago. And I thought to myself, wow, look at that. That's Pluto, an obscure dwarf planet in an obscure solar system, in an obscure galaxy, in the middle of the universe, because everywhere is the middle. And you got there. How many other planets like that are out there, or astral bodies like Pluto are out there? Trillions of them, countless trillions of them. I mean, look at that. Actually has a surface there that maybe one day humans will get to explore. But just how many of these planets are out there that we'll never get to explore, that we'll never even get to see this close up because they're that far away. And you think that God just made all these things just to decorate the dome? It's really strange.
James, was it religion that took that picture?
I believe so, because the religion, the Christians, they wanted to know what the surface of Pluto looked like so they could praise God for it, so he won't send them to hell, I guess.
So they prayed really hard, and then the photo just, I think, printed. That's how it got it. They went, home, and then it went,
what's that, the Ken Hovind Space Telescope?
Yeah. It only looks at Uranus, though. Weird. Matt Powell, specifically.
To be Pluto. When I was a child, we were taught that Pluto was the smallest planet in our solar system. But as time passed, we learned that there were in fact many tiny planets like Pluto out there. And as such, we recategorized Pluto as a mere dwarf planet instead. That is the beauty of science. It is ever-changing and always evolving.
Pluto pic literally has an outline of Pluto the dog from Disney.
He's trying to say it's fake.
It really took me a second, and then I was like, "That's right." But Rebel, can I ask? While we have all these lovely photos, do you happen to have maybe, I don't know, a photo of a flat disc pizza, whatever non-round Earth that you may have? And I get you before you say every picture is 2D. Hold on, I got it. I got you for it. No, that's not what we mean. We mean like the actual, you can see the Earth from 2D. Like I understand you can sit. Well, I feel like every flat earther they're just like, look at that photograph. I can't see what's in it, but it definitely looks flat. No, that's not how it works. But I love you, Rebel. I really do. You guys are getting trolled. How are you this blind? Because I don't see any good evidence for not only the Earth being flat, but for a creator, if to just bring it back and to the Men in Black.
Just look at the pictures from a high altitude weather balloon, so you can see like the entire Earth from the weather balloon. Flat Earth.
But can I just ask you, Rebel? I want to like splice it up, because all the flat earthers, they always want to talk science, but I know you are a truth faithful out there. I mean, help me figure out how a man can survive 72 hours of decomposition. And then help me tie that out to why that superpower would mean a god. Because I was trying to talk with, I think, P-Town the other day, how like resurrection could be. It could be. I think it's a very silly notion, but it could be that only evil beings can resurrect people. Meaning that if Jesus came back, then maybe he's working for the other side. But could be. Do 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 do. But we're learning. Oh, see, it's like literally that's why it's called Deus Ex Machina, is because it's just a get out of plot free card.
Right.
Like, sure, if God can do anything, why can't a zombie just undo 72 hours of decomposition? Sure, they can, but like, let's pretend that it's not an all-powerful being. Do you have any reason to think that someone can, I don't know, undo decomposition? I can't help it, James. It always goes back to that biology. I liked it. I have it in my head. It always goes back to things like, like not only what is a woman, but, why do they think that it came from ribs? And can you get Eve at Chili's? I still want to figure that out. Trying to.
I mean, look at this graphic here. They got this scientist mixing his tubes. He's got a cigarette hanging out of his mouth, blowing smoke in the experiment. Reminds me of like SFT and Raw Matt. How, remember their video? And they always have the stock photos of like a confused looking scientist. Or like Bill Nye with a bewildered look on his face.
Bill Nye triggers out of them. Like they're all like, Bill Nye's not a real scientist, even though that he is. That is to be a scientist.
He doesn't call himself
first
doctor.
Of all, exactly. To be a scientist, you don't really have to have a degree, but to be a scientist, you generally have to have, I would say, an associate and a bachelor's. Minimum general requirements would be a bachelor's, and Bill Nye absolutely does. He is a working scientist, and now he's just a scientist who does.
He's an engineer, right?
Yes,
degree in engineering.
And so, they're the same people who don't understand what a doctor is. When someone gets a doctor, in another field, they're like, "Oh, you're just using doctor." Well, like someone who has a doctorate in physics, it's a doctorate of philosophy. It's not an MD. It's still a doctor. That's right. You got to get that nicotine buzz. I feel like this is how you get God right out. He's squeezing all of the God out.
And yet today, if you look at what science is slowly devolving into, and by proxy...
What?
Devolving.
Devolving into what? Getting more amazing with each and every day?
More discoveries, more information.
See its associate atheist movement as a whole, what you'll find is that it is becoming less about asking questions and more about pretending to know all the answers.
Nope.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, come on. You have to know what subject he's about to bring up.
Right?
Come on, he's hinting. We're getting closer. We only have a few more minutes if you want to put in your bets for why atheism is a religion. We've already given the bronze and silver prizes pots have already been gone out. So
because science is not saying we have all the answers. We're the ones saying we don't know. Religion's the one saying, okay, well, all that stuff you don't know, I actually do know it. That's the realm of religion.
Well, James, can I tell you, when you don't have a good theory or even a theory at all, why not just insert a conspiracy theory?
I mean,
it just feels so good.
Well, what happened before the Big Bang or what caused it? We would have to say, we don't know. And then they would jump in and say, oh, well, actually, I do know. It was this God that I have, that he did it. Okay, that's what they're doing. That's not what we do.
But we'll keep on showing comments up that we can't help ourselves, like this. According to Amy's logic, no intelligence or knowledge needed for science to advance, just time. I don't understand. I feel like you're getting your atheist talking points mixed up. That's evolution. Probably. that the creationists say that we worship is time. That's all you need, because that is true. All you need for evolution is mutations, whether they're by random means or by sexual selection. All you need is time. That is, you see this in anything. I was trying to go over this. I forget who it was the other day, with just the difference between like a computer and like I could throw some I could throw some string together, and I could throw with a on a stick and put a paper clip with a worm on it, and I could get myself a fishing rod. Or I could continue to work on that fishing rod for like years until it's complex enough to be this like super awesome fishing rod. It's always a fishing rod. The difference is just time. I don't know what else to say. Also, hold on one second. I do want to have just one other thing. So to me, intelligence, there are a few different definitions of intelligence, a few different ways you can work it. The IQ test tries to get G. I'm not really a big fan of G because it can be seen in different ways of just doing different tasks and things like that. But it's an interesting metric. It is something that we can look at. I like to look at intelligence as the ability to make accurate predictions. And so under that definition, I actually think that you can behave intelligently and act on things through experience and knowledge. In fact, knowledge, I would say, is a subset of beliefs. You have a bunch of beliefs. Am I going to get to, if I go to the end of this maze, am I going to get zapped, or am I going to get a piece of cheese? And if I actually get down and I learn this route, it turns out I know a way that every single time I get no pain, and I actually have true knowledge of just how to get that cheese. Woo! Send in love, Rebel.
Well, I would say he talks about time, but I mean, there was a time, we call it the Dark Ages, when Christianity had a stranglehold on Europe, and we made almost no scientific advancement for centuries. Like it stopped dead in its tracks because we embraced religion instead of science. And I would just say, to still let. That's something I used to hear a lot of people say in terms of that. Like, you can't ask what happened before the Big Bang because there was no time for anything to happen. I think there actually are starting to move away from that explanation a little bit and say that, okay, you can think of before the Big Bang. The Big Bang is more so the start of the iteration or the start of this cycle.
Local
there could have been a before, right? There could have been a before. Mathematically, that might not make sense in the context of our universe, but it is at least possible to contemplate a before
but yeah, the Big Bang is an expansion event, and there's a reason that space and time are one thing, and you can't have space without time, because if you just have a single point, then you are everywhere at once. You can't be here and there, and you can't. I mean, you just from like a motion graphics standpoint, you got to have more than one point. I mean, you gotta be able to have in this time, in this space. In fact, with every time, there's a space. In fact, it's easier to say it the other way. As we're moving through space, there is a point in time. Just like every point in time, there is actually a mark in space. They are one and the same. Can't have one without the other. And we are, Scott, what is up, air? What is up, everyone? Before the Big Bang, there was a lot of shyness. Everyone was just super shy. They were just like,
that belief in the divine is not more than an attempt to rationalize why we exist in a way we can tangibly understand. It thus makes sense why, when said faith is threatened, as in the case of Galileo, such believers will respond with hostility, because that would mean that the faith is wrong, and that
the faith is wrong. Rebel says time, aka the perfectly convenient ad hoc explanation for the irreducible complexity that does not exist, because that's a made-up term. And biodiversity found in nature that no one could create. I would have to ask what you think is irreducibly complex, since scientists have found no irreducibly complex parts within biology. Yeah, that's a PR term that was made by young Earth creationists. Just like intelligent design. Send in love,
It's just another failed objection to evolution, one of many.
That would mean the reason why we truly exist would be a mystery. A mystery that is an open door to existential dread and nihilism. A door that no one...
I like how he says nihilism there.
Nihilism?
That is an open door to existential dread and nihilism. A door that no one wants to open. But the irony is, many modern atheists, when their worldview is threatened, become just as...
Once again, I can't hate, because I actually think that some people can pull off a fedora. But of just all the guys to continue to make fedora jokes, this guy looks like he wears a fedora. I just can't help saying it. Like, this guy looks like what he's trying to stereotype.
Like he would wear one, yeah.
Defensive as the believers they mock. As of the time of recording, trust the science is a phrase that has been going around a lot lately. And personally...
Trust the science. Once again, we're getting closer and closer.
Here we go.
You notice? Do you notice where you can almost feel like this is a switching point? Because
we're ready to pivot.
That's right.
I find this phrase...
In fact, this is your last chance, folks. Please. Enter in your tickets now. We're trying to figure out why atheism is a religion. Why are they lighting the model city on fire? I think it would be better to paint it. Yes, in fact, I think they should paint it black. They should.
To be absolutely fascinating. You see, I tend to write.
I also think this is such a good point. We're going to go over why this upcoming point is why it's
really stupid.
A lot. Mostly for the scripts of these productions, but also numerous little stories that perhaps one day I will make public. Needless to say that the more you write, the more you will start to master the English language, and as such, gain the ability to read not just what the...
I do. I quite do, Scott. In fact, I would say adieu.
Words in front of you say, but also to read between the lines.
Mhm,
This
mhm.
phrase
I really don't hear scientists say read between the lines.
is a situation whereby I feel such logic applies, because when the
No.
average person looks at it, it probably doesn't seem like that much of a big deal, but it really is. And it's because of this word right here, the. Why is it
Also, I just find it fascinating that, like, once again, as if you would be hinging a thesis on.
really is? And it's because of this
Depends
word
upon what
right
the
here.
meaning of the word is.
Senator, I feel like you're gonna. Anyway, what are we talking about? And he is about to make a
very silly.
once again really silly point. It's his opening shot into what is going to be the gold award, though.
Why is it trust the science? Why not just trust science?
It is like the science is a process. The fact that you are even creating an argument from the word "the" makes my brain numb. But I'm sure this sounded good on paper.
All right. So let me put it a different way. So for those of you who are sports fans, so there are rules in sports for how you score points. There are procedures, rules, and when we apply those to the game, it gives us a score, the score. So you can score by the rules, you follow the rules, you score, but the score is the current state of the game. Okay, the current score is Miami Dolphins 42, the New York Jets 3. Okay, that's the score. It's so when we say the science, what we mean is the cumulative work of what all people applying science has gotten to this point represents the science. This is what we have learned so far. This is what the scientists are telling us is true. It's not really a complicated concept.
And there is no irreducibly complex parts within
None.
the animal, plant, fungi, archaea, or bacteria and virus categories. So far as we can tell, example, the eye only needs a light-sensitive cell. You don't need to have a fully developed eye. You just
everything can evolve one step at a time. And
but
we know that. We know that, Rebel, because take the eye. We have different iterations of the eye all through the animal kingdom that you can show a clear trace back from very rudimentary light-sensitive spots all the way up to our complicated eyes with lenses and that can focus with cones and rods and color vision. It really did happen piece by piece. Thank you.
If I introduce myself by saying, "Hi, I'm Alex Hexagon," you wouldn't bat an eyelid. But if I introduce myself by saying, "Hi, I'm the..."
Hi, Alex Hexagon. Oh, okay. The Alex Hexagon. Okay.
Alex Hexagon, you'd be like, "The Alex Hexagon?" The Alex Hexagon.
No, I just love that it is literally a linguistic argument.
That there are in fact other Alex Hexagons out there.
Which reminds me of Muslim linguistic arguments, which always tend to be, let's just say, they don't tend to be Shakespearean.
I don't like how you guys are speaking, using the words.
Yeah, well, I mean, the one from Islam is just that it's so beautiful and that it is memorized. And a linguistic miracle that the prophet was able to write it or have it be delivered to him when he could not read or write.
But you can just dismiss them because I'm the real one. The exact same logic also applies here. The phrase "trust the science" is a subtle confession of competition, implying that there are other forms of science out there.
No.
That's the entire point. is that there is just science. Take your own advice, please.
But that they should be dismissed because they aren't the science. And what is the science? Well, whatever the clergy say that it is, of course. Despite the fact that, as alluded to earlier, the very nature of science is to ask questions, now, if a member of the public shows any sort of hesitation about the reigning scientific dogma imposed on them from above, far from being congratulated for having such curiosity, they are instead hounded, shamed, and punished in a similar fashion to how Galileo was.
Not at all. No.
Yeah, I was going to say.
You can question anything in science. And I think I've seen very smart people, very good scientists, answer these type of objections and questions very thoughtfully, very politely. Okay. The problem is what happens is when you are questioning science and you get a comprehensive, straightforward answer and you reject it and you just try to use mental gymnastics to try to make it not work. And, it's not because it's not true or you can't understand it. It's because you just don't like the answer. You don't like what it's telling you. So you have to find some way of rationalizing it or pretending that it's not reality. It's like, I don't think you should be able to, I don't think there should be laws against questioning anything. I don't think that there should be laws even against things like Holocaust denial. I think if you want to question anything, you can question it. You don't have to believe anything. The problem is if you do have sincere questions about something and you do start looking at the evidence and you refuse to acknowledge what's staring you in the face, that's where the disconnect comes in.
And that's where our job comes in anyway, is because the skeptics, the people who believe in science, apparently remember facts and logic. For everyone who's been sticking with us since the beginning, that's kind of what we're just trying to stick towards.
Like, okay, why don't you think it happened? Okay, and then when we tell you why, all the reasons you gave don't make sense or they're not true, and you don't care, you just still think it didn't happen anyway. Well, that's where the issue is.
But he's basically setting it up. We are at the awards ceremony, basically, for the gold prize, ladies and gentlemen. So we're going to just let him announce the award for why atheism is religion.
Meanwhile, those who go along with what they are told without question are greatly rewarded. Atheism has, in many ways, become a religion in of itself. It has its own origin.
Once again, we are about passing the 1/3 into the half mark, and he's finally like, "Oh, by the way, why is atheism a religion?"
Look at that fucking snake. Yeah.
What is this? Yeah. Oh, I can't have it. You want
Look at that snake. He's been whispering in her ear right there. He's been talking to that snake.
Come on, eat it. It'll give you a bigger pee-pee. Way bigger pee-pee.
Origin story. It has its own priests. It has its own congregation.
I'm sorry, what? It has its own priests. I'm sorry. This is supposed to be our priest? No, I'm pretty sure that's just a biologist. Yep. Pretty sure this is what a religious person is. And over here we have someone who actually does research. Actually goes out to the field.
One of them produces things that can be falsified. The other doesn't.
Has contributed to the community with the word meme as the creation of a social unit analogous to a gene.
It has its own origin story. It has its own priests. It has its own congregation.
I'm sorry. Is this a school? Ladies and gentlemen, please tell me he is not saying that a school is where we worship our religion. This hurts. If you want to know why our education system
I think that's
hurts.
Exactly what he's saying. This is where you worship scientism.
Oh my gosh.
Indeed, the cosmetics may be different, but the fundamental underlying psychology behind it all remains the same.
BT dubs, the Milky Way and Andromeda will collide one day. They are the only
several million years.
It's the only galaxy, only object big astral body that I can think
I
of
think
that
it's moving
is
towards us. Yeah.
moving towards us, is blue shifted, not red shifted.
It's our way or the highway. Of course, atheists would cry foul at such an accusation, claiming
Once again,
We would say that it's bullshit.
I
and it's
just-
nonsense.
I think it's actually I like roasting. I even sometimes like insult comics. Like, I actually think there can be an art to it, but like I also think there's a lot of low-hanging fruit. Like, I think if you like, I think you can make a fat joke or something about weight, and then I feel like if you've done after a while, okay, dude, we get it. You
If
should
that's
be
your
doing
only thing,
better.
it's just ragging on. Yeah.
Yes, well, it
over
means
and
you
over
actually have no content. Like, you should, everything should be on limits to calling out. You know, if someone looks like fat
Mama
bastard,
jokes, fat joke. Yeah.
to say it. But if that's your only like I feel like I could roast Patrice O'Neill, who is the only talk about someone who could be a religious figure in the comedy community, only metaphorically speaking. But I love that mother. Like, everything that all his material that Patrice has ever dropped has been amazing, and I thank him for every word that he has graced us with. But like, who does this look like is what I guess my point is trying to say.
Remember,
Is like, of the three people on the stream right now, James, myself, and I guess the opposition viewpoint, who does this picture look like?
that they prioritize truth.
remember Reggie
myth.
from
Yet their truth is just that.
And actually, hold on, I can't help it. Just to give you, we're at 12:18. Just to give you reference. Da, 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 da.
what part are you looking for?
He lost his glasses. I'm just looking for a picture of him. It's just weird. I feel like, yeah. Once
He's
again,
got glasses on.
it just seems like a very weird roast for that specific. But let's get back into it.
That, their truth. They selectively celebrate facts that fall into their worldview.
What? I'm sorry. Who? Scientist? That's very odd. It almost seems like you're starting to point towards something.
While
It wouldn't be
disregarding all
like
evidence
it
to
wouldn't
the
be
contrary.
like Christians who read their Bible and celebrate that they can find a few things in there that seem to line up with reality, and they ignore the things that it blatantly says that are wrong and say, "Oh, it's a great science book because I found 2 or 3 things in there that you can't prove to be wrong," and the rest of it that we can prove to be wrong, well, that's metaphorical and that wasn't meant to be taken
That's
literally.
parables, except poetry.
Right.
You need to understand the context. Pat says, Amy Newman's recipe for a show. We have 1 part
6 parts
technology,
crazy. Yeah.
1 part StreamYard, 2 parts talent, and 6 parts crazy sauce. Woo!
And you stir it up with a 15-foot whale butt.
That's right. But like I said, I'm trying to get all those lottery tickets in.
Contrary. Far from being a loose coalition of free thinkers that promote intellectual freedom and diversity of thought, the modern atheist movement has instead slowly transmogrified into becoming merely an opposite mirrored form of that of which preceded it.
It is? What's that?
Which is, primarily in the West at least, Christianity.
Oh, okay. So, like, wow, we're getting knee deep. Now we're starting to get some Christian flavor into our pasta. Okay.
With the values that most atheists claim to hold being ironically dictated to in reverse by that of which they claim.
No. And once again, I love how every religion, they like to think it's just me. They can't help it. It's just we got to be opposition to them. We can't get enough of them. Honey, let me tell you, if we had a dime for every deity believer that came by our doorstep with a different theology, let me tell you, I wouldn't have college debt.
I mean, Amy, do you think it should be against the law to steal from people?
Yeah.
Do you think it should be against the law to needlessly kill somebody, not out of self-defense, just to kill them because you want to? Think that should be illegal?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you think, in your case, your parents were great people. You think it would be good to respect and honor them? Yeah.
Some of the best human beings I think I've ever met. If I'm half as good as them, I think I'll be okay.
But I mean, but wait a minute. That's what Christianity says. So shouldn't you reflexively just automatically take the opposite view and say,
I feel like we need to wear crosses upside down now.
Right. I mean, stealing is good. You should be able to kill whoever you want and screw your parents, right? I mean, because, hey, you just take the opposite of whatever Christianity says. No,
Exactly.
It's that
We're
some
just
of what
contrarians.
Christianity says, some of it makes sense and some of it is stupid. What we're saying is you ignore the parts that are stupid, and if it happens to be right on something, well, that's just dumb luck. That's not because it's divine.
Sup, completely deist. We're having fun. I mean, it is an interesting
He's about
phenomenon.
to get to the punchline
Scott,
here.
I know. In that, in my view, I feel like this is where the empirical science lies as well. You're having a conversation with yourself. And so it's this weird thing where you literally have the people who think they have personal relationships, as far as I can tell, have personal relationships with themselves. Now, I feel like as far as like reach arounds go, that's got to be great. But like everything else, it's just very
reach around from God.
Oh my! Well, we've met someone who had a who claims to have a sexual relationship with God. And in essence, they are saying I have a sexual relationship with myself, which is like fantastic. I'm glad you and yourself have come across the shower or the AA batteries.
I wake up sometimes in the morning and I have an erection, and the only explanation for that is that God was touching my pee-pee when I was asleep, and that is the only explanation for it. God was touching your pee-pee.
Yo, Darren, can I not just concur this 1,000 times over? If you're all powerful and you let your son die, you don't have family values. I despise when they try to come at. Now listen, I will talk day in and day out how family, having a tribe, actually learning who the people in your life are valuable, that is what really matters in life. Oftentimes it's what much of storytelling and mythic structure and just being a human is about. But these Christians, sometimes Muslims, Orthodox, whatever you have, let me tell you, their family values just oozes with, oh my God, we need to stab everyone in the face in the family.
I mean, so what was I think in Texas, it was earlier in the year, the father who was convicted for the honor killing, who shot his 2 teenage daughters because they were engaged in relationships with non-Muslim guys, and he didn't approve of that, so he decided that it would be best if he killed them. Religion, folks.
Religion on the brain.
And the family, by the way, hid him for about 10 years after that, and they couldn't track him down. The family was, hiding him from the authorities, but needless to say, they did eventually catch him.
Sending love, Scott. So we originally had planned death. However, we wanted to give everyone a treat. So we are going to go with cake. I hope you all enjoy. Sending love to Eddie. And we are going to move forward into atheism. Let them eat cake. Because we're about to give out, like I said, the gold prize. I don't think we're accepting any more tickets, everyone.
Yeah,
If you have given, at this point,
it's pretty much at the...
we're going to the gold.
To value. For example, whereas Christianity believes in strict gender roles as per human nature, the modern atheist movement shuns such roles as sexist. Whereas
Do you see where we're going, ladies and gentlemen? Oh, we're batting up. They're basically giving the award speech.
Christianity preaches chastity in regards to intercourse, the modern atheist movement views such as a mere recreational act. Whereas
No, first of all, ask any Catholic who doesn't listen to the Pope and doesn't wear a condom. They don't really follow that as much as you think. It's really not like that.
Christianity claims that life is sacred and thus tends to oppose abortion. The modern atheist movement has branded it as a human right and vehemently supports it.
And there we go, ladies and gentlemen. If you had guessed that the major thrust of why atheism is a religion, and you had answered abortion, you would, I guess, be right. I wouldn't have been right. So I hope that everyone enjoys the fantastic prize that we are handing out in what is it called? What's that show? Points don't matter. Where do the points don't matter? Whose line is it anyway?
I mean, this is like Chuck E. Cheese, and you get your tickets, and you go up to the thing, and you get like your little kazoo for 20 trillion tickets. Play skee ball with the heads of Christians.
See, I'm trying to look up what an SFP is. I found small form factor pluggable, and I feel like that's not it. But sending love. And we are, we're going into it. I mean, Let's
continue.
I wish I would say this wasn't randomly the main thrust of the rest of the video, but it's going straight into politics for no reason, and no one asked for it. Yeah, yes, I do. Oh, Scott. So I'm actually overdue. That'll be the next premiere. Hopefully, I have more stand-up coming. But I've taken improv workshops. I have fallen in love with it. I would love to do more of it. I consider what we do here, as much as the serious subjects are, our reverence, I like to think, comes from our improv. And so I can't get enough of it. It's a form of comedy. And, I just love that yes and, everybody. But yes, atheism. Sorry.
Anything that Christianity stands for, the atheist will stand for the exact opposite.
No.
No.
Oh, okay. So I have to give this because I have a partner they don't like the MIB system, and so so I go half and half, whether it's real or not. I think in a fun way it is, but I am an ENFP. If you would like to know from the test, I think it.
Where do you get that?
The Myers-Briggs test is a personality test that separates out introverted and extroverted. Whether you are, I want to say intuitive. Or I'm trying to remember because it's what the opposite of kind of gut feeling, or I want to say analytical kind of thing, whether you are feeling or thinking, and whether you are judging or perceiving kind of thing. Yes, at least that's the end. The ending is judging or perceiving. So I am extroverted. It would make me extroverted, intuitive, feelings, and perceptive. Now, I think that's a good general. I don't think it's science, but I think it's fun.
Yeah, that's probably pseudoscientific. I don't think you can rely.
Yeah, I don't think that. But I mean, I know some people use
There
it
might
for
be
character.
something to it.
I think some people use it for character development. I always say the greatest tools of this type of thing, the same with mythic structure, the same with archetypes from Jung, always tends to be from a kind of,
Oh,
and yes, I
BMC.
did.
Calm down, BMC.
And yeah, it's kind of fun. I don't think it's science, but like I said, in character development stuff, if you want to kind of delineate between characters and stuff, it can give you a good head start. That's right, baby. I feel all up in this part. And I always like to say, I've heard this from another skeptic, but that I like to think of the choice, in a lay sense, to be rational and skeptic actually comes from a feelings place. I feel you have to choose to be rational and value science and skepticism and all of that. That's how I wrap that package. Are they crucifying people upside? Can I tell you something? That is the example that I always give when I'm they're always like, it was horrible that Jesus, he was crucified, 9-inch nails, the band's awesome. And I'm like, yes, it was horrible that he was hung up there. But there are more quote unquote innocent people who died way horrible ways. ISIS crucified children upside down. I will repeat that horrible, horrible sentence for you because it's sponsored by religion. ISIS crucified children upside down. And so if you could think of just like a more horrible thing to a more innocent group of people, I could not. And yet it doesn't seem like those children became prophets, weirdly enough.
Did they? No.
That's right. As an INTJ Titan speaks from authority on this subject.
Almost 100% of the time, without fail. And so, regardless of your personal views on said topics, what overall does this tell us? It tells
absolutely nothing. You've basically been
Not
spilling
nothing.
The first 3 minutes were really fun and lighthearted, and I actually kind of dig the beat. Everything else, it's been quite nonsense.
This is exactly what I said earlier, that religion is inherent to the human condition.
No.
And the best way I can prove this phenomenon is r/atheism.
Holy. And I will have to say, this is if you've been watching since like the very moment of the stream, you might have noticed that I like hit the back button because I was trying to be like, what did you say your scientific method was for polling and figuring things out? And I way shot too early. But ladies and gentlemen, doesn't matter when you come, it's when you get to the destination. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We have his scientific inquiry of choice, where he is going to figure out and put this hypothesis of abortion. Once again, whether you agree with abortion or not is really completely irrelevant. That's what he thinks.
It's nothing to do with atheism.
What he thinks atheism is a religion. That's where he's about to put it to the test. So let's put our scientific lab coats on and jump into r/atheism
on the website known as Reddit is by far the largest atheist forum.
I mean, the irony of this is he's just basically going on to somewhere where he thinks it has a bias, and he's trying to get people to get a biased view. What I also like about this also is that I feel like even on Reddit, on 4chan, or any of the as in like the right-wing equivalent or whatever you want to say, you would get similar responses, if not the opposite, or whatever. This isn't science. Moving forward, our atheism
forum on the internet, with millions of subscribers and tens of thousands of visitors per day. It is, however, notorious for being an absolute cringe fest. F all religion. I don't care. I don't care about the Bible. I don't care what your invisible sky daddy says. I don't give a single F about me disrespecting your religion.
I do have to just give the quote from Richard Dawkins. Just because I feel like if we're going to have a fedora tip from any of the people that he's shown, I feel like we have to do it as eloquently as possible. So we'll just pretend that someone posted this on our atheism. He's this, I don't know, he's this small-time scientist, Richard Dawkins. Anyway, the God of the Old Testament is arguably the most unpleasant character in all of fiction, jealous and proud of it, a petty, unjust, unforgiving, control freak, a vindictive, bloodthirsty, ethnic cleanser, a misogynistic, homophobic, racist, infanticidal, genocidal, filicidal, pestilicidal, megalomaniacal, sadomasochistic, or whatever you're into, capriciously malevolent bully. But besides that, he's like kind of a nice guy. You know, hashtag all loving God.
When it has shown nothing but disrespect towards what I stand for. I hate the Bible, and I will never agree with anyone who supports it. I hate everyone who tells me to stop talking.
I mean, I love how he's literally reading what are the equivalent of blog posts. Like, I'm not hating on Reddit or 4chan or any of this, but like, this isn't science. You're like posting random people on the internet and being like, lol. Now I get that's our job, but we are trying to, I guess, defend science where you're trying to say that we just worship the only process that we know of that's able to defend or decipher between fact and fiction.
I mean, this would be like posting snippets from Westboro Baptist Church website as, relates to Christianity. I mean, you find like the most out there fringe things that you can possibly say when most atheists wouldn't be that, emotionally vitriolic, but hey.
And did I cut out? Did we hear the quote? I can't help it.
What was the quote?
Send in love. Oh, just the whole thing from
no, they heard it.
Oh.
We heard it.
Send in love. We're moving forward. We're wondering why atheism is a religion. He gave his main thesis, and we're pushing forward.
It's about religion. F all religion. Yeah. Now, to show just how fanatical and thus easily manipulated and predictable such people are,
you're literally going on a forum and just trolling.
I'm going to go undercover and use all my writing and psychological credence to manufacture a post that will reach the top of r/atheism. Do you think I can do it? Well,
yes.
Let's see. Introducing.
Literally, it's a forum. You just create an account and just post whatever you want.
Okay,
Alex, the undercover atheist.
Once again, the only difference here between this and in what he views as an atheist is that they're fat. Like, I don't like feel like it turns in on itself. Oh my. Anyway, there you go. We have Alex, the undercover atheist. I'm sure he's going to once again pick a topic that definitely has to do with atheism. That's what we're talking about. However, once again, ladies and gentlemen, we already know what the gold prize is, so we'll just let him hand it out.
All right, first, we're going to need a new account. Let's call it Plus Size Skeptic.
Listen, what the is with him? Like, I'm okay. You got a BBW fetish? I'm not hating. just more loving, baby. But it feels like there's something going on here. It just seems like weight is on this guy's like mind.
You can't get enough
more
of it.
often than not. Just can't get enough of it.
Genius. I must say I am baffled that name wasn't taken. There we go. Plus size skeptic. We're in. All right, so this is the
He's baffled.
He's baffled.
post that I've managed to come up with.
Should I leave my Christian boyfriend? The scientific question of the night for how are we going to figure out if atheism is a religion, folks? Like, what was it? The person they used to have, like, you write in to the news. It was like, not Dear Daria. I
Abby,
forget who it is.
Dear Abby.
Dear Abby. I mean, this is like a Dear Abby question, not science.
Should I leave my Christian boyfriend? I'm a 24-year-old woman. He's
I don't know. Is he kind of cute?
25.
Does he treat you right? Do you have fun? Is he a good partner? This really isn't science.
I'm an atheist. He's a Christian. Everything between us personally is fine. Our difference in belief.
I love that, though. I like how it's just set up. It's just like everything's great. Just it's just that whole Christian thing.
Beliefs have never gotten in the way until now. We've recently started talking about abortion. We've only been together for...
Once again, you can even hear the emphasis that he puts on the word. I don't understand.
You don't think two spouses ever have like a disagreement on something? You don't think that, you know, I've every relationship I've ever been in, there were things that I had disagreements about with the person. It's not like you agree with each other on every single thing, but that's okay. A lot of these are political issues, and they're reasonable people on both sides or all sides of the issue. It's not like one side makes a person evil.
And once again, I'm just giving you some advice from my mother. But she'll tell you that the picture-perfect marriage where you're not fighting means that they're probably hiding things from each other.
There you go.
It's good to have a healthy dialogue. Exactly. Thank you. Doom boom. Well, I was going to say I shouldn't take it off. We are undercover as atheists here on our Reddit, so let's get back into it.
6 months, so shockingly, we've never actually discussed the topic before. Well, as you may expect, it
because our relationship doesn't exist.
Didn't go well. Of course, I'm pro-choice, and he's...
Of course, because I'm an atheist. Once again, doesn't matter what side you are. In fact, if you're an athist and we are kind of... Well, the funny point is the fact that we have to keep on saying if you're an atheist and it doesn't matter because there are atheists and theists on both sides of the political divide on that issue means that maybe this guy's full of... Maybe.
Pro-life, or as I like to call it, anti-woman. I want to ask you guys and gals, even if everything else in your relationship was fine, would you stay with someone?
What really is they're just saying is what you see is this is just what they think an atheist is.
Who didn't believe.
Woohoo! Sapapaste Prophet, welcome! Well, thank you so very much. I am a fan of you.
Thanks,
you are awesome.
Yeah, he's a great debater.
And do great work. And we are talking about atheism is a religion. And
that's right.
I can't believe... Well... It just seems very random, and I'll be honest with you. If, like I was telling James, is a betting woman. Woo-hoo! That's okay. Sending so much love. If I was a betting woman, I was gonna go with the T-girl thing, or like some sort of LGBTQ thing. Like it just seems really out of left field that, you know. Oh, speaking of
left field, Ralph.
What's up, Ralph?
He's been out there for a little while looking, Ralph. He's keeping his head down tonight.
Randolph says, why do so many Christians hold anti-abortion Christians when the Holy Bible doesn't prohibit abortion and the Book of Numbers includes a prescription to include marriage? I think Jay, we talked about this before.
We were talking about this
Screen?
before the show. That
Yeah,
I mean, it is tongue in cheek, but there are people who are Jews who are suing on abortion laws, claiming that their religion requires them to practice it. Now, because of that passage in Numbers, I get it. It's tongue in cheek. Nobody really thinks that, but it is interesting to say that the only explicit references to it in the Bible are when it's telling you that it's a good idea or that you should do it. You know, like if you think that your wife has been messing around and she's pregnant, just make up a potion and get rid of that thing. Yeah.
But Penelope also wants to bring up that Randolph says it sounds more like he just wants to control her since his anti-abortion position has nothing to do with Christianity. Literally, it feels like it's out of left field. Like, I do not understand. Like, I understand that more conservative Christians lean towards being against abortion. However, the fact that I have to put that asterisk should tell you that there are multiple. There's Christians that are for abortion. There's atheists that are against abortion. It has nothing to do with our political views. This guy is literally, I don't know if projecting is the right word. Well, he numerous times he has projected, but his thesis of atheism being about religion and why it's a religion is just wrong.
Well, I mean, it's kind of similar to when they take the angle that, they claim Hitler was an atheist, but he wasn't. They claim that he was, that he believed in evolution. I don't know whether that's true or not, but even if he did, wouldn't make it not true just because he believed in it.
Well, science is not evil. Science makes the nuclear bomb. But the person who uses the nuclear bomb is evil. And so just because someone believes in survival, generally speaking, a misconstrued version of survival of the fittest, because survival of the fittest can actually be all of us holding hands and working together and getting things done. And that is the fittest to help us pass on our genes. But yeah, this is a very weird... Oh, thank you, Completely Diaz. Sending that right back to you. And this the Penelope's about to send it right into screen.
She's about to jump right at the screen. She's looking at
feel it. Oh my God, it's here. There we go. Oh my! And she likes to do this thing where she likes to go right up into
the mouse.
Keyboard. Yeah, well, she likes to sit the cursor. She sits on the keyboard right where the hand of the mouse is, and then we'll attack the cursor. But she's such a smart baby girl. I honestly, if I could, and look, I've always been told that no one will ever steal your invention because it would take too much time and energy. But so someone steal this if they want, but someone please make a cat screen where they can touch the screen, because this, I swear there may actually be cats who would use it. Make a cat game where they could just chase over it, because she's paused trying to catch it. Woo! Sending that love. Catch it good. Right back to you, Rocky. And we are moving through Rocky. As we talk about atheism is a religion.
In a woman's right to choose. Now, without tooting my own horn, this post is a masterful example of social engineering.
Is it, though?
Is he patting himself on the back?
Why.
I know.
He goes to a known place where he knows there's going to be, how the politics of people on that site are skewed. So, I mean, he's going to the right forum where he knows what he's going to get. So, this is kind of like asking for ordering a steak and getting one. Yeah, you go to a site where there's probably 95% of people are very, very liberal. So, of course, you know how they're going to feel about that. It's just
he went somewhere where people he knew would give biased answers, and I actually imagine that he edited. Maybe I can't say that all the good ones, all the reasonable. Yeah, exactly.
It would, like I said before, it would be like going to Westboro Baptist Church and making it like that's a reasonable forum to see what Christians think about things. It's not. They're known to be extremists on issues.
But I also like how all his biases just come through. He's like, teehee, I'm just gonna be
female, and I imagine r/atheism probably has similar demographics to the site as a whole. When social engineering for the maximum effect, you're going to want to aim for the largest demographic possible, which in this case is of course going to be men. And so therefore, by pretending that the author of this post is a woman, we will now...
Like I said, I felt bad like just a half second ago for roasting him, but it's what he's doing. I don't know what else to say.
Actually elicit
so what's he saying? Oh, I'm going to be a woman, so
hold...
I'm going to get men, white knight. He's go that angle, like, the men are going to white knight and want to say, oh, well, screw him, baby. I'm okay with your right to choose. You can come and you can see me anytime.
Women in a higher regard, especially when they are a rarity. In addition, I've implanted an appeal for attention.
Listen, maybe you just need to try Tinder.
Attention, guys and gals, implying a universal desire for feedback, as well as numerous emotional trigger words, such as pro-choice, anti-woman, and right to choose, which...
So you were biased and had a narrative and knew what the results you wanted going into it? Fantastic.
Like, putting up of that, like that 10 at UC Berkeley or something like that, like changed my mind.
Exactly.
There are only two genders. Changed my mind in the middle of the Berkeley campus. That's not going to go well.
Pat says the theological prohibitions against abortion within Christianity was decided by the 3rd century CE and really isn't based on scripture as it was various church fathers. Yeah, just seems like something they picked up. I feel like you could use, just like with any political thing, you can go, like we were talking, I feel like you could use the bitter potion to make a pro-abortion biblical statement, whether whether it's good or bad. I'm saying from a biblical standpoint.
It's in there.
It should exhibit an almost automatic emotional response. Naturally, this post is also completely ridiculous, and intentionally so. The idea of ending your 6 months...
Okay, so I don't get what the test is here.
...relationship over one mere disagreement is absolutely absurd, especially considering, as highlighted twice for good measure, everything else in the relationship...
It's also not a real relationship, and so... no wonder it ended.
Making it up, dude.
Yes.
Relationship is fine. Yet, if I'm right, these details will simply be ignored, and they'll just eat it up anyway.
He was completely good in the bed. However, he was ripped. He had a fantastic strength and agility, could throw me about, but he was a Christian. So, yeet.
Why? Because we're giving them the illusion of power by playing in...
Once again, some reason has an obsession with being fat.
...the fantasy that a member of a group they view as their enemy, which in this case is a Christian, could potentially be hurt.
Atheism doesn't mean not a Christian.
Depending on their input. Alright, looking good. Let's check back tomorrow and see if I'm right.
24 hours later.
Alright. It's been a day. Let's see how it went.
Let's see how it went.
582 notifications.
Damn, my inbox be lit with probably very few selected things that we're about to show. So let's show them.
759 comments. 1,243 upvotes. 25 times the metrics of the average post.
Wow.
And of course, the responses are just as unbelievable as you may expect.
Dump him! Yes, he is evil!
OP, this sounds like the start.
What's up, Uncle Book? Sending
back.
so much love, and yeah, once again, this person is doing the equivalent of posting people from 4chan. It's just a different form.
Basically trolling, but for a more sinister reason.
Of a potentially abusive relationship. What? Indeed,
What?
just as predicted, at least 99% of the responses were calling for the fictional relationship to end, with many acting as if the man being pro-life meant that he was the devil incarnate who had committed an unforgivable
Wait a minute. Can I also just point out, like, it doesn't matter how big, but...
of the responses. What? Indeed, just as predicted, at least 99% of the responses
Oh, we said 99. I find that highly surprising.
were calling for the fictional relationship to end, with many acting as if the man being pro-life
see the whole
meant that he
list.
was the devil incarnate who had committed an unforgivable sin. This is coming from the same people who refer to others as a clump of cells, I might add. An almost voluntary religious
No, once again, you're just making things political. You are trying to put words in people's mouths, and you are not even talking about atheism.
delusion, you could say. And just as predicted, it was
Hell,
mostly
you're not even talking about Christianity. You're not even talking about theology.
men who were particularly engaged, mostly to morally postulate.
As a male, I can honestly and earnestly say that no man is qualified to pass judgment on the issue of abortion.
As an atheist male who always relates more to women and often find myself empathizing with women more, I would 100% dump him if I was you.
Would you stay with someone who didn't believe in a woman's right to choose? No, and I don't even have a uterus.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen. That basically solves why atheism is a religion. Right?
Yeah, I'm speechless.
Not sure about that one. As expected, the responses were universal, fanatical, and absurd. But were not
To my fake, non-existent relationship.
On a hand-picked forum.
Yeah, Rando says, I'm pretty sure I'm more than just a clump of cells. I've grown up a lot since my embryonic stage. And like my mother keeps on saying, I'm too big to put back.
not done yet. According to Reddit, this post was read by just
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, the scientific statement of the night.
absurd. But we're not done yet. According to Reddit, this post was read by just over 100,000 people.
I mean,
now,
I
100,000 people
got out my Captain Crunch decoder ring, and then I was able to really get more analytical information about it. So,
Yeah, I'd like to.
Yeah, I think so too, Pat. He showed, what did he show? Like, what percentage of the comments? Like, he showed like 5 or 6 of them, and he's saying like, oh, the 99% are just like it. I think, and if those are the ones that he shows, you can bet they're probably like the craziest, most unhinged ones there. You're right. You can bet the ones that were more moderate and reasonable are the ones.
And once again, it's not even about. And when I mean worse, I don't even mean in one direction of another. Just people who take a side one way or the other.
That sound the most fanatical and extreme. Yeah,
is quite a lot, but I said we were going to reach the top of r/atheism, and in order to do that, we're going to have to do 10 times better than this. So let's fulfill their
No, you're going to have to actually do actual research.
fantasy and give them exactly what they want. Today I left my Christian boyfriend. Thank you, r/atheism, for giving me the
We finally have a conclusion to your not real relationship.
strength to do so. Yesterday I made a post asking people whether or not I should leave my Christian boyfriend, in spite of everything else being fine due to his anti-choice views. I expected to only get a handful of replies, but much to my surprise, there were over 700 responses. I read them all, and couldn't be any more grateful for all your thoughts. For what it's worth, I've had a few people message me about what I decided to do, and the answer is that I was honestly on the fence. But after reading all of your wise words, I realized that leaving is the only option. And so, as tough as it was, as of
We had no other issues, but, you know, he brought up his religion and then abortion.
today, my life is now Christian
Who
free.
the fuck would go
I
to
know,
Reddit for relationship advice anyway? I mean, I honestly can't think of anybody who would take that shit seriously.
Just some random woman on the internet. And most of you probably don't care. But I just wanted to thank you all for giving me the strength
Okay,
to make
stop
this
giving them all
decision.
blowjobs, dude.
I'm now
You're
looking
welcome.
forward to open up a fresh
giving them
chapter
all
of
a
life,
hand job.
where I am now free to find a man who would respect me, an atheist man.
I mean, would this person just apply the same rules? So if they are an atheist and they are pro-abortion and they did the exact same thing, honestly, it is silly, and you should be ashamed, sir. However, that rap was once again, pretty hot beats, so maybe you should stick to that.
Thank you all. What a ridiculous post. If I'm right, then
Yes,
this post
indeed.
will be the dream come true. It is both the fulfillment of one, a member of a group they perceive as their enemy getting hurt, while at the same time two,
No, you know, Christian is a type of theist. To use your example, they are not the theist. They are atheist. Do you understand it? Though we're atheists.
giving them a sense of moral gratitude over it. So, yet again, let's see what happens.
That's not.
Dun dun dun.
Why are we looking at stupid Reddit posts when we could be doing something much more productive, like studying the reproductive habits of whales, Amy? Why can't we get back to?
I know
Get
exactly.
back to the whale penises.
James,
Why
we
we-
need
we're
to
looking
get
at-
back to animal genitalia.
Yeah, we can't get back to whales fucking.
But I
It's a
love
stupid
how
Reddit
these quote unquote, I don't know if this is like I feel like he's red pill quote unquote adjacent, all this stuff. How can you do this and attack science? Like, not only attack science, which was the first half, but now we're at the point where you're just like, they hold a political view, therefore atheism is religion.
Right.
Makes sense.
Of course, just as expected, our post did in fact reach the top of r/atheism,
Oh,
with over
boy.
15,000 upvotes and hundreds of comments.
And how many of
Almost
those
all
did
of
you
which
buy?
were, naturally,
Those upvotes?
Also, I mean, it really is a literal troll. I mean, the whole point is to be inflammatory. But thanks, that's not science.
congratulating me on my bravery for making such a wise decision. Some people even found the post such a
You know, this isn't fair, ladies and gentlemen. There are numerous creationists out there with highly academic WordPresses. Actually, shouldn't shit on WordPress. WordPress is amazing. But I still just think it's funny that this is what we're getting.
pleasure that they even paid real money to give it an award. Over 20 of them, in fact. So much so that I, the plus-size skeptic, now have ad-free Reddit Premium for the next 2 weeks.
Thanks for the
Wow.
gold, kind stranger.
Okay,
2 weeks,
so why
wow.
was this so easy to pull off?
Wait,
I mean,
I-
don't spend it all in one place, dude. 2 weeks. Wow.
but I also like how this guy's like, and then the atheists were generous and nice, and they kind of come together as a community. Oh, okay, whatever.
Real free thinkers could never be so easily manipulated because free thinkers are just that, free. They aren't predictable because their pragmatic nature makes them prone to
You literally posted a troll post, and they're not free thinkers because they responded the way you thought they would to a troll post. Like if we went into a Christian, I could go on a Christian forum and just say no God exists, not trolling, and cause like 30 responses my way.
originality. But the religious, which these atheists, whether they know it or not, are of course very predictable because their beliefs are set in stone. The truth is that
No.
atheists may have rejected the concept of God, but whether they realize it or not, they are hardwired to worship. And if
No,
No.
we're not. We're not worshiping anything.
And you really haven't even given us an example of something we worship. Like, there
These
hasn't even
atheists
been an
online-
attempt.
This group of atheists online have a similar political position that I don't like. Therefore, they're worshiping something. I mean,
Cool story, bro.
If they won't worship him, then they will worship something else, whether a political ideology or, more often than not, themselves. They are no different to those who they mock.
No. We often get, okay, you don't worship religion, you worship the government. No. We don't worship anything.
yourself or your genitals.
Or your partner.
Yeah. Jamie says that's the
Granted, as
only acceptable form of worship.
That's right, baby.
opposed to being a lesson about atheism, this series of posts could also be a textbook example of why overly moderated online echo chambers are in fact a bad thing, as well as how fictional tales can very easily spread to millions of people online.
Like, that's literally what a church is.
Wait, fictional tales spreading to millions of people. I don't know, like the New Testament? What do you think?
Doesn't sound like very good news to me, James.
Great ease. But besides the point, r/atheism is a place that showcases beyond any reasonable doubt that even atheism, the very definition of rejecting religion, can actually turn into somewhat of a religion in
Not
of
at all.
itself.
No. I also like how he hedged his bets there. Hedged. Can you hear that?
Religion can actually turn into somewhat of a religion.
Somewhat of a religion.
Huh. That's weird. Atheism is somewhat a religion? I don't see that in the title.
In of itself. Now, of course, r/atheism is not representative of the average atheist by any stretch of the imagination. But even the
But wait.
So why are we doing it? Why are we reading about it then?
If it's not... Oh my goddess. I went somewhere where I don't think that they are going to give the responses that would be atypical of them, and I got responses from an inflammatory post that were inflammatory.
Intentionally designed to be that way.
Exactly.
everyday atheists, as in the non-Reddit using, non-Fedora wearing respectable types, many of which may even be watching this production right now,
Oh,
and
my
still,
God.
whether they know it or not, somewhat under the same religious dogma. Because as stated earlier, if one was to quiz the average
Atheist dogma? I'm sorry, what was that? Yes, I feel like at the very end. Sinwagon, the chick, is this a retreat of sorts? Yes, I feel like it was at least at the very end. It was like, well, it might be like kind of religion or something.
Kind of. Clam worshiper.
Oh,
Not Nathan
I like
Thompson.
going to Red Lobster too. What are we talking about?
atheist on their thoughts about numerous social issues, though they would certainly be less fanatical than their Reddit counterparts, the overall beliefs would probably be extremely similar, falling somewhere within the socially progressive ballpark, being the antithesis of Christianity.
No, like, literally, he is just making this shit up now. Like, I can understand where you can say, we have a stereotype of a right-wing Christian and then a socially left-leaning atheist, but those are stereotypes. Like, this is not data. He just put these two in the middle of the thing and just said, this is my scientifically accurate map.
Well, I mean, like I mentioned before the show, like the Scott Roeder, the guy who was performing 9-month abortions, who was murdered in his church, by the way. When he was shot, he was actually shot dead in his church. And apparently he was pro-choice, going to church. And he apparently had a more pro-choice view than, like, because Randolph says he always goes on the, and when he goes on to debate, because Randolph holds that extreme, no limitations whatsoever on abortion. And he gets pushed back on that because there's a lot of people who would consider themselves pro-choice, but not to that level. So I mean, there's beliefs all over the map here. It's not correlated by religion. It's not correlated by. It's just. Good night, Rocky. it's a political issue, and beliefs vary. It's not correlated with religion. I don't know why he's.
Also, this is not my joke, but I support abortion generally up to the 6th or 7th year. So we're just moving forward. Atheism is a religion. We are Skeptic and Ranting. We are moving into the end game now.
Without even realizing it. Not always, but mostly. And this is important. Why? Because unlike Christianity or Islam that promote
I love this. Look at this picture he uses. This random stock footage of Christianity and Islam. Ladies and gentlemen, just like him. Can't you see? Can't you see the uncanny resemblance?
Absolutely.
And this is important. Why? Because unlike Christianity or Islam that promote a disciplined and positive lifestyle that makes its followers prosper and happy.
Dude.
The timeshare that he just tried to sell right there.
You been to the Middle East lately? Yeah. You think it's a shining beacon of prosperity? Really? Go to Somalia. I mean, what would you say? It's probably like 99% Muslim, conservative Muslim. Like, dude.
Also, I'm way out from reading comments, but BBC says, funny how the upside down cross is just the Antichrist sign, not atheism. That is true. That's another thing. It's also, I'm trying to remember if bad religion, if that's their thing, or that's just the cross with the anti-sign. But what is up and welcome.
Go to
Just Another Skeptic says when he goes to our atheism and puts yay atheism post up, then acts like he was going to get anything but the response he got is a joke. If our Ford had a post saying Ford is the best and people largely agree, are Ford drivers a religion now? Exactly.
Apparently.
This dude literally went into a place with the expected outcome, made it so that he would get it, and then is like, oh, why do they act this way? Well, because your scenario doesn't exist.
Like me personally, I could never step foot into Yankee Stadium because I would be leaving on a stretcher because I would not make mince words with those fucking Yankee fans. I would end up getting my ass kicked.
Dandy.
Yeah, but I would know exactly what was going to happen before I even went into the place, so that's why I wouldn't go.
Also, speaking of which, Randolph, I want to start going on Clubhouse more. I think I'm just going to start doing Discord debates. Like I've been inspired. Skylar Fiction just goes and has done some. I am getting so close to, I think, just doing that, and then maybe I'll drag James in to do some with me.
Drag me.
Yeah, and Clubhouse sounds fun. I gotta try Clubhouse more.
But yeah, that's what I was talking about. Randolph has his opinion on that, but he even gets pushed back from people on our side who don't go as far as he does. And I mean, that's his opinion. Other people have their opinions, but it's not correlated to atheism or theism. It's a political issue.
The modern atheist movement promotes carelessness and negative values.
What?
Carelessness and negative values.
No.
That makes its followers fickle and sad.
Wow. Tell us what you really feel.
I mean, he shows a guy just sitting on a bench, kind of depressed looking, drinking a beer. But I mean, there's plenty of Yeah.
Sorry, Randolph. I showed you the one half. I'm pro-choice and intend during entire pregnancy. It has to be free choice by the pregnant person without needing to justify it to anyone. Recently on Clubhouse, some pro-choice people called me extreme for my view on abortion.
That's it's a tough issue, and that's your views on it, and we respect those. And
sounds good.
I would love to join you guys on Clubhouse sometime.
Yeah. It's just an app on the phone. Now I have to figure out how to freaking record it so that I've seen Discord, Danny. I think I mean, it's like Discord, but only for your phone.
Oh, okay. There's no PC version.
Yes, I think that's the shtick. But I've seen Danny upload videos of Clubhouse that he's done debates, and I've seen Skylar Fiction upload Discord debates, and so I may just have to sink our teeth into some of that.
You see, the atheist delusion is that all other
The atheist delusion.
religions, such as Christianity and Islam, are naught more than ancient historical artifacts that need to be destroyed, so that a new utopian age of facts and logic,
No.
A new utopian age of facts and logic.
Would we be better off? Would society be better if we could put these fables, these relics of the past, on the shelf and move on? Yeah, I think it would be. That's why we're anti-theist. We think the overall effect of theism, even though you could say there's good parts of it, but we think overall it tends to do more harm than good to society. But there's people who are atheists who think, no, it's really not that bad, and it may always be with us to some extent or another. It's useless to try to get rid of it. And there are people who believe that. This is not like, again, not all atheists are anti-theists, even though I would say I am. I know that Amy is.
Indeed, indeed. And interesting, so there is a third-party website called Club Deck. Oh my, like My Girl Deck? That makes that sounds familiar. That's a name off something else deck. I forget what. But that sounds good. Thank you so very much, Randolph. I'm going to look into that then, because we want to keep on churning out as much content as we can.
Oh, yeah.
And I just like having debates. I know James and Randolph do. So,
I mean, if you say, well, atheism may lead some people to nihilism, well, I mean, maybe that's the case, but doesn't mean it's not true. Okay?
Yeah.
It means that there are certain uncomfortable truths about reality, about the universe, and we just have to get over them.
Yeah.
This is like what the Christians think. This is like the rapture, where all the people are floating up into heaven. There's Jesus, except in the other verse, when he comes back again. Oh yeah, the graves are opening up, except when he comes back, then he's going to be killing a bunch of people because they were naughty and they didn't believe that he was the Son of God, and they didn't believe.
I like how Jesus is floating here like he's a Dragon Ball Z like fucking character. He's just floating. Wom, 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 wom.
Angels have fucking trumpets. And
it's just using a different account so never runs and can possibly cause any issues with your main account. Okay. Gotcha. Well, I'll give it a shot.
Do it to me.
Myths or superstition can reign supreme, where we can conquer the stars and truly reach the next stage of the human story. But
it would be nice.
News for them. Religion is culture.
Nope.
No.
Culture is culture. Religion is religion.
I really hate the one-word definitions. Like, they complain. They're like, you postmodernists. And then they're like, hey, my genderless God, did you know that, like, religion is culture? No, it's not.
Can religion be an aspect of culture? Sure. But is there no culture without religion? No, that's ridiculous.
No, yes.
Coincidence that Christianity and Islam have billions of adherents between them.
No, it was either done via the sword, by force, or it was done via spreading of the book and proselytizing. One or the other.
I mean, Christianity in particular, what kept it going is that it became the official religion of the Roman Empire, which was the most powerful empire the world had ever seen. It controlled most of the power centers of the world. And, it established the Catholic Church, which had a stranglehold on power in Europe for centuries. And it was kind of the only gig in town in Europe for a long, long time. And they had adopted this doctrine that, by the way, if you leave Christianity, if you don't become a Christian, if you have any doubt about Christianity, after you die, you're not really going to be dead. You're going to go to another place where God is going to torture you and burn you forever. So, it's kind of that threat coupled with the historical aspects of it. Yeah, that kind of made Christianity kind of had a staying power to it.
On the contrary, the reason why such faiths have produced so many ardent followers throughout the generations, and will only continue to do so, is because regardless of whether or not they are accurate,
What a bold claim right there, when we know that in all countries where technology is on the uprising, religion's on the downrun.
Well, the church pews are emptying every week from, now until there's no more churches. You can bet that church attendance, the trend is always going to be down. There might be momentary blips where it goes up for a little bit, but overall, the trend is always going to be down.
such ancient religions understand the human condition better than any modern alternative. The biggest virtue of the ancient religions is their insistence that human beings, at our core, are just animals, and attempts to instill us with an unbending.
First of all, I think it's extremely important that I point out right now that the background music is from Minecraft. Highly important.
He's taking a dig though that we're animals, which we kind of are. So why is
Indeed.
That is really a triggering thing to them. They really do not like the fact that we are animals. It really aggravates them.
They do not like the sentence that we are other animals. But that's right, Justin, the skeptic. The more people learn, the less they need God. It becomes an ever-receding pocket of ignorance.
Absolutely.
Ending rule set to ascend us upwards to reach our maximum potential. Not as animals, but as something more. That is, after all, what morality is. Prioritizing and promoting traits that are hard for us to pull off, but ultimately make us prosper.
I'm just
Family,
glad I'm
charity, humility, chastity, and much, much more. But without such values being enforced, but on the opposite, inverted, then of course the opposite will prove true. The people shall...
Those values, like, there's no absolutes. I mean, those values can be good at some point. They can be good in moderation, but I mean, there's a time and a place for everything. Like, there's a time where it's good to be jealous. There's a time where you need to be greedy. There's a time where it's good to be altruistic. There's no, like, I mean, their view of just morality and like right and wrong is absolutely black and white. It's just not, it's not reality.
What's up, Binge Thinker says, I'm anti-theist. We should have jetpacks, flying cars, non-stick, sticky stuff, flat earth repellent, etc. Thanks, theist, for the dark ages that never quite ended. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that, like, we always look at ourselves as like the bee's knees. Even now, we're like, we are so amazing. And then it's like, we just sit here. And I swear, we could get at a low Earth orbit if everyone would just stop believing in whatever this guy is now trying to sell us.
I mean, he keeps taking subtle digs at, like, alcohol use, even though the Bible doesn't say not to use alcohol. He's got this guy drunk, passed out with looks like a wine bottle. He showed a guy depressed on a park bench drinking beer. But, I mean, the thing is that, like, the Bible doesn't say. The Bible even promotes moderate use of alcohol. It does say that becoming a drunkard, somebody who's always drunk and disorderly is a sin. But we tried that, dude, with like prohibition, where the Christians said, oh, everything will be fine if we just ban alcohol. Everything will be good. People have nothing else to do but go to church. The jails will be closed. Everything will be fine. Well, what happened? It didn't work. We got organized crime out of it. And no magical utopia, which is what they were telling us we would have if we just banned alcohol.
What's up, Hill Hugger? Welcome. And yes, science is Latin for knowledge. It's just that I would say the more proper term now, or the definition, is more the process of the scientific method. But that is true as well.
They'll embrace animalism and become individualistic, selfish, prideful, lustful, and much, much more.
Just as all atheists are always going around drinking,
as opposed to having a time.
Just because we don't think that there's a magical sky daddy up there who's getting mad at us if we do that, if we start over consuming, or we start going into excess. Most responsible adults at least know that that's not good when you're it's not a good way to live. But needless to say, some people do struggle with it, and we have compassion for them, but not from
Penelope wants
deity.
to say hi.
A prosperous population, the population will instead decline, and said society will perish under the weight of its own selfishness. Back when I was a teenager in the early 2010s, I went through a bit of an edgy atheist phase myself. And I remember
Edgy atheist. We have this. Remember, he was an Inner Circle Atheist, just like us.
really used to look up to these guys, who were known as the Four Horsemen of
he is
Atheism.
gonna take that
But
angle.
now, when I look back at some of the stunts these guys used to pull, it just makes me cringe
Stunts?
beyond comprehension. I mean, here's Richard Dawkins, one of the world's most fervent atheists, in front of a buzz that says, "There's probably no God, now stop worrying and enjoy your life."
That is just a fantastic message. I don't think we could promote that enough.
We're not claiming dogmatically there's absolutely no God, because like we say, we're agnostic atheists. We don't claim to have absolute knowledge, but we see no reason to believe that there is a God, there should be a God, there's no need for a God, so we could say there's probably no God. And you should stop worrying about that and just enjoy the little time that we know that we have here, instead of focusing on this afterlife that you have no reason to think you're going to get. You have no reason to waste what little time we have here thinking about this stupid afterlife that we have no reason to think is real.
I honestly want to see where he goes with this, because it just seems like such an amazing statement.
I mean, what kind of advice is that? And then we wonder why
Good.
fatherlessness, drug use, alcoholism, adultery, prostitution, and corruption.
First of all, this should be legalized. This should be legalized. That, I mean, it's built in that no one likes that. An admitted problem, however, alcohol is okay. Some alcohol is actually good.
Everything in moderation.
Our forefathers survived off of very, 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 very light beer, because it was
The small beer.
Yeah,
It was actually in many ways safer to drink than the water supply was at the time.
Exactly. Fatherlessness, very random. I don't know why. Why not motherlessness? But sure, fatherlessness. No one likes that. However, that's not pro or anti-Christian or atheist, and really theist or atheist. But for whatever reason, you've made it Christian versus atheist here. Adultery, bad. It's not illegal. And then
Have all
But I mean, are they
skyrocketed
saying
across the
that
Western
none of these things happened before under Christianity? And like I've always said, Christianity. You go back to when they started. He's talking about fatherlessness. When they liberalized like the divorce laws, Christianity had a stranglehold on the country. Probably 95% of the country would have called themselves Christian. Probably more than half went to church on a regular basis. Yet they had control of all this stuff, and they're actually the ones who liberalized it. And in many ways, why things are the way they are today was done by things that they did while they were in control of it.
world over the last few decades. Must just be a coincidence.
no. In fact, you should look at Better Angels of Our Nature, in which violence is actually in decline, and so are a multitude of other metrics that we would describe as positive.
I would say that corruption is in decline too, because in previous eras, it was much more easy to be a corrupt official. Right now,
James,
it's a lot
you don't want to
harder.
live in a feudal society?
Right. It is getting actually harder for people to be corrupt in the modern era. Things used to be much, much worse, less transparent. Yeah, Carol, 90% Christian. So they had
it's not
control
a
of everything, and
coincidence.
they're the ones
It's
who
because
want
you killed that.
Also, as we wrap up, this is going to be the end. I think what we're going to do is I'm going to send a call out to anyone who disagrees with us. If you disagree with us, feel free. If not, I think we are going to wrap up for the night at the end of the video, because we're coming in at the 3-hour mark. It has been actually a lot of fun. But yeah, this has been, once again, I would have never have guessed
30-minute
abortion.
video. it's
I
a
know.
30-minute video. There has been a lot of stupidity
You've been
to unpack in
tearing it
here, and you
apart,
really
yeah.
have to, explain why what he's saying doesn't really make sense.
It's just also so surprising to me. It just wouldn't have been the angle I took, and I don't know.
I didn't see that one coming either. I have to say.
Big mistake. So you had a bad experience with religion via overly evangelical parents? Big deal.
Hold on, let's see what that says. Hold on. He's reading more posts on Reddit as if they're science, so let's read his science. Grew up fundamentalist, almost cult-like. From a young age, realized I was going to die in the apocalypse because I didn't believe everything God said.
Evangelical parents? Big deal. That doesn't mean you should...
Ha! I like that. I like how... The sympathy, ladies and gentlemen.
Religion via overly evangelical
Or hold on.
Mistake. So you had a bad experience with religion via overly evangelical parents? Big deal. That doesn't mean you should throw out...
I mean, what if you were a child and you were a member of the LGBT community and your parents said that there was something fundamentally wrong with you and that you are evil, there's something wrong with you because you're being who you are and you can't be that. That's
Every
a sin.
sex abuse scandal.
Right.
It's basically like this dude is like, walk it off.
Oh,
Okay,
so your
yeah.
parents said you were an abomination to God because you're gay or whatever. Who cares? Get over it.
Get over it.
Get over it.
God, he complains about everything.
out all of the order and virtue that religion provides. Are you a one-dimensional character? What we
No, that's actually for the Bible.
truly require is a sort of balance of beauty, a society that has a strong religious set of universal blanket beliefs that keep
Random. Once again, random. But now every time, I just cannot get the Minecraft out of my head.
keeps its people virtuous and in order, while at the same time also maintaining the freedom for science to bloom and prosper. This
But here's the thing. I mean, science can be verified, it can be tested, it can be falsified. We don't have any evidence for this religion, and there's no reason to think that it's true. And he's kind of just taking if it's not true, it could still have some utility to it. And we hear that argument sometimes that even if it's not true, it's still better if people are religious. But I just don't think
James,
that's the
you
case.
just gotta believe the lie. It makes sense. Well, let's not say makes sense, because once you start making sense, you give in to logic and reason and evidence. But
Yeah,
slippery
then we'll start
slope.
asking questions about it, right?
Exactly. It's all downhill.
logic will of course be common sense in the future, but sadly the future is not the present. First, we must
If I've ever heard a deepity,
witness the atheist mistake spread its corruption, whereby just like past
atheist mistakes, and all he has, once again, is like a
I think
women's
that's a LGBT march.
pro-abortion. Is it? Oh, well, yeah, actually. Oh, yeah,
NC
you're right.
for
So,
equality.
NC for equality, the all world. Okay. The future is female. It's a very pro.
It's a mix.
hippie.
It's a
Yes.
feminist type of.
So cry about it. I honestly, not to get like too bootlicker, but like I just so love what our society has become in the past 100 years. We've dealt with a lot of shit, a lot of dark history, a lot of dark past, and yet we've actually made great strides. And I can't help but be very thankful for the time period that I live in. Hopefully it only gets better.
But I mean, that's the political process, dude. If you don't agree with it, or if you think you've got better ideas,
Get over it.
you're free to put your ideas out there, and you're free to have your counter protests and make, tell people what you believe. And if you make the better case of it, people will agree with you. It's politics, dude.
Indeed. And all right.
utopian ideologies, harsh lessons for humanity await. Atheists will slowly learn in the coming decades that the futuristic, enlightened utopia that they were certain would be is
We don't believe in a futuristic, enlightened utopia. You just haven't presented us with good evidence for a god. Like, it really isn't that deep. It's not that hard. hopefully, if you have certain
Well,
partners,
if
I
it's not
hope you
that
make
hard,
them
there's a
hard.
pill for it.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Can I ask a question? What's your take on veganism? I always joke that I have cognitive dissonance with veganism because on a certain level, I know that I shouldn't be eating conscious creatures. And on another level, bacon is amazing. And I feel like I have to make up for all the fact that my missed bacon on my ancestors.
I mean,
I
to
know.
me,
We're growing. We are absolutely growing.
To me, like the veganism thing, to me it kind of encapsulates the idea of moral relativism that this is something that today people do as out of necessity, but 500, 800 years from now, it'll be looked at as something that people did today that was horrible, that was evil. And, yeah.
Please, people of the future, you need to understand that right now there is something called a baconator. It's
Yeah.
I have not been able to pass the Socratic method on it yet.
But when they have the luxury that they get to have something almost the same without the animal suffering, it's very easy for them to say, "Oh my gosh, yes, bacon is amazing, but how could you make animals suffer for it? You terrible
from a grown person. Animal that had sex just for you to kill." No, exactly. I think that eventually, what will actually overtake it is lab-grown meat. I don't think it'll be overnight, but I even see the Impossible Burger doing well. I see the Impossible everything. Only proof that there is proof there is a God. Only does this say divine? A divine being. I could be divine being could get multiple entire cultures to stop eating bacon. Okay, sometimes that the it's in the joke, so I don't want to figure out the joke. But you're right. We just need to eat more bacon. No, I actually like pigs. Pigs are highly intelligent animals. That's what also kills me, is they can actually beat mirror people test. At, well, I don't know if they could do the mirror test. I know that they could Pavlovs. They're definitely sentient. They're conscious and sentient. I do know that they're highly intelligent, that they can beat you at games and stuff. They can use joysticks with their hooves. That we use them. The reason we use them for finding truffles and stuff in the same way that a dog can. They're very highly trainable. Just things like that.
I mean, we're apex predators, so there's no animals out there that regularly prey on us for food, but that doesn't mean it doesn't occasionally happen that once in a while humans end up on the menu for some other animal.
No, I think that's probably going to be right. I think what will happen is it'll be the 90+% of people who just they literally won't even know any different. There's always going to be, the sovereign citizen or whatever.
It will be a thing where at first it'll be like both of them, where you can get the real meat slaughtered from a live animal, or you can get the lab meat, and they'll compete with each other. And then eventually the people who buy the real meat will be shamed and castigated and mocked and ridiculed until they basically have to give it up. They'll be banned from social media. They'll be the restaurants will carry it. It'll be harder and harder to get until they basically won't be able to do it.
And if the family pig beats me in GoldenEye, I am having BLTs for a month.
Naught more than a fiction. On the contrary, the world that they will temporarily craft will instead be a hell. They will sell.
Okay, is it better than your real hell?
Like Sweden, Norway, Scandinavia.
Yeah,
these countries are pretty much hell on earth, right? Versus his utopia, the fucking Middle East, which is what he's propped that up a few times. Like, he's okay with Islam because they have moral system that's somewhat similar to his. But would you rather live in Norway or Sweden or Pakistan or Iran? I think that question is pretty rhetorical.
celebrate illusionary victories in the short term, but in the long
Has a headline that says Christianity is on the decline as number of
Illusionary
non-religious Aussies surges ahead in the latest census. Woo! Good job,
No.
Aussies.
It's not illusionary. They're not coming back, dude. They're not going to leave the church for a few years and then just suddenly start filing back into church. Not happening, dude. I'm sorry.
long term, they will be overtaken and defeated. In America, such liberators shall of course be the Christians.
Of course.
But in Europe, as strange as it may sound, such saviors shall in fact be Muslims.
And that's because the atheists are winning on both fronts. So good luck. You could have the Christians fight us here. You could have the Muslims fight in Europe. We're gonna win because y'all can't be right, but y'all can be wrong.
I mean, do you think Europe would be better as it is today, or with a continental-wide Sharia law system in place? Yeah, again, you don't really have to answer that. It's pretty obvious what the answer would be.
Laugh now, as you may. Ultimately, however, this atheist phase, alongside its consequences, shall be remembered throughout history not as an inspiring lesson, but a tragic warning. If you really can't bring yourself to believe in God, then that's fine.
Yep.
Be an agnostic. Just don't be an atheist.
Oh, we're sorry. We trigger him, Amy, because we're atheists.
And all right, I think we can.
Yeah, that's about it.
Close it on that, ladies and gentlemen.
This hammer the final nail in that
Atheism Is
coffin.
A Religion. We were listening to the opposition viewpoint from the channel Alex Hexagon, but I don't think that either of us became convinced. Just don't be an atheist, James.
Not a
That's
religion.
The final message. Don't be an atheist.
You might not agree with it. You might be a theist, but it doesn't mean atheism is a religion.
It's once again that fear of the A word. You got to be fear of not believing in God and being an atheist.
Doesn't mean you're a moral nihilist. It doesn't even mean you're a moral relativist. There are atheists who are objective moralists. There are atheists who run the gamut. That's like the thing. Like it's political issues, economic issues, philosophical issues, moral issues. We have atheists and theists all on all sides of every argument. It really is no absolute correlation. And maybe you could say there was a time where the atheist community was maybe more of that that left slant. That it probably still does have a leftward slant today, but as it continues to grow and expand, that's going to become less and less pronounced, and it is just going to be more of a mainstream movement of people who don't believe in God. Some liberal, some conservative, some capitalist socialist, and that's okay. That's okay. We don't have to agree on everything.
Well, and some
you
of
can
the
still
issues
be a good person.
They pick themselves to have fight with. Like it shouldn't be a liberal or conservative issue whether gays can get married.
Right.
Like they have reframed it in a way in which it becomes a liberal and conservative. But from an LGBTQ perspective, that's a family value you're supposed to be pushing, which is marriage.
It doesn't hurt anybody else. Like if you go to your doctor, Amy, and you feel like you feel happier living as a woman, and the doctor says it's the right thing to do, they're going to give you treatment, and that works for you. I mean, freedom says you don't have to care what anybody else thinks. You don't have to. You can give no fucks if somebody else doesn't agree with the clothes you wear, or your first name, or how you present yourself, because that's what freedom is all about. You have that freedom, and if somebody doesn't like it, they don't have to like it, but it doesn't affect what you're going to do. They can get pissed and they can cry on the internet about it, exactly like what they said when Amy said she would. She's considering maybe adopting one day, and they said we will do anything in our power to prevent you from adopting, not short of physically harming you to prevent that. Of course, we have to say that most of those.
Well, I've
people
had
would,
the person who was doing
not
death
do
threats has
that.
calmed down. I swear I must have won them over with a joke or something. But like, yeah, they get it extremely triggered, self-triggered. But
and you're like,
I
and
think
they're like, would your child be trans? And you're like, well, no. Statistically, it's very probable they would not be trans. But
he's a straight.
If they wanted to be, if that's what they were, I would accept them for who they are. I wouldn't try to force them one way or the other.
I wouldn't dare dream of Penelope somewhere else. She is like, I have my spot. Why do you keep trying to move me?
There she is. See Penelope too?
We support all kitties. Yes.
Well, look at Penelope there.
Yes. But all right, I think it's going to be our new thing. We're trying to keep things under 4 hours. So this ended up actually
come on quick, but
being a mighty. Well, see, I feel like if we open it even now, it's going to go over 4. Because we're at 3:45. You want to open it?
I don't know. I mean, we can open up for a little bit.
Okay.
I don't know.
Well, then I'm sending it in there. We
If
tend to have a preference.
I mean, we're not going to stay long. We don't plan on staying long. That should be a better.
I
We don't
also
plan on
want
being
to.
here till 6 in the morning.
I also do want to keep on sending. We're trying to get Leophilius up to 1,000.
Where's
He's
he at now?
extremely close. It's at 989, I think. We're getting him up there. Right, boom on Scream, but he is also in chat. Leophilius, Leophilius on YouTube. He is this close to getting his 1,000.
Thanks. 2 cool cats and a cool conversation. Thank you, Winston's mom.
Woo-hoo, sending love right back. We got adorable kitties. But I'm going to give another 5 minutes. So if someone does come on, we'll go over the 4. Because I like that we'll do it for the community. And I'll be honest with you, we love when theists and people come on who disagree with us. I'm going to be right back, but it's queued up.
I'll let anybody in if they come.
Yeah, that's
Oh, Skywatcher's cat says hi, Gizmo. Yes. Oh, here we go.
Here we go.
Just as Penelope.
Baby girl. Oh, how about up here? Up here? No. Not up
And
here.
Randolph. We got Randolph on deck too. Randolph, he's kind of a regular on the girl deck.
All right, so we are probably going to go live for another hour.
We'll see.
Okay. Hey, this has been a fun episode. It actually, we're talking atheism is a religion, and we are moving into our midnight ranting on our Skeptic and Ranting. Atheism is a religion. We're moving into the open mic, starting with P-Town. Woo!
Hey,
What is up, P-Town?
Hey, friends.
We hope
Welcome
you
back.
are doing well, and what I want to know is we are Skeptic and Ranting on Is Atheism a Religion? What are your thoughts?
Well, hopefully you guys are not bored of me. I'm here for you guys. I just poured a glass
Feel
of
the
wine
love.
Make it a big one.
want to give everyone something to chat about. I wish I had a
You watched the
definition
video?
for religion. Yeah, I did. Silly. It was cute, silly.
Again, this conversation is being recorded.
Look, so how would you define a religion? We talking
What do you think, Amy?
Is
Where
it-
would you go with on that?
Is there normally a reverence towards a divine belief? Normally, it's something towards a
Right.
reverence of like a supernatural, a paranormal.
I think it has to include
Of
like
God,
a deity
maybe?
of some kind.
yeah.
Well,
Faith-based system.
right. In that case, atheism obviously is not a religion. But if it's like, if we define it as something that takes faith, or if we define it as something that's a collective group of people that have a lot of interest in it, that get together, I would say atheism is moving towards a religion. I think that if you define it as something that requires faith, I would say evolution, the religion.
Well, I mean, we've all heard the things like,
Right.
I don't have enough faith to be an atheist because at the fundamental level, there are certain assumptions we have to make about reality that we just can't get around, that we can't actually verify. I just think we should make those as minimal as possible and not tack anything on there that doesn't need to be there. But we do have to make some of them. I think everyone acknowledges that.
Right. So I don't really know how to. I don't really know which side I lean on, but without defining religion,
It's like a semantics game, like how Ken Hovind plays this. He says evolution's a religion, atheism is a religion, and it comes down at the end of the day. It's how you define a word, and that can change over time, and that might not be words might not mean the exact same thing to everybody. It's not like an exact science, but yeah.
I think that. Well, I used to think that religion got in the way of science, but now that I look back, I think that if you look at Galileo, other scientists in the past that were chastised for their beliefs or for what they discovered by the church at the time, I looked at it like religion was holding back science. Now I look back and I look at it like, yeah, religion was holding back science, but it was the religious scientists of the time that were holding back science. So in the same way now I look at it as a lot of times I think that there's some religion going on in science per se that's holding some things back, possibly.
I think I know what you mean. I think you're trying to say that science structures itself, I guess, with the idea that there's no God or that it can investigate the supernatural. Methodological naturalism, which only applies science to things in the natural world, and things
Yeah,
that
I think
be falsified.
right, falsifiable. I think is key. You mentioned it today, and I get it. I understand where you're coming from. Since I used to be an atheist,
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, I got distracted there. I understand where you're coming from. Since I used to be an atheist, that even the thought of having God in the equation, even me now saying it that way, I feel like I sound stupid. But I think we could agree that God, if God was true, he is, but let's just say from your perspective, if he was real, he can't be falsified, correct?
Well, I mean,
I don't know about that.
if he absolutely exists, then you couldn't falsify him. But there has
Correct.
to be a way to test that. So how could we test that and see if now we might not be able to falsify it because if he's real, but what kind of confirmatory things would we look for that would point in that direction?
And I agree with you on, sure, we can possibly say science has to be testifiable, but I think that you and I could we agree that saying a theory has to be falsifiable in order for it to be science? Because you just agreed that it can't. If God was real and true, he can't be falsifiable.
Well,
So do you see do you understand the point I'm trying to make? Yeah.
I see what you're trying to make, but if we have a proposal and we don't know whether it's true or not, if it is actually true, then you can still try. You could try to falsify it. It just won't work. Like, that's how science works. Like, we take a hypothesis, we try to falsify it many different ways, and if we, after doing all that, if we're never able to falsify it, it always comes out on top, then we have to at least provisionally conclude that it seems like it's true. It doesn't mean it's absolutely
So by your
true.
definition of science right there is why I believe in God. Because so far, and the God of the Bible, because so far, not falsifiable. Not the reason, but a huge reason why. But it's stemming past that by saying, oh, your very reason for it, Patrick, or sorry, P-Town, your very reason for it is not scientific. That's where I think everything gets kind of fudged.
I mean, I think we have a pretty decent understanding of the natural world, and I don't see any need for a God in any of it. I don't think we need to invoke that as a explanatory explanation for things. But not to say that there aren't holes or gaps in our knowledge. There certainly are. It's just, why would we automatically think a God is the best solution to that? You want to get Randolph in after this?
Well, I was going to say, P-Town have one more final comment, but then just stick around with us. We'll get everyone in till we're in an open discussion.
That sounds good.
Okay. In fact, on that note of sounding good, we're going to keep on moving on. Randolph Richardson, we have been skeptic and ranting on Atheism Is A Religion.
Flyer on the girl deck.
Well, welcome on board. What are your thoughts about the video, the topic, or anything we talk about tonight?
Sorry, I just realized I had to unmute. Thank you for hosting this and for doing the response to that video. There's a lot of assumptions being made in there about atheism and about atheists, and looking at a one social network online, Reddit, to assume that that's representing all atheists, and then to turn around and call it propaganda just seems so... It's as if they don't have proper arguments to... so they have to make a bunch of stuff up. The title that you have here is Atheism Is A Religion? My answer to that is no. I put the definition of religion earlier in the YouTube chat here. I don't see it right now. I guess enough time's passed that it's moved up quite a bit. So I put up it's a noun. It's the belief and worship of a superhuman controlling power, especially a personal god or goddess or multiple deities, and that's, to me, makes sense for describing what a religion is. Now, there are many different types of religions, and most of the religions, it seems, have different denominations as well. So atheism, of course, is not a religion. It is, in my view, a classification of just not believing in deities. So normally we're talking about atheists, we're talking about people, because we're people. So we're talking about people who don't believe in deities. There's nothing else. Everything else is incidental. I know atheists who are science deniers. Not very many of them. I know atheists who, unfortunately, there's a few who are bigots, and we don't get along. There are atheists who believe other things, like Sasquatch or space aliens and abductions and things like that. So these are different things, of course. So there are also atheists who take strong positions that there are no deities in the world, and they're also part of the atheism demographic because a consequence of that is not believing in deities. Anyway, that's where we're at with that. There's nothing in atheism telling people how to behave, nothing ordering people to kill people or enslave people or anything like that, because there's just no doctrine. So the various characteristics and qualities of religions are just non-existent with atheism. So we're really on our own figuring out how to interact with other people and how to behave and whether to participate in meaningful ways in society to make life better for people. That's what I try to do. But there's nothing in atheism specifically compelling me to do this. The fundamental characteristic of atheism being freedom means I have the freedom to choose to do this without having to feel guilty for not choosing it. So it becomes entirely my decision if I want it to be. Thank you.
Thanks, Randolph. Good to hear from
Thank you
man.
so very much, Randolph. Welcome on board. It was lovely also sending love to Randolph Richardson's stream, which there are many fantastic non-believers, in fact, dare I say, atheists. T-Jump, JL Warren, we have Taco on there hosting with Randolph.
Get the captain of the girl deck, Peter.
And was P-Town, you the same P-Town who joined us on the stream?
Yes, he was.
Wow, great to hear your voice again.
And that's right, we have Peter, someone from the panel who also hosts many fantastic non-believers or produces many fantastic non-believers, is in the queue with us. But Randolph, thank you so very much. It's lovely having the godfather of atheists with us, and we're going to keep on moving down.
Thank you, James and Amy. Appreciate it. Yeah.
Beamsy, what is up? We are asking, is atheism a religion? In fact, we're skeptic and ranting, and I hope you're doing well, but what are your thoughts about the video, the topic, or anything we've been talking about tonight?
Of course, atheism is not a religion. It completely opposes a religion. That's the whole point of it. Like, I'm still a pagan, and that's why I don't fall into the field of an atheism. But also the idea of science, which P-Town brought up, it's just the expansion of knowledge. The scientific method is what you were describing there, James.
What's that?
You were describing the scientific method, the process of coming up with hypotheses and testing those hypotheses. The idea of science is just an expansion of knowledge. That's just the basis of it. The way we go about it is the scientific method. That's where people get a bit confused over it. In the same way that as soon as you start bringing faith is a basis of a religion, or if anyone has a following tenets or any large groups that accept things, that means sports fans are a religion.
Right.
You've got anything that is a group of people that has rules set in place. So a concert, that would be a religion.
So Mike McDaniel, the coach of the Miami Dolphins, would be the Pope then, my Pope.
Pretty much. That's why you've got to be careful with redefining things so loosely. But that's just my issue with trying to shift the words.
Woohoo! Thank you so very much, BMZ. Couldn't agree more. And all right, and also I see James Wolfe down there. I am sending the link into the Ubosphere, and I will also pin it.
Poor James is feeling down in the down under.
Sending love to James Wolfe out there. Thank you so very much, BMZ. Welcome on board. And we got Peter, Pseudonym, and James Wolfe in the queue. Speaking of which, Pieter, we are skeptic and ranting on Is Atheism a Religion? It's lovely having you on board. But what are your thoughts about the video, the topic, or anything we talk about?
Okay. Well, first of all, my thoughts were, where the hell is my virtual camera? But it seems to not work. So it's always good to have backup virtual camera.
Hey.
So I got it to work. Is atheism a religion, and does it have doctrine? First thing I like to say about that is I really wish that Randolph would behave.
Behave.
Yeah. But yeah. So no, atheism is not a religion. One of the things that if you want to annoy me, then start an atheist church. I think that is the dumbest thing I've ever heard, and still people are doing it. I get it. People want to have some sense of community, which you don't get in atheism because it's not a religion. There's not a church. There's really nothing apart from the fact that you don't accept the current God claims. In my country, that's no longer an issue because people have found community in other ways. I mean, you can have a community in the kind of sports you like. You can have community in any kind of hobby you have. So there are literally thousands of communities that you can take part in. So there really is no need for a church anymore, which I think is kind of a good thing. Because if we look at churches these days, Amy, they're really trying to suck you in. I don't know if you've noticed, but yes, because
among other things.
Recently I saw this.
Oh my!
That is clearly aimed at Amy.
Says, First Assembly of God, tell him how important he is. Get on your knees daily and show your love. He will come for you.
Yes.
Well, that seems very much authoritarian to me.
Yes.
Cool.
But
and also a lot of my Pornhub tab.
Yeah, this is the only reason why it would be kind of a shame if churches go away, because we would no longer have these
memes like
church
that.
signs. One other thing I wanted to share with the community, and I'm not saying that the Dutch, who are mostly atheistic or at least defined as non-believers, I don't say that we had anything to do with this, but I want to show you a picture that was taken just a few kilometers, not miles, mind you, few kilometers from where I live. This is not photoshopped.
That looks beautiful.
We have taken the rainbow away from God. We have made it clear that we are clear in our message, that we have to be clear about atheism. It's a clear rainbow. It's a rare phenomenon. It's not actually a rainbow. It is what is called I don't know if it's called that way in English. It roughly translated from the Dutch. This is a fog bow. So this happens when there's fog close to the ground, and then you have the sunlight coming in, and that will reflect off of the little fog droplets that are hovering above the earth, and they don't seem to have the prism effect that a rainbow has. So it shows up completely white, which I think was absolutely beautiful.
So fogbow is not clear avoyant. Not clear avoyant.
No, it's not clear avoyant. It isn't. But I'm going to save this picture, and I'm going to use it a lot because I just find it absolutely stunning. And the fact that this was so near to where I live, where it actually happened, and someone was there with a camera to capture it. But yeah, so eat your heart out, Ken Ham.
That's right. Of our Take Back the Rainbow stream. You remember that name?
Yeah,
I remember.
From the LGBT.
You can take back the rainbow.
Now we have two rainbows.
I'm going to have to update my Ken Ham meme now.
Yes. But
yeah, thank you so very much, Peter.
Yeah, as for atheism being a religion, it isn't. And I get it. I really get it why Christians or Muslims or whatever other religion is claiming this wants to do that, because deep down they know that their position just is taken on faith. And if you drag down others who base their position on evidence to your level, yes, that might be easier to fight them. But it's not going to work because it's not a religion. Words have usages, and the usage of the word religion entails that that you have to worship something or someone or multiple someones, and that it will have some kind of afterlife for you. None of those things are applicable to atheism. So stop calling it a religion.
It's not like Kent Hovind who says anything that has any type of belief in it. Oh, if you believe something, that's a religion.
Yeah.
No, not at all.
And then he goes as far as saying, if you believe that I am wrong, that's a belief system.
Okay, I thought you were going to say life after love.
No.
Oh, so you haven't sat there and watched animals evolve for billions of years. You just believe it because the scientist says it happened. So that's a religion.
Yeah. And Hovind will go as far as saying that the absence of a belief is a belief. It isn't. It isn't. Stop doing anything but using your brain. Start using your brain. But yeah. So that's my 2 cents for
Thank
today.
you so very
Great
much,
to see you,
Peter.
Peter. Thanks for coming on.
Yes, and
thanks
for bringing
showing
us another
this,
rainbow.
Beautiful picture. Yeah, it's amazing.
I found it really amazing. It made the news here in the Netherlands, so I saved it because I may even have it printed out and hang it somewhere on the wall because I think it's absolutely stunning.
I mean, if you can see that and not think that it took an amazing God to create something like that, I don't know, Peter.
Yeah. I mean, it must have been laundry day, and he must have put the colors in with the whites, and that's how this turned up.
Yeah,
I don't know how this happened.
You know, he forgets how the laws of physics are. He just has random things happen. So
Yeah.
Why would God need clothing? Why would he need to wash clothing?
Because he really cares about the genital area and how it should not be exposed and should not be someone shouldn't focus on that particular area. So even God would need clothes, even though he doesn't have a body. But there is kind of a dick contest when you look at the different religions.
All right, now you have my full attention.
My God has a bigger dick than your God. I mean.
Yes, E.V. Peterson called your God a beta.
Amy, you might just have to host a stream on the topic of how often God engages in sexual intercourse.
Oh my! Well, I mean, we have had a theist come forward that said they have a sexual relationship with God.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing, though. I might have a good guest for you. It's someone that I met on Mark Stoney's channel. I think you all know about Mark Stoney, who is running a 24/7 live stream exposing Kent Hovind. He does on Saturdays. He will have an open mic where you can just jump in. And somewhere, I met on there is called Deviant Outcast, and now I forgot whether she's from Sweden or from Denmark. It's one of the two. She's an Egyptologist, so she could tell you everything about the ancient Egypt creation myth, which is basically a god masturbating and swallowing his own sperm and thus creating the entire universe. I mean,
don't kink shame.
That beats Christianity, Judaism, and Islam hands down. I mean, masturbating God.
Oh,
I mean,
it beats it, especially if the sperm bank's closed.
Yes.
It also just beats itself in general. Okay, enough of that. Tip your waitress, ladies and gentlemen. We are moving forward. Peter, thank you so very much. We only got Pseudonym and James Wolfe, and then we're going to get our girl deck on. Pseudonym, welcome on board. We are asking ourselves, is atheism a religion? Hope you're having a good night. And what are your thoughts about the video, the topic, or anything we've been talking about tonight?
Well, thank you for having me on this. Hello, Amy, James, Peter.
James Wolfe, I was thinking the same thing. People can't see it, so James Wolfe put in the private chat, Stargate, Peter? I'm looking at a Goa'uld. I'm just saying.
But pseudonym.
Thank you for having me on to the Church of Amy. I mean,
thank you so very much.
This congregation, or I apologize, I mean, just StreamYard, but there is a possibility that atheism could be a religion.
How?
I think a lot of people rely, or a lot of atheists rely on the definition of religion to have necessarily a God entitled or intertwined with it.
Oh.
But there are other definitions of religion which could pretty much say that there is a particular faith or there's a pursuit of interest in a certain topic that they seem important. I'm
really curious. Can you explain how?
He'll get there.
Actually, his introduction. We can get it when we're.
I'm sorry. Too much coffee.
So I can't say that it necessitates religion to be intertwined with a God when you can be religious without one, and that would fit the same definition. So it could be that atheism, even though it lacks the belief in God, in pretty much intertwining with the different senses of defining atheism. So you can have atheism, which is no God, or the lack of gods without the actual evidence, but that's just a different definition in which I'm trying to make analogous to religion necessitating a God, but it doesn't necessarily have to fit that definition, where you could just have a pursuit of interest that you really believe in to give you your fundamental beliefs. And that would still fit the definition of religion. And that's pretty much my opening. But thank you for having me on, Amy, James,
Pseudonym, can I ask
the
you one quick
Godfather.
question? Pseudonym?
Sure.
So basically, what atheism is we don't believe your God claim. How's that a religion?
Because it takes faith. It's like faith. It's being faith and faithlessness, because you don't know what my God belief is. For all you know, you could be analogous to yours. But
I didn't say your God belief. I said the claim.
yeah, the claim that God exists, but you're still. But an atheist will still assert that no God exists.
No,
So we're
I don't
still
believe. I don't believe your God claim. How's that a religion?
Because I can say that I don't believe your claim in no God.
I didn't
So
make
then I
a
can say-
claim in no God. I said I don't believe your God claim. How's that a religion?
Because it's intertwined with faith. That's like me saying I don't believe.
How does
I don't
me
believe
not
in-
believing you? How does me not believing you require faith?
Because you require for me to not take the position that I believe that you don't believe in no God.
If
Yeah,
I were to tell you
we're-
that I'm a multi-billionaire, and you don't believe me, I think. So would that require faith for you to not believe me?
Would it require faith for me not to believe you?
Mm-hmm. Let's say it different. So I'll make the claim: I can fly without an airplane, without any.
Hey, Peter, sorry to interrupt, but this is his introduction. Why don't we wait until the introductions are over and then pursue this as a group?
Yeah, I mean, we could bring in Wolfe and then we can go on from there. I don't mean to take the whole spot right now.
In fact, James is the last person, so we'll just get James in here, and then Peter and Pseudo, if you want to keep on going right back at it, that sounds good. We are talking atheism is it a religion? Welcome aboard, Pseudonym. But James Wolfe, welcome. We are Skeptic and Ranting. We are asking, is atheism a religion? Hope you're doing well. And what are your thoughts about the video, the topic, or anything we've been talking about tonight?
Hey, Amy James. Thanks for having me. Hey, everybody. I'm glad that Pseudonym kind of delivered that, because it kind of overlaps with what I want to go over somewhat. I'll try. Hopefully, this won't be too convoluted. I had a lot of thoughts through that whole video, but I tried to sort of make it
so much
compact.
Wisdom.
Exactly, yeah. So what I mainly thought of was just, obviously just how religious ideas supposedly passed on down to ostensibly atheist philosophies and ideologies. And there's a couple of books have been written over the last 10 years by a fellow named John Gray. I don't know if anybody's familiar with him. He wrote a book called Black Mass and a book called Straw Dogs. He's very huge critic of Enlightenment values, of secular humanism, but he's not religious at all, and he takes it supposedly from a philosophical and purely empirical viewpoint. So he kind of suggests that that things like, hopefully I'm not strawing the manning too much, but my understanding of it was that of his ideas was that secular humanism has inherited a lot of the negative extremist tendencies of religion, and that's sort of been reflected in movements like Jacobinism and Marxism. And I don't know if it was him that coined this phrase, but it was someone, and there was also, but it's similar to it, something called democratic messianism. So just trying to say that there's all these different religious extreme tendencies within certain ostensibly secular philosophies. And I remember his central thesis, to sum it up, was that, okay, well, Christianity and Islam, they're not true, but it's much more reasonable to say that a supernatural power is driving man to perfection, or driving man to a transcendent state of being, than we are able to do it ourselves. So that the fact that, so he's sort of projecting onto secular humanism the idea that humankind's transcending towards perfection, but without the benefit of a metaphysical or supernatural force, the way these other philosophies and ideologies are. That a metaphysical power is facilitating this rather than we are, and engineering a supernatural result through terrestrial means. So I hope that made some sense. What I'd like to suggest is that atheistic movements, and I don't even know if you could call Jacobinism atheistic. There was like the French Revolution. There was the cult of the supreme being within that, but an atheism that drew from religious traditions. So, atheism such as Jacobinism and communism. There's really strong. It's really inherited a lot of religious traditions in its extreme tendencies, I think, and it's apocalyptic and utopian. It's really inherited. Most importantly, it's apocalyptic and utopian mythology. Had this idea of the Soviet new man, and this idea that we're ascending towards a type of perfection, a type of heaven on earth. I think there's strong evidence that the Marxist-Leninism and the mythology that was built around the Soviet Union, that's really incorporating Christian ideas and religious ideas. Sorry, I'll try not to be much longer. Yeah, I guess that's just about. Oh yeah, just the fallacies that he sort of indulged in over that video too. I mean, the idea that inherent to the human condition. I don't know. Is that an appeal to tradition? that religion supposedly inherent to the human condition. Also, that I don't know if it's analogous to say that if something's been in mankind for a long time in the history of mankind, that makes it an inherent or innate trait. I mean, you could say the same thing about slavery. I know that, pacifists, and I know we were just touched on this briefly a moment ago, vegetarianism and veganism. There's the fact that there was slavery once, and that was considered a natural condition or part of the human condition. We could, the presupposition that these things are
rape.
just...
You see rape in the
Sorry,
animal
yeah,
kingdom.
absolutely.
You see rape has happened all throughout history.
Grape. TOS, grape.
Oh, yeah, grape. Does that mean it's something intrinsic or something that we need to revere and persevere with, or is it something you need to move away from?
Yeah, well, I mean, pacifists and animal activists would say now, I think they say, well, we always used to think that slavery was part of the human conditions, but there's no reasonable person would now mount an argument for it. It's lost on the, well, not the vegetarian vegan side, but the slavery side certainly. And pacifists would say, oh well, people have always believed that, war was always an inherent trait of the human condition. Well, they used to think that about slavery, so we shouldn't let these presuppositions make us assume that they're innate traits. And I would say that's the idea that, to the extent that it has been a part of human history, I think that we can apply that idea equally to theism and spiritual ideas, the belief in the supernatural, that it's just a preconception that we can dispense with, and the arguments and the logical high ground, if you want to put it like that, or just the debate can be over effectively for the supernatural and theism, in the same way that the debate and for slavery is over, or and it is too in this if you want to take a very limited sense in the creationism versus evolution. I know that's only a small part of the whole argument, but the debate's over. That's the presupposition. I don't know, people are still clinging on to it, but it's a presupposition that we can turn over if it's not reasonable to hold it. And the fact that it's been there for a long time, or even as long as the humankind's been around, it's no reason for us to hold on to it. Sorry, thanks for listening. Sorry for letting me go.
Let me tell you, we are here to be skeptic and ranting. So thank you so very much. And it looks like we're about to head into open dialogue. Looks like we got an almost full girl deck. Though let me actually bring it out, because it looks like Randolph. Oh, okay, I thought he was sharing screen for a second, and then I just realized it's just him. Even better. But with that, ladies and gentlemen, we have the full girl deck with us, including a cat and, as Doorknob had, I think, once said, a moose. Cooper wants to say hi. Hi, Cooper. Yes. But we are Skeptic and Ranting on Is Atheism a Religion? This is the girl deck that we are working with tonight. I know Pseudonym and Peter, you guys are having an interesting conversation, or really whatever you would like to talk about. It's really the atheism versus theism, because
don't everybody start at one.
No, I think we were just talking about the lack of atheism and religion, but I do like James Wolfe's position as well. P-Town has been out of the picture for a bit, so I don't know if he wants to say anything, but I didn't hear Peter say anything, so I'm going to move on to James.
Well, it did sound like there's talk about religion being applicable to many different things. It seems that a lot of people are forgetting the word ideology. Religion is one type of ideology, and I think the word ideology probably fits better. So things can be ideological. To be religious, there is that superhuman power that gets involved in things that many other ideologies may not have. Like multi-level marketing schemes can be quite ideological, but they're not religions, although they'll share many characteristics with religions, just not the deity part.
Right, but you can. That means you can still be religious without God, right?
I'm not aware of major religions that don't have any deities.
What about like Buddhism? I feel
Buddhism
like that's
has
some
deities.
major.
It's polytheistic. Yeah, every temple you go to, there's a happy Buddha and Guan Yin and a whole bunch of others.
Buddha is a man, and he's actually a representation of betterment. Buddhism doesn't actually have a deity, but they do have.
No, it has multiple deities.
No, that's Hinduism.
Huh?
Hinduism is the one that's polytheistic.
Randolph, I think
Buddhism
you're
and
confused
Hinduism are
with
very different religions,
Hinduism.
although they
Yes.
both have Vedic roots.
Yeah, but Buddhism doesn't necessarily have a deity. So
No,
Buddha
it has multiple
isn't-
deities. It's polytheistic.
Yeah, I think you're confusing it with Hinduism.
No, I'm not.
There are elements.
I just
of
named two of the
supernatural in
deities
Buddhism.
from Buddhism, in Chinese Buddhism, for example.
So this kind of made my point that you don't there's a confusion somewhere in between where you can have religion and that doesn't have to necessarily it doesn't have to have.
No, I'm not confused about this. I studied this. And there are some people who claim that they are Buddhists and that Buddhism doesn't have deities. There are people who are interested in the philosophical aspects of Buddhism, and that's I think that's where that comes from. And that's
but
fine.
I think a lot of
Buddhism
atheists
itself
use,
definitely has deities.
Yeah, but I think a lot of atheists use Buddhism as an example that you don't have to have deities to have religion. And I think hold on, I just want to finish my thought.
All
I
the
think
scriptures, they're there. Just like it's like saying Christianity without a God. It's part of the scriptures.
So you don't believe in any kind of atheistic. Obviously, you can't say atheistic religion.
I think there is one, a very old one. I'll try to look it up and see. But the major religions, from what I can tell, all have deities.
Yeah, but we have like Beamsy in the house, who is like religious.
Sorry?
Takes
We have
on this. I was gonna say we have one because Beamsy recites more to the Celtic religion, but he's an atheist, so that's kind of the same position where there's spiritual atheists.
The closest you could call me would be a spiritual atheist.
Yeah,
because
Beamsy doesn't consider himself an atheist.
the closest you could call me would be a spiritual atheist because I don't follow the religious tenets, and the gods have actually been.
That's up to him.
Somebody's roboting.
But pseudonym.
So
I still have a
Confucianism
question.
is the one I was thinking of. Confucianism is the one I was thinking of that some people call religion, and it seems more philosophical to me. It doesn't have any deities. Deism has deities. And sorry, not deism. Was not the word I was looking for. What is it? I apologize. The name is at the tip of my tongue, and I'm not remembering. Go ahead, somebody.
Star Wars and Star Trek fans. I'm just kidding. I love both those series. Too.
I was still curious about. Pseudonym made a really weird claim that I have trouble getting my head around, and that is that if someone makes a claim and you don't believe the claim, then you need faith in order to not believe the claim. I really would like him to explain how faith is needed to reject a claim, any claim.
What would be like the God example? If I were to say God exists, you want evidence, right? But if part of my definition would say that you don't need evidence, right? It would be a belief.
The fact that I would need evidence would already rule out faith.
No, because your position would be that there is no God. And
that's not what I said. and I said that several. I said that several times. I said that several times.
But you're an atheist, right?
So I put to you a specific. I put to you a specific scenario. You claim a God exists, and I don't believe your claim. That doesn't mean that I'm now saying that no gods exist. And you said that requires faith. How does it require faith to reject your claim because you don't have the evidence to back it up? Me requiring evidence already rules out faith.
Yeah, the proof demands that you have the evidence of no evidence. You have lack evidence. That is enough proof for you to decide that's why you're an atheist.
I have lack evidence.
That's why you're you're an atheist.
I have no clue. I have no clue what that means. What does it mean that I have lack evidence?
You have no evidence for no God. I'm not saying is what he's
I don't need evidence.
thinking.
I don't need evidence for no God in order to reject the claim of a specific God.
But that's your position.
That is not my position. It's the fourth time that I'm saying this.
Okay, you're right.
You claim
Peter.
a God exists. You claim a God exists. I don't believe your claim.
Peter, you're
Unless
right.
you can
According
back
to
it
your
up
rules,
with evidence.
you're right. According to your rules of logic.
Peter, hold on, because Pseudonym has trouble grasping this. You make a claim God exists. I do not believe your claim until you can come up with evidence. That does not mean that I'm now making the claim that no gods exist.
Yeah, but my evidence, I can say, is a lack of evidence.
Yes.
And you would accept.
You have
that.
a lack of evidence, so you need faith in order to believe that your God exists. I do not need faith. I do not need faith in order to reject your claim.
You do. You have the faith that there is a lack of evidence. I am literally handing you
I don't have
nothing,
faith that there is lack of evidence. I don't need faith that there is lack of evidence, because I can ask you, do you have evidence? And if you don't have evidence, you don't have evidence. I don't need faith for that.
Yeah, because I can give you the evidence, which is nothing.
That would be great. What's your evidence?
That's the evidence, that I have no evidence, and you believe it, and that makes up.
Wait, what?
Your worldview.
You have evidence. Your evidence is that you have no evidence.
But that's what you want.
No. I want to see your evidence for your God claim.
I want your evidence for no God claim. It's exactly what you want from me.
I didn't make. This is the sixth time I'm saying this. I didn't make a no God claim.
Your belief makes an assertion of who you are. Your assertion is that you're an atheist. So
no, my belief. I don't have. First of all, I don't have a belief. No. First of all, I don't have a belief. I reject your claim that a God exists.
So you believe that you reject my claim.
That's it.
You believe that you reject my claim, right?
No, I know that I reject your claim because you don't have evidence.
So you can't believe what you know. That doesn't make any sense.
No. Knowledge is a subset of belief.
Yeah, and you believe that.
I know this because you don't have evidence. That's confirmation. That's confirmation of the rejection of the claim. So I don't need to believe something. I can know it because I can test this by asking you for the evidence for your God claim. You just said there is no evidence, which means that you only take your God claim on faith, which is a complete trust without evidence, even against all evidence. That is what your faith means.
But
I'm an epistovist. Do you know what an epistovist is, Pseudonym?
I can't say it has to do with that. I can't say it has to do with knowledge because you might be pronouncing it wrong.
Epistovist. An epistovist is someone who rejects faith as the most dishonest position to take. And anything that requires faith in order to believe it should be rejected for that reason.
But you believe that. That's faith.
Did you understand? Did you understand what I just said?
Yes, I understand.
Can you repeat it back to me in your own words?
Not necessarily, but.
So you didn't understand it.
I did understand it. I don't know.
What does it mean? What does it mean? What I just said.
It's a weird conundrum because from my understanding, it says that you don't believe what you're saying, but saying that you don't understand what you're saying.
Didn't understand it. Do you want me to repeat it? You want me to repeat it?
Sure, go ahead.
I'm an epistivist. I reject faith for it being the most dishonest position to take. And everything that requires faith in order to believe it should be rejected for that reason alone.
Do you have scientific evidence for that?
You don't understand what I said.
Do you have scientific evidence for that? Is that a yes or no?
Do I need scientific evidence for this?
Oh God!
So you don't need science.
I have evidence. I have evidence for this. Do you think so? Can I ask what kind of God do you believe in? Just answer the question. What is the God that you believe in? Is it the Christian God? Is it the what?
A theistic God. I'm not trying to be in the position where you can criticize.
No.
I believe.
I'm asking.
Just trying to have a conversation.
This is necessary.
There's other people in
this
here.
is necessary for the conversation. Can you tell me what God do you believe in? Do you believe in the God of the Bible, the God of the Quran, the God of the Torah, the God of any God of the Bhagavad Gita? What God do you believe in?
I believe in any God that you believe in.
Oh, you're an atheist.
Sure, I'm a agnostic theist. Sure.
No, you're an atheist.
No, I'm an agnostic theist.
Like you can't be because you said you believe in any God I believe in.
That's unknowable.
And I'm an atheist. I'm an atheist. That would make you an atheist. Why is it so difficult for you to say which kind of God you believe in? This is just for a hypothetical thing. I'm not going to attack your God. I'm not going to attack your religion. I just want to make a point.
Yeah, because you play so many games with definitions. There's no reason for me to do the same thing.
I know that you're afraid that you can't hold your position, so I'll do it differently. Do you think that a Christian can believe in the Christian God merely based on faith? Yes or no?
Yeah, I think a lot of this channel says that they're not trying to take away from your God belief.
Can a Muslim believe in the God of Islam merely based on faith?
Anybody can believe whatever they want to believe, but you as you said, it doesn't
I'm
take
just trying
scientific proof.
Hold on.
You don't need scientific proof.
I know you have difficulty understanding, so let's not veer away from this. So now we have two mutual exclusive positions: the God of Islam and the God of Christianity. You can believe both are true just based on faith. Does that mean that faith is a reliable path to truth?
You would have to define truth.
Can both gods exist at the same time?
I mean, in the reality of the world, you have Christians and Muslims living on the same.
I'm asking you,
Earth,
can the God of Islam, who clearly stated in the Quran that the God of the Bible isn't real, that Jesus isn't God, can that God coexist with the God of the Bible? Which the Bible says you can't have any other gods So that would rule out the God of Islam. So now we have two mutual exclusive gods. Can they both exist? Yes or no?
You would have to tell me what position you're taking for that to be true.
I'm asking you a simple question. We
No,
have
because
two gods.
we
We
probably
have two
would.
gods that both claim that the other one isn't real. Can both be real?
We would both logically conclude that the answer is no. But it
Hey,
doesn't change the
Amy,
fact that you're an
Amy, please
atheist and
check the
I'm a
private
theist.
chat.
So wouldn't that mean that faith is not a reliable path to truth because you can believe in both gods merely based on faith?
No, because you're including faith to necessitate a god. That's what I've been saying since I joined.
You really don't get this?
It's the same thing as saying that when you wake up in the morning and you put your feet on the ground, you know there's not
I'll
going to
make
be a
it.
nail there.
I'll make it a little bit more simple.
See you later,
Based on
Pete.
faith, could you believe that the God of Christianity exists? Yes or no?
Okay, just hang on for a sec. Amy,
hold on.
James. No, Amy and James. James White has a note to you in the private chat.
Yes, it looks like James Wolfe, do you want to have your outro?
I did want to talk to James
sure.
Wolfe, though, if that's possible.
Yeah, sure. Sorry, now that we've jumped in, I might as well, if that's cool.
What did you want to say to him, Pseudo?
Absolutely.
No, I do like James Wolfe because he's a historian, and I like to think I'm a make-believe historian.
Pseudonym. I love the fact that every single time you and I have a chat on here, and I have a question that backs you into a corner, you really want to try to obfuscate and derail and diffuse the conversation. You made a claim about me that I need faith. I just pointed out to you that I reject faith, which is something that you don't understand. Then I tried to explain to you how faith is not a reliable path to truth. And I think you already know that it isn't, which is why you want to derail the conversation. Am I correct?
No, I just don't like to be so directing. I like to have conversation, but it doesn't mean that it has to be so hostile.
I like to hash out whether or not you know what faith means. Before accusing other people of doing things that they do not do. That would make for an honest conversation. I don't make claims about you that I can't back up with evidence.
Pseudonym, say.
I wouldn't lie about your position either.
So Peter,
this is why it ruffles my feathers if you're going to make claims about me that aren't true.
Peter, I'm going to give you a gift, but you have to let.
In order to have a.
Well, trust me, I'm going to give you a gift, but pseudonym, say the last word.
You're roboting a little,
and
Amy.
then we're going to get someone new in.
And then we'll get James Wolfe still have to go.
Yeah, and that too. Pseudonym, did you have just a final statement? Or
no, I apologize to Peter. I mean, I actually like Peter. He's very funny.
I would really like to have a longer conversation with you sometime, Pseudonym, if you're up to it.
And I am going to add in Rebel. What is up? We are Skeptic and Ranting on Is Atheism a Religion? It is lovely to have you on board. What are your thoughts about the video, the topic, or anything we've been talking about tonight?
I forgot what we were talking about earlier in the chat, but I hopped back in here and I heard somebody asking pseudonym. Looks like it was Peter. Can you repeat your question? I think I have an answer. I caught the last bit of the question.
I asked him several questions.
What was the last? What was the last one you're talking about? About like, can two different kind of gods exist simultaneously?
No. I said, can two mutual exclusive gods that claim that the other one doesn't exist, can those exist simultaneously?
Well, earlier I think you pointed to the commandment about worshiping worshiping Yahweh, the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, right, of Israel, as the one and only true God, and to have no other gods before.
That's not a claim I made. I just pointed out that both the Quran and the Bible state that there are no other gods.
No, wait. But what about in the first commandment where it says, "I am Yahuwah, your God, and you shall have no other gods before me"? How is that neglecting the existence of other gods?
It isn't. It's actually opening up for multiple gods to exist, as it does on several occasions all throughout the Bible and the Torah.
It's because we're playing words and definitions.
No. The Bible is clear that other gods exist. The Bible lists several gods. I think there dozens of gods are named in the Bible, which means that there are other gods, because otherwise, why would they be named in the Bible as gods?
So, did you just answer your question then?
It says worshiping. It would say that evolution.
It also states that there are no other gods. The Bible isn't that clear. It has
correct.
multiple contradictions
It says things like some people worship creation rather than the creator. They're gods. Anyway, we're just playing word games.
Right. I think you answered your own question, Peter. Like, you sound kind of contradictory to me because you're admitting the Bible both admits that there are other gods.
I made it a little clearer. The Quran states that Jesus is not God. The Bible states that Jesus is God.
Okay, so
can both exist at the same time? So can Jesus be both God and not God at the same time?
Of course not. But then at that point, you're talking about the same. You're talking about the same figure with a different interpretation. It's not two different Jesus Christ existing.
It gets a little iffy too because
it is because one is God and the other one is just a prophet.
Right, and the Quran, of which Islam is based off of, that's not inspired by the one true God, unlike the Bible is.
The Quran states that the Bible is corrupted and should not be believed.
Well, actually, did you read the part where it actually says, if you have any doubt about this book, meaning
I did a show on the Quran. We're currently doing an entire show on the Bible.
Yeah, it actually says to ask the people of the book, meaning the people who read the Bible. Do you know it said that in the Quran?
It said in the Quran that the Bible is the word of God, but it has been corrupted by humans and should not be believed.
Okay, they can say whatever they want, but at the end of the day, does it make it true?
It makes it exactly as true as anything that the Bible says.
What's your measure of truth? Like, what's your universal?
Not at all. In this case, not at all. In this case, not at all.
Make that claim?
I'm not making that claim. I use this as a tool to try and have him understand whether or not faith is a reliable pathway to truth.
Okay, bro. Are you atheist?
Yes.
Okay, see, look, you don't even have the basics down, right? Like you don't even have the fundamental level of logic and reasoning and what should be common sense to know that just a generic concept of a God, meaning an eternal, supreme, almighty creator, intelligent designer being exists. Okay, so first
I can reject that claim based on the fact that we have no evidence that such a thing exists.
No dog in this fight, bro. If you can't even acknowledge the existence of a generic God like a deist as opposed to
why would I consider a generic God? Why would we need to make up gods?
Do you understand?
Why?
Are you familiar with
no, that's not what deism is. That's not what deism is.
Yeah,
why should we make up?
Dude? What's deism?
let me ask you a question. Why
Oh
would
my
you
God,
need
see,
to make
well,
up?
my
Why
question-
would you call yourself Rebel Nazarene? Why would you need to make up a god
What?
in order
James Wolfe wants to have his
to
closing in a
defend?
second, so
James Wolfe needs to go.
yeah, he's
James,
really
can
has
you
to go
start
this
talking?
In fact, so
Yeah,
we're gonna.
James,
I
give
know
James the floor.
Peter and Rebel will actually be able to go right back to it. So, James, thank you so very much
Yeah,
for
James,
being
cool.
on with us. Lovely to have you as always. We've been asking, is atheism a religion? What are your final thoughts?
I did want. Oh, sorry.
Oh no! Trust me, we'll go for
We'll go back
probably
to you.
another 45 minutes after. So we still got some time. But James, all yours.
Yeah, thanks. No, I just got to run. I got to make dinner. So, no, thanks everyone. I just wanted to, just chuck in maybe a counterpoint to what I was talking about earlier about, that we've, that religion and the belief in the supernatural is a part of the human condition. One thing I think is worth considering too is just the rich secular traditions that we sometimes neglect have been there for, as long as human history can record. I'm probably betraying my ignorance here just by going back to the 4th century BC, but Epicurus and Lucretius, there's a really rich tradition of secular humanism, for humanistic philosophy there. And I think generally, more than perhaps we realize, is that the secular traditions were generally suppressed to the extent that they were wiped out in a lot of places, particularly in the East, particularly in the subcontinent and places like this. We sometimes overstate the extent that it's synonymous with the human condition. Thanks heaps, Amy, James, everybody. Sorry to interrupt the conversation there.
Not at all.
Wanted to say
James,
goodbye to everybody.
I
Really
will keep
enjoyed
on
it.
saying it.
No problem.
Pat, and BMC
Just-
do the thing
just
that
one thing,
creationists don't do. They do research. It's amazing. But thank you so very much for being on here.
James, one
Thanks,
thing.
James.
What you put in the private chat here earlier. Yes, there is
Very
Stargate
cool.
right there
Love it.
behind me.
Oh, that's the magic.
And it works.
Oh, no kidding. Oh, the cringe magic.
Have a great stream, guys. Take care.
Good night, James.
Catch you later, James.
Yeah, so Peter, like I was saying, you're in no position to try to distinguish between which religion or holy book may be true if you don't even believe in a God in the first place. First, get that part straight, because that part is a lot easier to figure out.
I believe none of the gods. I believe none of the gods are true, because none of the God claims can live up to their burden of proof.
Well, can we at least agree on something?
Which
Can we agree on- Go ahead, Peter.
why I can reject all of them.
Can we at least agree on something? Can we agree that we're talking about the same thing that people have been thinking about forever? Like, where did we come from and where are we going? If your position is nothing and we're going nowhere, it's still a position. Can we agree that those are the discussions we're having?
That's not
What
my
is your position? What can we agree
the fact
on?
that we came. The fact that
Have a
we came from
conversation.
nothing. The fact that we came from nothing is actually the theist proposal, because most gods that are proposed, at least the three largest religions, the Abrahamic God supposedly created everything from nothing. So the theists are the ones who claim that we came from nothing.
Sure,
Atheists
whatever.
do not claim
Peter, whatever. But can we agree that we're asking the question, where did we come from? Can we agree on that? No.
Nope.
What can we agree on, Peter? Because there's no point on talking if we can't have a basis of what we agree on. What can we agree
I know
on?
where I came. I know where I came from. My parents. So that's a very easy answer to that particular question.
Where
And
do
if you
your
want to
parents
know
come
where
from?
they came from my grandparents,
Where do your grandparents come from?
from their parents,
Where do their parents come from?
from their parents.
Okay, so now tell me where the first man and woman came from, genius.
His
There
point
were no
is,
first man
can
and
we?
woman. There were no
his-
first man and woman.
How
His
can you be
point
so
is-
certain?
No first man or woman? What?
Wait a second.
There were
Wait a
no
second.
first
Hold on,
man
hold on.
and woman.
There's an
Yeah.
issue here.
How is that possible? There's a first man.
There's an issue. How can you be so certain that there is a first man and first woman? How
There's simple
have you
logic.
been
There's a
able to
first
rule
for
out that
everything.
there were multiple at the beginning, or
There's a
what?
first for everything. Give me an example where there's a first for.
I
there's
can
not
I
a
can
first
I
for
can
anything.
explain, Rebel. I can explain this to you really easy. So, can you imagine a square? On the right, it is red, and on the left, it is blue. Where is the position where it's no longer blue if you go from left to right? Where's the position where it's no longer blue and where it's red?
That'll be right about the middle if you split it in half.
That would be neither.
What? Oh my dude. This is like your
No.
cringe magic stuff and just
No.
This is
is-
kind of
this
like
is
your
a simple-
definition of words, Peter. Like none
I
of
can
it
I
matters.
could open up Photoshop and make this real quick in order to be able to show you this, but we can do it a little bit more different. So look at the picture that I have up of the fog bow. Right, the fog bow is white. On the bottom, it is blue. But there's a gradient in between where it goes from white to blue. There's no point anywhere on that gradient where you could point to say, now it's no longer, now it's blue instead of white. Because in between, it would be something completely different. The same thing happened to humans. Humans evolved from
No, they didn't.
earlier apes.
No, they
earlier
didn't.
apes. So this is a gradient.
You know what the Bible
What
says about
What
rainbows?
humans like to do, is to put things in specific
Their mouths.
distinguishable clades. So
Can I-
what
can
you
I-
have is when you have a gradient going from an ape to a human, you can't pinpoint anywhere on that scale where it suddenly is no longer the ape and it becomes the human. There
Can
is
I interlock
no
here?
way to pinpoint that. That is why we came up with the term species, which is a very difficult thing because a species is pinpointing a block inside a gradient. It doesn't. Nature doesn't work that way. Nature doesn't work that way. But we need to classify things, and that is why we have classified things as going from Australopithecines all the way to Homo erectus.
Where are all those
and then Homo sapiens.
Can I interlock here? Because I think that it's going to go from the radical skepticism to the radical Christian believers on the bottom, P-Town and Rebel.
I'm radical.
I wouldn't say I'm radical.
How
but
are we
go ahead,
radical,
pseudonym.
I would say if you reject.
But we understand what
the
you're
current
saying,
consensus.
pseudonym.
The current
Fine.
consensus in science. That's pretty radical.
I have no idea what he means by radical.
Hang in there. Let's let him talk, buddy.
No, I was going to say in the conundrum of, because I feel like the next topic we're going to talk about was evolution, for sure, and then the Bible. But I think some part of the video and some part, I wanted to talk to James Wolfe. God darn it.
Yeah, James is cool.
Do you guys think that
you can jump on our bandwagon and get Peter to stop playing these silly games if you want? You can get on the winning team.
Convert Peter.
Asking questions is silly games. Okay.
Yeah, you're playing games all night. I stayed up to have a discussion, and you've just been an author of confusion the entire time. We haven't gone nowhere.
Confusion. I haven't written a thing.
Ask your fellow atheists.
So,
what do you want to ask? I'm an atheist.
Pseudonym, what were you going to say? Did you get your point out?
No, I was going to ask Wolfe if, based on his, and I feel bad because Pat's not in here, but if I know a lot of Christians or a lot of the Abrahamic beliefs say that God is properly basic, but I was gonna ask if worship is properly basic, or if, in an evolutionary standpoint, why did we come up with the position of having to worship something or anything at all?
Well, I think pseudonym we've always, I mean, maybe it was part of what was in that documentary. What he was talking about was, I do think that even now, here's a representation that hopefully Peter can't even deny, that we are here because we want to learn or talk about where did we come from, right? And then that leads to worshiping. This, according to the Bible, right here.
I would rephrase that. I would rephrase that slightly, and I would say that my question would be, how did life get here, and how did life get here in such a diversity? For that, we have a pretty good explanation already. As to how life originated, we have about 12 working hypotheses that could all be true at the same time.
Okay, so
we probably will never figure out what exactly happened, but we can at least know for a fact that there's no deity needed to get from non-life to life.
Okay, Peter, the whole point is we're agreeing on something now, that we are discussing about where we came from, whether that's origins or whatever, or creation.
Yeah,
we're in agreement now. Well, according to the Bible, Pete, sure, whatever. According to the Bible, though, this in and of itself is considered worship as well. Getting together,
because
okay.
No, because I don't have to worship. I don't have to worship anything. I don't have to worship science. I don't have to worship scientists.
But you do.
I don't have to worship anything.
According to our belief in worship, gathering and talking about something is worship.
Just let me finish my sentence. The mere idea of worship, I think, is nonsense. Because if I were to ask you if your God was perfect, you probably would say yes. Correct?
You are touting the rainbow, something that the Bible describes in detail
I'm
about
asking,
light. I don't care, Peter, what you're
asking.
I'm going to answer it.
I'm asking you a question. Is your God perfect?
I'm answering it.
Is your God perfect?
I'm answering it.
Okay.
According to the Bible, is very descriptive about where rainbows came from, why God did it, how they're formed, the science involved in the mechanisms.
That is not true.
Way before modern day scientists even discovered those mechanisms, and
discovered that it was false.
In that way, my God is what you say He is.
I just asked you a question. Do you?
I just
think
tried to
God
answer
is
it,
perfect?
but you kept cutting me off.
No, we're now talking about rainbows, which is completely deflecting from the point that
it was
we were
an
talking
example.
about.
It was an example of how my God is perfect. It's an example of how my God is perfect.
If your God is perfect, then what would He gain by people worshiping Him? Would He become more perfect?
He would gain whatever He was seeking, Peter.
So He's not perfect because He's seeking something.
The Bible literally says He did it for the pleasure of His own will.
If God
His ways
is
are
perfect,
above our ways.
If God is perfect, there is nothing that could make Him more perfect or could make His environment more perfect, because it is already perfect. So what would He gain by being worshipped?
He can keep adding on to it or take stuff away from it, and it would still be perfect. Why are you putting a limit on what God can do? He can do whatever the heck He wants.
I'm not putting a limit on what He can do.
Are you God, Peter?
Are you the God of definitions, Peter?
No, I'm just merely stating that if a God is seeking something, that means He's not perfect, because He's seeking something in order to gain perfection.
No, you totally just threw that definition on whoever this God is you don't even believe exists, right?
You don't believe in the God of the Bible.
Yeah, and God
just
instead of I don't know why
the God of the Bible is incoherent and illogical. So why would I believe that such a God exists?
why do you have to put the word? He's God. God existed perfectly since the beginning. So he's not trying to gain perfection by doing anything. He's inherently perfect, and he always has been. And so he can do whatever he wants. And if part of that is instead of just having angels in heaven, he wants to create this realm known as Earth and put humans.
Why would he need angels in heaven?
Why? Maybe he just did it so he could watch you look like a fool. I don't know.
Why would a
I'm not
perfect
God.
being need anything?
He doesn't
Why would a
need
perfect
it. He
being
wants,
need anything?
He wants to do it. Like the Bible literally
Why would a
says that. I can
perfect
go find that for
being
you. It's in
want
Revelation.
anything? Why would a perfect being want anything?
Ask him when you get before the judgment seat of Christ.
You're stating that he's perfect. If he's perfect, he doesn't want anything because he already has.
Are you God?
Because he already has perfection.
Well, that's your weird opinion interpretation of it.
No. That's what perfection means.
Here. Go look at Beamsy's window, Peter.
Yeah, I think I have that too. I just have a different J as a reverend. I have J Patrick as a reverend. I do have that same picture.
God was.
I'll say something positive about you, Peter. You do have like this amazing voice. I mean, it's something to be jealous of.
Nah.
I mean, God made you and decided.
No.
This guy a cool voice.
That's not something God made. That's not something God made. That is just filters in OBS.
In a world.
In a world.
Yeah.
I mean, I could change it.
And now I can sound like this. And now I can sound like God himself.
It's just a filter.
Sauron?
Well, show us your real voice.
Hold on. I can do that.
Peter, another church sign here for you. This one in my window this time. Whose church is it then? It says Ain't Peter's Church. I guess the S fell off.
Yeah, I have that one too. So this is my real voice. Sounds a little bit different than the one I had before.
Oh, it's not that bad.
Which is why I use these filters, because it's not an app, it's OBS.
OBS. Let me write that down along with all your other nonsense today. I'm just joking.
Is that OBS. Hang on. You want to write down OBS?
I'm going to circle that one. Should I just
you
say
want to write down? Hey, you want to write down OBS Studio?
Yeah, OBS Studio. That's what you need to look for.
Yeah.
I want to sound pretty too. God didn't give me that. Studio.
The one thing OBS won't do is make you look pretty. For that, you need my exterior.
He made us in his image.
The bigger issue when it comes down to it is
I look like
when
Jesus.
when claims are made, they can be discredited or shown to be true. The Bible makes claims and they can be discredited. That is where the idea of the belief following that book is discredited. It has nothing to do whether an actual God exists or not. It's got more to do with the claims that are made can be shown to be true or false, and they've been shown to be false.
Which claims?
We would agree with you up until the very end.
Wait, I want to hear an example of a claim that's been discredited.
Right. We would agree with you all up to the very end.
The aspect of the global flood can be discredited through the aspect of knowing what geology is. For something like that to have happened, you would have to have broken many of the laws of nature.
Which can happen with a god.
Because he did change the laws of nature during that time.
God is supernatural. He can make miracles happen.
We believe that the ordinances and the weather and the earth and everything changed when that event happened.
But it couldn't.
Because you assume that.
It's not a matter of assuming. If something had changed, then there would be evidence to show it. If something supernatural dips its hand into reality, it will leave a mark. It doesn't matter whether it's all powerful or not. What's the mark? What's the mark? I am a geologist. I can tell you that there is no mark
that shows that there were ever a global flood.
I gotta ask for permission, and I can't see who's the Christian dude I'm working with, Nazarene guy. I can't see your name on the screen.
Rebel.
Rebel. Nazarene.
Rebel. Okay. Do you want to take this, or do you want me to?
I mean, you can if you have an answer.
Okay. There's a lot to this,
And
Beamsy.
what I'm going to say, actually, is that P-Town, you're going to have an answer, but we have, in opposite order, like I gifted Peter, I'm going to gift you a skeptic. And so you're going to respond, and then I'm going to add Mark Reid into the call. But P-Town, all yours.
Okay, well, most importantly, I just want to say that I'm really excited for Mark Reid to be on, because he's my new buddy. Okay, but do you remember the Isaiah passage where last time, James, where I talked about the God is putting us in his place, calls us a pot shard? He mentions the earth cracked open, right?
It's a beautiful dog.
Beamsy, if you look, not as a geologist, but if you just look as a child and you look at the globe.
You heard that.
And you can see that the earth cracked open at one point in time. Just in a simple way, just look at it. God did that.
It did happen.
You can see the scars on the earth.
And the earth is flat, by the way. Just saying. In space.
Well, and
I'm
on
curious.
that-
I'm curious
on
when you say
that
God.
note-
Let's get Mark in.
This
Let's get
spice
Mark in.
could be real. But before we go into the flat versus thick debate, we are going to add in Mark Reid. Mark, what is up?
Hey, Mark.
We are talking, is atheism a religion? Someone said in chat it was getting so spicy, we're getting ready for Taco Bell, so I am excited. But we have been talking the video, the topic, or whatever you would like from this back and forth. It's been getting theology, the atheist versus the theist, and everything in between, apparently.
Yeah, I could see the start of the video. It was kind of, you know what? Amy, I loved when you said like earlier. I was thinking about it while I was gone. You were like, I love the roast, and yeah, it was actually really funny, wasn't it? Like I found it.
He was going over all the cliches and.
Yeah, I didn't see much past there, so I do apologize. But yeah, of course, atheism's not a religion. Like you made the analogy, like being bald. Obviously, I've got the bald hairstyle. No, I just don't have any hair to have any hairstyle. Come on now, let's be serious about this. And somebody else said, like, if atheism is a religion, then abstinence is a sex position. Absolutely, you can do it with all kinds of things. Yeah, Rubik said that. They've got a point. Yeah, and you can say that about all kinds of things.
You have to have faith. Faith to see Mark's hairstyle.
Yeah, well, okay. Well, I don't know why that would be, but it's a ridiculous statement. There's no call to worship. There's no worship deities. There's nothing that would define it as a religion. It's simply
no requirement for faith.
Yeah. So this idea that atheism's a faith or religion or the evolution's a religion. It's a dog whistle. It's never coming from sort of philosophers, even Christian philosophers who understand the material. It's never coming from there because philosophers understand what a proposition is. And just because you say no to a proposition, it doesn't lump you in with the believers of this proposition. If you want to say any belief at all is a religion, well, fine, you can do that. But if you have a belief that there should be no free healthcare, then that's a religion. If you have a belief that the cops should be supported, then that's a religion. At that point, everything is a religion. There is nothing that is not a religion. And the whole term becomes meaningless. It is the most useless application of any kind of word that has ever been done, because you're basically making the word religion mean absolutely nothing, because everything's a religion at that point. So yeah, I think that this whole dog whistle of atheism's a religion is simply to make people feel like, well, you don't have science, you have a religion. It's something exactly the same as what we've got. No, the two things are not on a level. It's
The
just
bad
not.
tu quoque fallacy.
It's a terrible tu quoque fallacy, and it's not even a tu quoque because the things are not analogous. That's the problem. Under the way we define things, they're not the same thing. So yeah, it's sort of a misapplication, and even if it was, it's still a fallacy. So yeah, it's just because they're not equivalent. That's it. But yeah, I'm sorry. I'll leave off. That's my spiel. I really want to find out what the conversation is about, and talk to some people.
If it's okay, I have a quick thing to add on top of that.
Okay.
If I can keep my train of thought.
Yeah, just
because I agree with you.
Well, just one of the things that was said was, why not look at this like a child? And it's sort of odd that you would say that, because when we're children, we don't have the developed faculties to see things clearly. You can look at a fallen over tree and pretend it's an ant from Lord of the Rings, and you have that sense of pretending things are other than what they are. As we grow into adults, we put away those childish things, and I believe even the Bible says they put away childish things. We don't look at everything like that anymore, because children can be easily fooled and easily mistaken. So I don't know why we would look at things like a child and not a healthy adult with a discerning mind.
Let me address that, but first let me mention your first point. I just want to say that even now, I don't like the word religion or to associate my belief with just the word religion. And I know that might be hard for the same reasons why atheists wouldn't want to associate it with religion, because the connotation behind it, I don't consider my belief a religion. And again, that's just plain words, but because I feel the same way as I did before.
Well,
when I was an atheist as now, it's the truth, is what it is.
Yeah, well, someone can be a theist and not be religious. Religion, the sort of definition has a number of sort of, I hesitate to call it baggage, but it's got a number of attributes to it that sort of come along with it. So it is sort of structured worship kind of thing. So if you just believe there's a God, that's not necessarily what I would call religion or define as religion. But it's still theism, right? It's still belief in a God. Right. It's sort of going, theism is a religion. No, not at all. Theism is not a religion. A religion is Christianity or Islam or any of these religions that are out there. That is a religion. It's a structured call to faith and worship of a higher being. The theism is the belief position on that proposition of, is there a God? Doesn't make it a religion. So I actually agree with you, P-Town. Just because you're a theist doesn't make it a religion.
Right. If you could imagine for a second, Mark, that somehow, and I know it'll be hard, but if you ever became a Christian, I think you would understand how I feel when I say it's really hard for me to conceptualize that or define what I believe as a religion, just because of the baggage. I think we're on the same page.
I don't know exactly what you believe. Do you share any of the sort of belief systems of any of the major religions out there?
Well, there's so many other belief systems, rituals, religious activities, like even going to church the way that we know it. And someone mentioned today where it's about getting people to show up, right? All of that's made up. That's how I define religion. So that's why I struggle. I go to church because, here and there, different churches where I participate and play a role within the body of Christ. But I'm not going to. I don't dabble in what I would define as religion. But this, you understand where I'm going with this.
Well, yeah, but I guess the problem that I have is that you're answering a call to worship along with the structured faith doctrines of that system, and that's sort of what religion is. It's sort of going, well, there's these structured faith doctrines that I'm expected to do X, Y, and Z, and I am doing them in accordance with my faith in this structure or the deity of this structure. So it's a call.
And that's what I don't do. I don't do that.
Right.
Right. And
so you don't follow the Bible at all?
I do follow the Bible, but a lot of
and it's a religion because you're answering the call to worship along with the structured the instructions for the faithful to do X, Y, and Z in order to worship the divine being. That is what religion is. Even if you're the only person in that denomination of that religion, you're still adhering to the requirements of that religious practice.
Sure. So the bare definition, the true definition of religion, I agree with you. The cultural definition, the definition that you and I have used to describe the other stuff, I don't ascribe to. Like right now, I'm doing what the Bible tells me to do, which is
I guess right. I mean the whole point about words is they can be varied and used differently. If your definition of religion is sort of not part of an organized religion like sort of Islam or Catholicism or any of the other ones kind of thing, then that's fine. I don't claim to have the only definition of religion out there. But that's why I would see it as religious and something like atheism as not, because there's no structured book or there's no structured doctrine to say atheists have to do this kind of thing, right? Do you get what I mean? Like there's no
well, yeah, we're on the same page, and that's why I say I wouldn't say literally, but I would say in some way sometimes I feel like the theory of evolution or the Big Bang Theory leans towards religion. And I don't want to go into that, but to answer your question about children and why I mentioned that to Beamsy isn't because I'm trying to say you need to dumb yourself down. That's not what I mean. I mean,
no, I didn't think you meant that.
Yeah, and I don't think you're accusing me of that. But why I mentioned that was because a lot of what we deal with is the burden, the biggest burden to finding out the truth in something is the assumption that you already have it. And we are muddled and we go to school or the way that we're raised, and the same thing comes to the way that we are raised in a church environment. All of these things impact the way we view things. So that's why I mentioned to Beamsy, imagine as a child looking at the globe was just to try in an instant get him to imagine not having predispositions. That's to answer your question.
Yeah, the problem comes that children have sort of their imagination centers are a lot higher, and if I was analyzing something, I would take the analysis of an adult over the analysis of a child. Wouldn't you agree with me? If you're asking sort of what happened here, would you just ask the child, or would you ask their parent and see what they say, and which would you give a higher value to?
Well, let me play devil's advocate here with a good example, if that's okay with you.
Sure.
Okay. So did you see, I jumped on the show over the weekend that is it Randolph? Yeah,
yes.
Randolph's thing.
That was the Discord panel we run every fortnight.
I brought up and fortnight means every 2 weeks, by the way, to clarify. Yeah. Make sure you're on it. I mentioned the solar eclipse. And before we could even begin, the whole point was I couldn't even get anyone. I couldn't get them to ascribe to it being special.
Cook that
right?
steak.
Special.
I'm giving a poor.
What
Let I pause for a minute?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. I didn't want to interrupt anyone. And anyway, I couldn't get anyone, who I just wanted to say, hey, what's your opinion on this? And then left it kind of vague. But then it became this whole thing about how it's not actually significant. Well, 2 years ago, my daughter's 3.5 now, maybe 2.5 years ago, one of my daughter's first words, first it was dad, the next one was ball. The third word I'm pretty sure was whoa. That was her third word, roughly.
Well, sorry to interrupt. I've just got a couple of questions on what you mean by.
Well, I'm almost done, Mark.
Okay, sorry. Yeah,
she sees the moon. I said, do you see the moon? We're outside because she's throwing a fit. I take her outside to calm her down. I say, hey, do you see the moon? And she sees it and she goes, whoa. Okay, I think if a child looked at something like a solar eclipse, there's some things that defy probability and you can't really quite measure them, but they're just whoa. That maybe is an example.
So I don't see a solar eclipse as defying probability. The problem I'd have to start off with, the first thing that occurs to me is your daughter shouldn't look at an eclipse directly. You should probably have some protection there for their eyes, because as adults we know that if you look at a solar eclipse you will burn your retina out.
She said that regarding the moon, to clarify, and also
no, I got you. But then you went on to say if she saw an eclipse, she would go, wow. And yeah, my point is that as adults, we know that will burn your retina out, and we know why that is. So
let me stop you because this same thing happened last time. I just want to clarify for the people who watched the other one. You can take your glasses off when it's a total solar eclipse for a short period of time.
Don't do that. Don't do that. Do not do that.
That's what they said, but just Google it real fast, guys.
Don't do that. Do not do that. Okay, so the problem is that the moon is just slightly smaller than the sun, and you still have those rays coming in. So unless you are incredibly lucky, if you stare at that for any length of time, and yeah, you can get away with a short amount of time, but any length of time, you will end up burning your retina. Yeah. It's a bad idea. Do not look at a solar eclipse. Do not look at a solar eclipse. I just have to hammer that home. Don't do it. It's better just to use, the glasses that cut out the amount of incoming light, or some other device to be able to view it. Don't do that. And P-Town, it's anyway, my point still stands that we know that can be incredible. Like, you acknowledge that can be incredibly dangerous to stare at the sun during a solar eclipse. I hope you would acknowledge that.
My point still stands, Mark. I'm sorry, but you're wrong. I mean, but I agree with you.
Can I just
you need to make sure that you be very safe.
It was a total eclipse of the sun. Total eclipse of the sun on a hot summer day. She blew me away. It was a total eclipse of the sun. All right, you're both
total eclipse of the heart. Well, I look at the moon and I still feel wonder. We went to the moon because we did feel this sense of wonder, and I feel this whenever. I mean,
say that now the rebel's gone, because he wouldn't agree with it.
I would have said it to him anyway.
Is Rebel a flat earther?
Yeah.
Yes, he is.
Oh gosh.
The fact that we took a spaceship and we pinged it off an asteroid to see how far we could move the thing, right? To see if, hey, can we defend ourselves against an asteroid coming in? It's amazing. It's awesome. I think the furthest man-made object from us is Voyager 2, and it's sort of leaving our
solar system. Yeah, we're still getting signals from it.
Right. This one thing that was built to last like 5 years or something is it 20 something years and still going. It's incredible, and its last message to us was like I'm leaving now and I won't be back, I think it was. Anyway, all of this stuff is really amazing and really wonderful, and you don't have to be a child to see that, but we do have to bring in a certain level of our healthy adult and say, yeah, it's wondrous to look at the eclipse, but let's not do it because there's these other things that can happen to us around it. It's important not to lose your inner child, have that sense of wonder, but at the same time, you have to temper it with being an adult as well and saying, I'm not going to let my imagination just run away with me. I'm going to think about things in a healthy adult way instead of the flights of fancy that children have. That's part of growing up, mate. And if you still want to have those flights of fancy, I'm sorry, but it can't be relied on when you're talking about what we're going to do in reality to plan out societies or address current crises or, feed people that need feeding. It is something we need to do as critical, healthy adults, evaluating our circumstances and planning proper responses.
Well, Mark,
yeah,
when you find out after doing your adult research on what I said, after you go do it, can you, as an adult, admit to me that you were wrong? If you were wrong.
Well, let me have a look, and I'll have a look.
Okay.
Yeah, what you're saying is it
I'm just saying it was a beautiful analogy. I'm just saying that I was there. I was with someone who's a space engineer who was directing me when I saw the solar eclipse, and so I was an adult. I don't think I'm a dumb person, right? I'm very concerned about my health. It was a good analogy, but my point is I think that people can accept that they're wrong, right?
Okay. All right. So yes, there is a brief period of time during a solar eclipse where you can look at it. Yeah, you're right. You're right.
For the audience, how long is that?
And it's only when it's a full solar eclipse, not partial.
Correct, which I emphasized over and over again.
I'm trying to find.
It's about 2 minutes. It depends. Again, you want to be safe. Don't look into a solar eclipse.
I think the thing is that people would say just don't do it, just because people are so prone to, if it's not that kind of eclipse and the word gets out that you can look at it, then we do have people looking at it. Oh no, it's not a full eclipse. And then, we've got people lining the emergency rooms with...
to further perpetuate my point here, if it's okay, Mark, is that you are, like, maybe you saw that debate, right? And everyone was against me. They used it to inoculate me or to make me look like a fool. And it was this giant, like, pat each other on the butt. We're all agreeing here. But ultimately, it was rubbish, as you might call it.
Well, I think your point has a weakness because it is it's the analytical work of adults that discovered all of this, that you can't look at an eclipse and why, and then we found out, hey, let's design some protective eyewear. There is a section where you can look at an eclipse. Children aren't doing that, P-Town. This is the whole point. That the whole reason why you knew you could look at this window of a total solar eclipse, not a partial one, total one, when the it's completely blocked, is because adults reasoned and experimented and came up with that solution. Children didn't do that. You would concede that, wouldn't you?
Correct. But also, you would concede that my point when it comes to a child, and I was referring to Beamsy, right, in our discussion, my point was that I don't want predispositions to overcloud intelligent, meaningful discussions. And in this case,
what's a predisposition? I'm not sure what you mean by that.
I'm not the best with words, but hopefully I'm correct on this one. A predisposition, and I think I was saying it's a belief that you already have. So sometimes
presupposition.
I think predisposition is the correct word, but I'm not sure. Maybe you can Google it for me because I don't have my computer. But if sometimes our biggest hindrances to knowledge and is assuming that we already have it. And that's when I said to Beamsy, I know you're a geologist. I respect you. But now look at it from a perspective, maybe possibly a historical perspective, or look at it in the eyes of a child who hasn't already gone through, college and grad school, and then being around all of his other scientists that, have gone through the same process and talk to each other. If you look at the earth pertaining to the flood, if you look at it, he asked me specifically, there would be scars. And I said, hey, man, if you look at this earth, it looks like it cracked open and there were scars. And the Bible says it. It describes the earth as having pot shards, as exploding. And when you look at it, it's cracked open. And that's where we get our plate tectonics from. And it's simple, but it's profoundly beautiful. And that's my...
wrong. Yeah, but plate tectonics explains all of that, and I don't think that the Bible sort of, as it's cracked open, I wouldn't describe plate tectonics as it being cracked open. There's I mean, Beamsy will correct me on this, I'm sure. I really, he's amazing at what he does. The subductions and fault lines, and certainly what you could say is cracked, but cracked open is a bit, where does the Bible say that the earth is cracked open?
He's confusing the term when it said at the start of the biblical flood, the founts of the deep cracked open. There is no actual place in which it says the earth is cracked.
Yeah. And it does too. You have to pattern it with other parts of scripture to see it. You have to do the work, Beamsy. But let's go back to the main point, though. Just from a scientific perspective.
There's no water there. It's all magma and lava. Well, it's magma when it's under the ground. Yes, I'm right on that.
Actually, you know what? The Bible was right about that too. There is water under the earth and under the sea. The Bible's right about that too.
Talking about.
This is the basis of my beliefs, guys, is real stuff that I've worked and I've looked at and I've seen. And it's backed by modern day science before scientists recently discovered it. It's not based on any just faith. It's based on knowledge. It's based on real knowledge where we get to witness and see it.
Okay, P-Town, I think you need a little bit of an education here. There is no water under the oceans. There is water within the rocks, and that's how eruptions happen, but there is no water under anything. That is a misnomer, and it is wrong. There has never been water under anything, because that cannot be the way it happens. There is something called solubility, and that is the aspect of where you can say that there is water underground. Kind of. There's water within the strata underneath the surface. You've also got to take into account the fact that I lost all my memories from when I was blown up 16 years ago. I've approached the last 16 years of my life with a childlike aspect of it and the curiosity of it. This is where that I can actually say within the last 9 years of studying geology, I have a great understanding of the way the earth works, and nothing that it can be represented within the Bible can be true within reality.
Do you mind if I ask you a question about the flood, since that seems to be where you're going, P-Town? How do you solve the heat problem? Like, if there's water underneath the earth, it's obviously going to be scalding hot, right? It's going to be incredibly hot because, you're aware that it's hot down there, right? Hello?
Yeah, sure, Mark, yeah.
Yeah, so if that water is ejected into the atmosphere, and not only is it scalding hot from being down there, it's also compressing the atmosphere from the oceans rising up in the 7 days or however, I can't remember how long it happens. It rains for 7 days and covers everything. How do you solve the amount of heat that goes into the atmosphere when that would turn the atmosphere absolutely lethal and probably combust everything on Earth?
Mark, I think we're getting into a scientific topic that none of us could actually,
but wait,
understand. But here, let me answer your.
Deal with real world stuff. This is what would happen if that amount of hot water was ejected into the atmosphere.
You have to. Okay, I don't want to get sidetracked because I want to also answer Beamsy's questions, and then I'll answer yours.
Okay.
Is that okay?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So, yes, Beamsy, I know that you said it's not true, but you just defined it differently. There
Pick a
is
number,
water
Mark.
that comes from the ground, right, underneath the ocean, and it comes into the sea, right? And that's something the Bible declares. It's something we've recently discovered. When I say recently, it might be 50 years ago. But at the same time, when we discover something so wonderful, we're going to use it as a basis for, I think, what you guys call abiogenesis, because we never suspected that life would be in these places, right? We never thought that life could actually be under that much compression and with that much heat, to your point. And then we're like, whoa, this is so fascinating. And I believe the Bible describes how the food chain is started from there. That's how deep I go, but that gets into a lot of conjecture. But the simple reality is there are some astounding things that the Bible declared before we discovered them, and we twist them into them being about evolution. And to go to your point, Mark, when you're talking about, you have to understand and that before the flood, so you're approaching it as the way the world is now, and then imagine that something like that happens now. Wouldn't that destroy the earth? I don't know, but I wouldn't argue with you that it would. You have to look at it from a biblical perspective, that the way the world was is different than it is now. And that action of the fountains of the deep, doing its thing, causes what we observe now.
Hold on a second. Why do you have to come with a biblical perspective? Why is that a necessity?
Now we're going back to the philosophical stuff. I'm saying what I believe. I'm declaring what I believe according to a book. To ask me you don't have to do it, Mark. You don't have to. It's your choice.
Sure. But you sort of said you have to look at it from, sort of a biblical perspective. And my point is, why?
You asked the question, Mark. You asked the question. And that's why I said, if you're going to ask me a question, you have to look at it from my perspective.
Let me finish. We have these laws of nature that they keep working exactly the same. And you seem to be presenting this idea that at some point in the past, they worked differently to allow for this, to allow for the mistakes that the Bible says would happen, but we don't think it does because the laws of nature seem to be uniform. But at the same time, you're sort of saying, well, I follow the Bible because it does represent how the world works. But when presented with hey, if the world worked like this, if the laws of nature were like this, it wouldn't destroy the world, but it'd certainly superheat the atmosphere. That wouldn't work. Your response is then to say, well, you've got to look at it in a biblical way. So my point to you is, you can't claim to take the Bible because that's how the world works when it describes something that isn't how the world works. And don't get me wrong. Just let me clarify. Don't get me wrong. I don't mind if you believe in the Bible and want to say, hey, I'm going to believe that Bible over how we see the world working. Like, that's your choice, right? Just like it's my choice not to believe it. But I don't get why.
You're asking good questions, Mark. You are, and you're my brother. You just don't even know it yet, because I'm still mad at those Bible teachers that couldn't answer my tough questions. And I'm going to do my very best to answer yours. When I asked the same questions, maybe I was younger, but I asked the same questions and they couldn't tell me the true story of what the Bible said. If you go verse by verse, and only you, if you studied it, you would get your answers. You have to look, if you want to know from my perspective now as a Christian, you have to look at what the Bible says. Before there was a flood, the plants were watered by water that came from the ground into the air. They were watered from the mist of the air. The earth was made to be inhabited at that time. So there was a lot more vegetation, okay? Fewer oceans. People lived a whole lot longer, a whole lot longer, hundreds and hundreds of years. This is the biblical perspective.
How do you know that?
I'm just telling you what the Bible believes, and I'm gonna declare for everyone that, as far as I can tell, the science backs it up, foretelling what we will discover, and
can you at least acknowledge my point that you are saying that the Bible accords with what we sort of science and what we see in nature, but you're starting with the starting point that the Bible is correct. And when I point out that it doesn't accord with what we see in reality, that what we see in science, you go back to, well, the Bible is right, not science.
Even your objection was foretold by the Bible, Mark. Go study the Word, and you will see it.
What do you mean? It says Mark Reid will object, does it?
Almost, yes, sir.
P-Town, speaking of starting points, how old is the Earth, according to the Bible?
I haven't actually personally counted up the generations, but if I could guess, it'd be about 6,300.
6,300 years? So, yeah, approximately the 6,000-year-old Earth. 6,300 is more credible than 6,000, I'll give you that. But science tells us it's in the billions.
Yeah.
Correct, and I'm not.
Hey,
look, I used to believe the same thing, guys. I understand how crazy I sound, but here I am, staying up until 2 in the morning to tell you I was wrong.
No, I'm not saying you're crazy. Please don't think that we are. We're not.
No, I don't think that, P-Town. And what you believe is entirely your choice, but it's kind of weird because you kind of say, well, it's based in science and not faith in the Bible, and it may just be my interpretation or how you come across to me, but it seems to me like your faith in the Bible trumps any kind of science or analysis of a physical reality that we kind of have.
And it goes back to my child analogy. You have to get rid of your predispositions, because that's the only thing holding you back, is this idea that science prevails. It's just an idea in your mind, Mark. It's not backed by reality.
Do you think science works? Do you think that's the best methodology for finding out whether something works or whether something's true? Do you think that works at all?
I don't like it when you just... I don't like ascribing a word to something like that, because as you experienced early on, I mean,
what
words
Sorry,
can be defined. I mean,
I'm not sure what you're
we can end up getting to play a word game, right?
Well,
science means knowledge.
No, only sort of. So a lot of
you
people
can call it something else.
A lot of people equate it because they sort of say scientia, right? It comes from Greek meaning knowledge, but that's not what modern science is. So you can call what I'm describing as P-Town. Let me finish, please. You can call what I'm describing as science the methodology of the modern science that we find out models for our reality. You can call that by something else. But I'm not referring to just knowledge when I use the word science. So in that case, you can use a different word for it. You can use the modern scientific method if you would like, if that makes you feel better about it. But then I would just re-ask the question as, do you think the modern scientific method works and provides truth about reality?
Look, I mean, this is where I was saying that even the Bible declares you're going to say this to me. And it's kind of like this. Okay.
Really? It mentions the modern scientific method.
If you serve a king like I do, and that king tells you that an army's coming from this direction, with these type of weapons, and then it shows that it's doing that, then I'm like, I want to fight for that king. You know, it's professing. I mean,
not really.
You are going to declare that your definition of science is better, right? And it's the same thing the Bible says, man.
Well, if there's a
we're just playing words, then.
You know, if there's a king that sort of says, well, one day people will speak out against me and rise up against me, and they are the terrible people that should be put down and stamped down, then the king may not be prophesizing. He might just be aware of how crappy a king he is.
Well, no, because it
People
gets
who wrote the
specific
Bible could
too,
know
my
that, like,
friend.
hey, none of this stuff's ever going to happen. So, hey, maybe at some point people are going to say, hey, why isn't any of this stuff happening? So they integrated that in. Oh, there will be a day when people say, oh, where's the promise of his coming? Because everything just keeps happening.
As the yeah, and that's
Exactly
the
what we
definition of
expected. He never
uniformitarianism.
Well, no, it's just
Where's
sort
the
of
promise of his coming? Yeah.
Yeah,
Go
it's
ahead,
just
sorry.
sort of predicting, you know, just making a
Look, you
a
tell me.
preview.
Let me just let me bring it up.
Well, I just
Here,
would like
professing themselves to be wise, they became fools and changed the glory of the uncorruptible God into an image made like to corruptible man,
Yeah.
and to birds, and to four-footed beasts and creeping things. What, Mark? What does that sound like to you?
it sounds like somebody who knows what they're going to say is going to be questioned.
So do you think that the Bible declared evolution
Well,
aforetime?
it's like if I was selling snake oil, I would tell people, hey, don't believe the people that tell you this is just like, you know, herbs and water. It's not. And they're going to say that it's this and it's no.
Whatever you do, don't ask your doctor about it.
Why, whatever you do, don't ask your doctor about it. But I really would like to get an answer to my question. If you could, Peter, and I'd really appreciate it. That do you think the modern scientific methodology actually works or not?
Believe it or not, Mark, that's a really deep conversation. I can give you an unrelated example if you would like, and it might be nice to take a chill pill anyway and go to a different subject.
I'm good. I'm good, Pete. I'm not sure. You know.
No, you and I love the intensity. I love it. Just so you know, Mark.
Are you getting worked up over there?
Is
Pete,
my
now?
favorite.
Is your pressure going up?
Don't be mean to Peter. Come on, like
No, I'm just
Mark,
saying,
Reid and I are on the same level. We're worried about you guys.
Okay. Really?
We're fine.
I
you
don't.
Sure? Okay.
Yeah. I'm good. I'm just very, very. So I generally
We love the debate.
Yeah, well, people notice this. I sort of get intense, but I'm more just curious. I'm incredibly curious about people and their beliefs. And you know, I want to give a big shout out.
I'm just bi-curious. No. Continue.
Yeah, that's beautiful. No, that's beautiful too. No, I think that people have a wide range of beliefs, and what's interesting is sort of the basis on which those beliefs are leveraged on, or what
I think I have your answer, Mark, and it's
Okay.
unrelated. Okay, so I majored in psychology and English. You wouldn't believe that I majored in English, but that was kind of an accident. I didn't even want to major in either of those, but
It makes sense to me. You always praise yourself very well.
Well, psychology is fascinating.
Thank you, Beamsy.
I'm Randall.
That was Randall.
Oh, sorry, Randall. Oh, thank you, Randall. Yeah, I'm very self-conscious about it because I'm married to an attorney. She blows my mind. Like, she's so much smarter than me.
We should talk sometime. I appreciate English language very much. It's something I focus on in my studies over the years. Had an English teacher who used a lot of puns and made it a lot of fun to learn English in high school, actually. And he majored in English. So, you know, I have a great respect for that. I always strive to get better.
I have
in
mixed
my
feelings
opinion,
on
I do English good. Continue.
English.
You know,
English is uber complicated and a stupid language, but at the same time, it's very beautiful. There is no, my final word on English is there is no point to the W. It shouldn't exist. It has no function whatsoever, and I will die on that hill.
Well,
You
you
know-
know what though, Mark, you haven't
W.
read the 1611 King James yet.
It really
You'll
should have-
understand where it came from.
The W should have been called the double V.
Yeah, read it. Read 1611 King James in a Scottish accent. You'll understand where the W is in.
Randolph, check Discord.
Okay, so am I interrupting anything or?
No, we're just laughing at Peter's.
No, but I will say there's going to be about.
Randolph asked me to send him something, so that's why I said Randolph,
my.
check Discord.
Grasso
I was gonna say that's for a much later night podcast. Wait, no. We actually have about 10 or 15 minutes. This is the last. Any comments, questions, concerns for the panel on is atheism a religion? Now is the time to do so, because then we are heading into our outros.
Okay, if someone wants to ask me a question or someone else a question, just cut me off. But Mark,
What is the
when
meaning
I was
of life?
42.
Love.
Yeah, 40. You've got consensus.
So for my, I can't remember what it was, my thesis, my final project, when I was a senior, getting my major in psychology, I had to do a project, a double-blind study. So 2 studies to get to a final study, right? I had to narrow it down. And basically it was, and this was before I was a Christian.
Mm-hmm.
I took masculine and unmasculine men. Okay. And then I had them smile and not smile. And I wanted ladies to tell me how attractive
Just to please
they thought
Amy.
they were.
Just to please Amy. Where
I
did
like
you
where
take
this is
them?
going.
You like this? It's a little,
Yeah.
Okay,
so
so I wanted to
did you
find
take
out
sexual
if smiling or
attraction.
not smiling made people attractive.
Sure.
If smiling or not smiling made people attractive. Okay. I will not tell you what the results were unless you ask me, but
Come on, you can't line
sure.
that up.
Okay, I thought it was cool. I thought it was great. Okay, I backed it up with evolutionary psychology.
Okay.
Like
okay.
I had my backing, right? Because according to the scientific method, you have to kind of stem from another theory. It's really stupid. You have to do that, and it's dumb. I don't like it, but that's kind of the way it works, the way that you're taught in school. But I found out that. Go ahead.
That's I wouldn't say that. I think that it you sort of go with consensus theory. Sure, if you wanna sort of buck that consensus theory, but you can't.
Well,
just
you and I will agree on this, Mark. So exactly, you and I are going to agree on this final thing. So I'll tell you the results. I found out that when it comes to unmasculine men, it didn't matter if they smiled or didn't smile. Okay,
Right.
But for the masculine men, right? If they didn't smile, they were found more attractive. Okay, I thought, oh my gosh, this is, it's applicable. People with all their whatever. I don't even have Facebook, but whatever they're going online dating or what this can be applied, right? It can be applied for advertisement. I was seeking something that was applicable to society, and I could play a role in the realm of psychology. I got a C. You know why I got a C? Because I didn't stem from a viable theory that was already pre-established.
That's why. To the rest of psychological research, yeah.
Correct.
But that's still a
even
pass.
though they wouldn't deny that the way that I approached a double blind and another study.
That's still a pass. What was your sample size?
They weren't challenging that. None of that was challenged.
What was your sample size?
So first I had to do a study. I had to do 2 sections of where I took the same pictures of men, right? And then I had I think 50 women come in and tell me rate how masculine they were. Then I took the same 50 men, flip them so the other 50 were smiling, the other ones weren't smiling, and then I had a separate 50 women come in and rate how masculine or
so
unmasculine.
Your size was 50.
No, that was just my study, like my experiment before I could start the experiment. And then I do another 300 ladies, After, because that was just to define how masculine and unmasculine men were. That's it.
Yeah.
And then I took, 300. I'm going off the top of my memory, but 300, a couple, phases of 300 ladies to tell me how attractive these men were. So my sample size was 600. But for like a class where the point is you're just supposed to learn the process of how to conduct a study, right?
But
it's not even like your conclusion.
Well, 600, that's excellent for the quick study in the university course.
The reason why I got such a low grade is because the guy was a Christian who was my professor.
Well, okay, so
That's why. He told me my evolutionary psychology is dismissed.
P-Town, I don't know what the criteria for the assignment was. I don't know the what's the word that means the scoring thing? It's gone completely out of my head. The rubric was, right? I have no idea. I've got no idea what your assignment was like, or the study was like. I've got no idea, what citations you used and how you tied it into current psychological theory. I've got no idea about any of this, right? I've got no idea, and plus I'm not a trained psychologist, so I've got no way to know whether that was a good grade or not. But I will say, regardless of anything else that you did, you still did pass. So it sounds like to me, and I'm really sorry for having to say this, that you're not happy with your grade, and you may be 100% right, and you may be 100% wrong. I get that. You may be justifiably unhappy with your grade, but I'm not sure what your point is in relation to science working or not working, because that is still a passing study. It's still passed.
No, but I have much higher expectations than just passing. My point is that I thought I found
that is my
something
goal.
very cool, and then I did something very challenging. I went above and beyond anyone else. But the reason why I got a lower grade, Mark, is because I didn't take on predispositions that this particular professor said I had to have with me to formulate my essay.
People's tendency to do something. I think you mean
you have to,
presupposition.
according to the modern process of science, when it comes to within the classroom or in go ahead.
The whole point that I'm trying to make is, in real life, after you get out of university where people are grading you, there is no grading system. Something will either pass peer review or not pass peer review.
My point is, if those, I only had one professor, I would have gotten an A if it wasn't just for one professor. But if it was a peer reviewed,
that may well be true. That may well be true, but peer review isn't done by just one individual. You know that, right?
But what I'm saying is, what if those individuals all have the same predisposition? That's my point.
But those individuals will know collectively so much more than any one individual, including yourself.
But no one will ever let me on one of those panels, according to your way, your definition, and your view of science.
Why not?
If would you put me on one of those panels, Mark?
If you can get to a certain level of knowledge and display a level of knowledge about psychology that is, accredited enough to be on one of those panels, why not you?
How can I get there when I was already hindered from it because of predispositions?
You passed. How were you hindered?
You can't go to grad school unless you, in my realm, you can't go to grad school unless you have a 3.8. Okay.
I don't know what that means.
Okay, because you're from England, right? So 3.8 is you get an A 96% of the time.
Do you mean 97. Like is it like a master's program kind of thing? That's what you're trying to
you're
get
allowed a couple A minuses, and then maybe you can go on further. Okay.
So what do you mean by grad school? What's grad school?
So after 4 years of school, then you can go to further schooling. But since I played sports and because I worked, I couldn't attain to all that. And
so in the United States, they just separate. It goes associates and bachelors. That's like its own thing. And then once you want to go for 6 and 8 years, we consider that grad school. Or so a master's and PhD is grad school.
Gotcha. Yeah, master's or PhD. But are you saying that you couldn't go on to do a master's or PhD?
I probably could have, but I wouldn't have. I mean,
then what point are you trying to make? If you wanted to be on one of, if your goal was
well, 2 out of 400 people were allowed to go that year. Okay, that 2 out of 400. Right, I'm working. I'm going to, and I'm playing, and I'm an athlete, so I can't. I just couldn't compete with 4.0 people.
I've got the biggest empathy for that, Peter. I really get it, mate. Like, you know,
in the working world, I crush them, but yeah.
It's not a small thing to go on and do that stuff. I absolutely agree with you.
But the premise is, but my point is clear.
Let me finish, Peter. Let me finish. My point is that you weren't excluded from that. You decided not to do it. You could have gone, hey, I'm going to make this commitment, and it would have been insanely tough, and maybe it's not feasible for where you are. I get that. But you aren't excluded because you turned in an assignment that they went, no, you're wrong, we're going to exclude you. You know, be honest, that's not the case, is it?
I'm not entirely sure if that's true, but I agree with you. Like, it's, you know, in some ways.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, look, that was me a little bit venting. I haven't told that story in 10 years, guys. I don't tell that story to many people, and very few people will be able to follow. I just explained a very complicated study that I did 10 years ago, probably in like 45 seconds. I'm actually really impressed with myself. It must be the wine.
Maybe. And, you know, look, if you change your mind, you can go on to do it again. You can go on. We kind
Someone
of
stole it and made a lot of money, actually. Someone in Canada.
Oh, that's, well, did they at least cite your research?
I don't know if they stole it from me or if they
just came up with it. Yeah, synchronicity.
People you can't prove that.
Well, it's odd because my wife, she writes books, and she'll come up with a really good idea and go, okay, well, I'm going to do this. And then she'll like read a book that's exactly the same idea, and she's like, holy crap, how is that possible? But, you know, as humans, we all see the same things and we tend to come up with the same stuff. It's really fascinating. It does.
You know, you guys might, as atheists,
yeah,
you guys might like some, because again, I was an atheist in a way then. I believed in evolution, so there's a lot of evolutionary psychology that went into the premise of why I was studying this. The whole point was I got dinged because of my why. Why was I even studying it? It's irrelevant to if you discover something, correct? Right? But I got dinged because of the why. Why was I even just like, who cares?
Yeah.
You know?
Again, without seeing it, it's hard for us to say, but
correct.
Yeah. But you may well be right. It may have been like nobody is claiming.
Are there biased people out there? Yeah.
Yeah.
No one's claiming that the scientific methods are flawless and perfect. Like no one's making that claim. Not even the people on those panels. But it seems to be the best thing we have for evaluating our reality. If you can come up with something more reliable, that's one thing. But unfortunately, we don't have anything more reliable. That's what we've got.
But I think you're not aware because you're not in that realm of how directional it is, Mark. Just because even though I only got a microscopic view of it, I'm
in that area. I'm in a university. I'm aware of the problems with the scientific methods.
Okay, so you will disclose that there are some problems. Like it is.
I just said so.
It is pushed into a direction. And
yes,
you know that my belief will never be pushed through whatever school that you're in, right?
It depends on how you can show that belief. If
I show it to my standards,
hold on a sec. If you can show that using empirical data, falsified experiments, these type of things, then yeah, they will have no option to. But unfortunately, that's not what we get for sort of the more supernatural beliefs. We generally get evidence that cannot be relied upon. And that's not the fault of science. That's just the way it is. If people can come to us and say, hey, I can do this experiment and falsify this thing passes falsification and it only points to one conclusion, then, and it can get peer reviewed and passed, then it will make it into science. Things like the theory of relativity and all of these other things, they did exactly the same thing. Evolution, people didn't believe it at first, but after a while, it had to be accepted because it passed the scientific muster.
And so, I think,
Shots fired.
Unless you want a final statement on anything, P-Town, on the subject, we're actually going to go to outros.
Well, you know me, Amy. I can go all night with Mark,
my.
and I appreciate him.
So can she. You're not.
I mean, you know,
Now
I can.
I gotta find a new job tomorrow anyway, and just.
I can go all night, and by night I mean day, because.
But
it's
I
day.
do. You're right.
You
Which
will
part
be
of you know? I grew up in
expected
England, right,
You
Mark?
will be
You're from
expected
England,
to
right?
show up at Amy's
No.
bedroom in
Which part of
at
England,
least
Mark?
15 minutes after the broadcast ends.
I'm
Which
not
part
from
of
England.
You're
I'm not
not.
from England.
Okay, bad guess. Where are you living
an
right
Aussie.
now?
Australia.
Really? Why is your so? Are you Australian?
Yeah, absolutely. My family goes back generations in Australia.
Okay, sorry.
And
you're telling me that Australians are real? It's not a NASA conspiracy trying to hide that
Oh,
the Earth is in a
Rebel
dome?
Nazarene
Oh gosh,
here.
please,
He would probably
guys,
say,
let's just.
Rebel
Okay.
would say,
I thought you'd believe
Mark
me that
is a
Australia
paid
was.
crisis actor.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Mark is
I
a
wanna
paid actor just to pretend that he's.
I made up this ridiculous accent and then went on cams around the world trying to convince people Australia's real. How dare I? I'll hang my head in shame.
Listen, this is how much the NASA shills will go. But speaking of paid shills, Mark, you were the last to join us, the most recent,
Thank you.
which means
Yep.
you are going to be the first, as we have been skeptic and ranting on Atheism Is a Religion, and we are heading into our outros. Woo-hoo! Mark, thank you so very much for joining us. I enjoyed so very much your debate last night on modern day debate. But what I want to really know is that we have been skeptic and ranting on Atheism Is a Religion. What are your final thoughts on the topic, the video, or anything we've been talking about tonight?
Yeah, that was really fun. Thank you, Amy, and thanks to everybody, Randolph and Peter and P-Town. Thanks for talking with you,
Pleasure.
Beamsy. It's always a pleasure. I'm sorry if I missed anybody. I do apologize. I think there was somebody else. Rebel was in here at one point
Rebel was
briefly,
here,
but yeah, P-Town. Thanks for talking with me, man. I can always talk about these things. I always find it interesting. So atheism isn't a religion. I don't know why people want to think of it that way. It's kind of you're just sort of saying, hey, this cultural circle or this people with the same beliefs are a religion. As I said earlier, if that was true, then sort of people that believed that curling is a great game would be a religion, and you can kind of use that sort of as a analogy. Oh, they religiously love hockey or they religiously love football or what have you, but that doesn't actually in fact make that a religion. It just doesn't. Not if you're talking seriously about the world. And we use metaphors, that's fine, but if you're seriously, and you can say, hey, atheism is a religion, like these people follow it like a religion. Not sure that's true, but you can kind of use it as a metaphor. But you're actually saying that atheism is an actual religion, then I'm really sorry, you're just wrong. And no, even the most theistic philosopher won't say, hey, the position of atheism is in fact a religion. That they will not say that, because they understand what propositions are, And if you agree with that proposition of is there a God, then under the philosophy of religion, other definitions are different, then you're a theist, and if you don't, you're an atheist, and it says nothing else about your worldview. Whereas if you're a Christian as a part of a religion, it says a ton about your worldview. There's a lot of stuff that goes with that, especially around the call to worship of a deity or deities in the case of Hinduism or something like that. But that was really fun. I do apologize for having to go halfway through, but I'm glad I came back, and it's always awesome to talk to everybody. So thank you so much for having. Yeah, and thanks for giving me your time and listening to me rant. It's always fun to give a rant out about it.
Exactly.
You know what? This is my favorite ranting outlet. I wouldn't go anywhere else. I love you guys. This is fantastic.
Woo! It is lovely having
Thanks,
you
Mark.
on, as always, Mark. I'm going to keep on saying it because when we actually have people, you, Pat, James, Beamsy, all do things. Young Earth Creationist. It is possible. You can do research. You can do actual things in the field. You are not allergic to it. But thank you so very much, Mark. Lovely having
Thanks,
you
Mark.
on. And all right.
Nice hairstyle.
Oh yeah.
Well,
I just got it done.
I will have to say your hairstyle is kind of the theme of the night because it is in fact what atheism is, which is the lack of hairstyle.
That amazing Australian.
So does this mean that Off is also a TV channel?
Exactly. It means
It's also a TV channel.
My favorite TV channel.
Yeah, it's a good one. It's reliable, always on schedule.
Exactly.
Fasting
It's
is
also
on the menu.
the cheapest channel, right? But we had a natural miracle. Peter, thank you so much for bringing a second rainbow to us tonight. We have been Skeptic and Ranting on Atheism Is a Religion. Lovely having you on, as always. But what are your final thoughts on the topic, the video, or anything we talk about tonight?
So the topic is atheism a religion? Well, it isn't. I don't believe you is not a religion. And that is basically what atheism is. Nothing more, nothing less. That's it. There's no dogma. There are no rules. Literally nothing. It's just that we don't believe the people who make a God claim. And you can go a little bit further and say that we can, for gods, we could state that it's impossible for them to exist. I mean, all you need to do that is just go to the holy books and see the contradictions, which will show you that that particular God can't exist. Which brings me to a simple thing, and something that I would really like to share with the viewers of this channel. And I know for a fact that Amy will really, really appreciate this particular meme, because if you want to figure out whether or not gods exist, then you have to read the holy books, right? So, and this is one of the greatest pleasures in life, reading a book. And if you see something else, consult your psychologist. So, Amy, I think you would agree.
Let's see. This is one of the greatest pleasures in life. Reading a book. If you can't say those concerns, you say, oh, you know what? Honestly, sometimes I feel like you just need to get on your knees and read a good book.
Yeah, there's more than one way to read an open book.
That's right.
Yes. I mean, that's just it. So,
thank you so very much, Peter.
Yeah. So, atheism isn't a religion, and instead of theists trying to put it that way, because it really weakens your own position. if you think that it's easier to attack someone's position if it is a religion, then why are you in a religion? Ask yourself that question. And if you really want to argue, then bring some evidence for your God. That's what I've been waiting for. I mean, recently someone asked me on Twitter, can you name anything that a God cannot do? And I said, yes, come on our show for a cordial interview. He knows he's got an open invitation since 2016, and he's omnipotent. Yeah, he's omnipotent, so he knows how StreamYard works. It should be easy for him to come on and join. And for some reason, I never got a reply to that. That was the end of the conversation. But who knows? Maybe one day, when we have white rainbows, God will come down and have a chat and ask us, what the hell are we doing with the planet?
Maybe you should do a follow-up to that guy and ask him if he's so busy praying he hasn't had time to reply. You just want to make sure everything's going okay.
I mean, that's another thing. Would God have voicemail where he can, so if people pray, that he can check on everyone's prayer, because people would be praying. Yeah, I mean, maybe it's full. It's possible. It's possible.
I heard that God has email.
Yeah, email. Yeah, he does. He does. which would if God has email, then that would explain why he doesn't why he doesn't answer prayer, because he's going to be busy with Amy all day, every day.
Sexting with Amy.
The problem is that God has email, but he's using AOL.
No. God has email.
Email?
God the Father at AOL.
Get on your knees.
Why?
Maybe he's using dial-up.
Get on your knees.
See, that's you got to remember, that's D with a silent K, kind of like the God with an invisible persona.
Yeah.
It's all starting to come together.
Maybe as an email account.
One thing I do have to say. One thing I do have to say, it's really hard to find theists these days who want to have a conversation just about their beliefs, because they see it as an attack, and it's not. It's trying to understand why people believe is, to me, still one of the most fascinating things to do. I want to have a conversation with someone to try and understand why they believe what they believe. I think that's a lot more interesting than figuring out whether or not a God exists, because we've been doing that for thousands of years and we got nowhere, basically.
Sorry, Peter, could I interrupt and just say one thing really quick? Can I just acknowledge Peter coming into a room full of atheists and kind of just talking with us? And, that's really hard to do. And I want to acknowledge that. Absolutely.
100%.
Which is why I shut up most of the time, because that is a good conversation.
Mark, just so you know, P-Town was on our fortnightly panel just 2 days ago as well.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I only see half of that usually because it's a bit late for me. But that's awesome.
Yeah, I have to apologize for that one because I wasn't part of that one. I had something that I needed to attend to in real life, which basically left me too late to join, because after I also have our reading of the Book of Mormon, or as we want to call it, reading Joseph's myth, on Sunday, which if you haven't seen that, you really need to come out and check this out. Because,
or as I call it, Jesus in space.
Yeah, and we might even get an actual Mormon on that one to join us, so that'll be interesting.
Wow.
With or without the underwear.
Oh my!
Knowing that we have several comedians reading the Book of Mormon in different dialects, so we have a granny from the southern USA, and then we've got a guy. Recently, we got a new guy to join who is from Israel, and so he speaks Hebrew, but he reads the Book of Mormon in a Southern American dialect, which pretty hilarious. But I mean, knows the book because it came to pass that on the last episode only 2 things came to pass, which is not a lot considering that we usually have about 30 things that came to pass.
Well, if you drink a lot of water, it's easier.
Yeah, then a lot will come to pass.
Listen, we get paid per dad joke. That's why I have Randolph here.
Yeah.
That's why I have Peter, Beamsy. This is what you are.
He's a gold.
All of this entire panel, basically.
Gold mine's a joke.
And it's better to drink water because if you go to beans, other things come to pass, which might leave you with a smell of a whiff of something that you wouldn't want to have a whiff of.
However, if you're eating out there, we're sending you love as well.
Yes. Unless you are eating beans, because then you're destroying the environment for people around you.
Yes, then you're making global warming worse.
Yes.
But it's okay. As long as you're getting some good protein. But thank you so very much, Peter. Gonna go for it. Also, just because I need to shout out Atheist Jr., R and Ra. There's always the third person that Peter, Mark. Actually, there's now I can feel that there's actually a fourth. That dude, I always forget. I feel bad for, but Mark as well. Go check out all those non-believers.
Can we add in one more? I want to add in Jackson Wheat.
As you want. Yes.
I want to add in Jackson Wheat, especially because something that has never happened to me happened to me last Thursday, and that was my internet cut out in the middle of a show. So we had a premiere for our new show, the BS playlist, and you could say it is about bad science. You could interpret the BS otherwise. We were reviewing a video of Frank Turek. We're going to have guests on there as well to help us get through the nonsense that we're going to play. But yeah, please subscribe to Jackson Wheat's channel. That's every Thursday, and I have to check for the exact time. It starts at 7 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Except for this Thursday, because then Jackson's going to have a guest and he'll be on earlier and he will be interviewing the guest at 10 a.m. Central Daylight Time. But starting next Thursday, this Thursday, tomorrow actually, is the guest. And then next week, we'll start our new show, the BS playlist, all over again. Hopefully without an interruption.
Thank you so very much, Peter.
Thanks, Peter.
Keep on doing more amazing content, and it's always fun to have you on Randolph's stream. I really do love that panel. But we are going to keep on going down and go check out Jackson Wheat.
We love going down.
Oh, my. That's right. Like I said,
he's the one Ken Hogan won't debate or didn't want to debate.
I always like being on my knees. But yes, speaking of, I assume someone who's been on their knees for many of what is that religion called very specifically?
Aidentology.
There you go. A religion we can at least get around until one of us comes. But Beamsy, we have been Skeptic and Ranting. Atheism is a religion. I hope you had a fun time. What are your final thoughts on the video, the topic, or anything we've been talking about?
The video just is good. It's more important if both comes in the end, but yeah.
Oh, that's right.
But as for the video, it's a good example of the Dunning-Kruger effect. He believes he knows far more than he actually does. Because the first thing that you have to understand whenever you go into anything that you're studying is how little you actually know. Everyone who goes through any aspect of study, when they go deeper into it, they suddenly think, yes, I know a hell of a lot, I'm prepared for this. And then suddenly they see the amount of information that's out there and go, oh God, I barely know anything.
Yeah. I know for a fact because I've gone deeper into something and then found out that I didn't know what I thought I knew. But I have a different girlfriend now.
Yeah, but the presentation from both the video and from P-Town's aspect, you can tell that they are coming from the hill of ignorance. It's where they think they know and they can say that they've learnt a lot, when in truth they haven't gone through the experiences of where the actual point of reality stems to.
Thank you so very much, Beamsy.
Thanks,
and
Beamsy.
I enjoyed, I guess we're going to call the triplets of memes tonight. It was great. I'm trying to remember, what were the Merc, Louie, and Curly? I can't even remember.
The Three Stooges?
Yeah, so lovely having you guys. I will say, we need to post more memes. Please continue to post any memes anyone wants in the Discord as well, which will be opening up. That's right. In the after shows, I can't get enough of those memes. You know what the funny thing is that they asked Richard Dawkins about, like, if he's like, have you seen all of these online memes? And he's like, I don't understand why everyone uses that word for online. It's like, yeah, we've taken it over.
Amy, since you asked for it.
Oh my. Okay, hold on. Let me bend over.
Can you make me full screen and can we then have Randolph confirm that this is the case?
That's not how you write friendship in Chinese. It might work in other languages.
But it should, Randolph. It should.
Wow! I feel like it's pictography, and I just got the pictograph. But
it actually means friendship on knees.
Yes, it means that a friend with benefits you shall receive. But thank you so very
With my
much.
professional trolling background, I caught that right away. If it wasn't for that, I probably would have missed it.
Yeah, it doesn't mean friendship in Chinese. It means friendship in on knees.
Oh my. I feel.
Full screen, we're missing borders.
Oh, full screen, we're missing borders. Borders of borders. Beamsy. We have been
fancy borders.
I feel like
you got to turn
I'm
off
still
full
in the
screen
right
mode.
order. Am I, Beamsy? You haven't had your outro yet, right?
We just had it.
We just had it. Randolph. Haha.
Wow.
So
Wow.
my brain might have been turning.
You back with us,
slush.
Damien?
But we are Skeptic and Ranting on Is Atheism a Religion? Randolph Richardson, it has been a blast having you on. It has been a fun time on your streams every fortnight. And what are your final thoughts on the video, the topic, or anything we've been talking about?
Well, again, the answer to the question is clear. Atheism is definitely not a religion. There is an attack going on, kind of somewhat orchestrated, I feel. The philosophy of religion people have been pushing to get atheism redefined as a limited scope, where it only includes people who hold a position there are no deities. Now, these people are atheists. That's not a problem. The problem is that they're excluding a big portion of the atheism demographic, which we simply don't believe, and we're not holding a position that there aren't deities, which is a fair position, non-position to have as a characteristic. It's a normal thing. So what happens is some arrogance sets in, and there are people who will say, well, in philosophy, this is what it means. And what they mean to say, but they refuse to say it, is that in philosophy of religion is what it means. And that's fine. If they want to limit the scope of the term, they should rightfully also point out that the branch of philosophy is the limited context. And to just, what they're doing is they're saying, well, no other branch of philosophy says this, so therefore philosophy takes it as doctrine and goes along with it. Philosophy generally covers a wide breadth of topics, particularly a lot of ethics and issues and topics like that. And then you have these specific branches. So I push back against this. Just the other day, somebody was telling me, who's trained in philosophy, that there's consensus in philosophy about atheism. There is not. There are some philosophers who side with philosophy of religion and others who don't. And so in order for there to be consensus, you have to have full agreement among all participants. That doesn't exist. And to me, I think one of the driving forces behind philosophy is to have dissenting views and have discussions on these dissenting views, and that's fine. So whenever somebody points that out and claims that in philosophy that's how the term is, there's a couple of things to object. One is, of course, that is misrepresenting philosophy, because there is this diversity of views among philosophers. And then on top of that, when we're talking atheism, we're not necessarily talking philosophy. So it may not even be applicable anyway. So, raise these questions. Don't let people get away with it. They may sound authoritative or eloquent on it. Push back on it, question it, say, why is that suddenly the new authority on the English language? It's not. It's limited to the field of philosophy, and in particular, philosophy of religion, when that's where they're talking about it. One of the things people will talk about as well is they'll cite something like, Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy or something else. And Dr. Paul Draper had written an opinion piece article on the topic of atheism and agnosticism. And in there, he even acknowledges in his article that there are a lot of atheists in the world who just simply don't believe in deities. And so even his recently updated article still does this and actually clarifies things a bit better. And so it's improved. I think it could still be better, but I do like many of the improvements that he's made on it. And I've even conversed with him in email about it, and before he made the changes, and asked some clarification. And the main clarifying point that I asked was, is this meant for general philosophy or philosophy of religion? And he confirmed it's for philosophy of religion. So I thought, this is pretty straightforward, and it all made sense. I see that there's a question in the live text chat wondering if I'm sitting in the wrong house. Nope, this is my home. We've had to make a few changes around here because I'm moving things out to an office, but I've got too much stuff in there as we're cleaning up to put our house on the market. So some of the Canadian atheist signs are down for the moment, but that'll be back up again.
Randolph, do you mind if I say something just really quickly?
Well, thank you for your concerns. I appreciate that very much, and I'm delighted that people are noticing. Like, that's pretty cool. So thank you all very much, especially
Canadian flags.
What's that?
Do you mind if I say something just quickly?
Yeah, sure. If you're going to correct me, I welcome it.
No. If you look at the Stanford article about atheism, it actually says definitions of atheism, plural, and it acknowledges straight up that there's multiple definitions, even within philosophy. So if someone quotes that to you, just point out that article from Stanford, it actually says definitions, plural, not definition. There's not one standard.
Thank you, Mark. That is fantastic. I'm going to do a reread on that one of these days, because people have been sticking that out quite a few times, that article, and claiming it's not saying what you've observed. And I have no doubt that what you've observed is correct, because I find that you're always very accurate on these things. So I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thanks, Randolph.
And thank you, Randolph.
Thank you, everybody. And just one quick thing, if you wanted to read a little bit more on atheism, defineatheism.com is a good place to go. It's a website I started creating a long time ago, and I'm not the only person who's written content for it, but much of it is written by me based on some of the research that I've been doing over the years. It's a work in progress. Thank you very much, Amy and James and everybody.
Thanks, Randolph. Have a great night, man. Appreciate
Thank
it.
you.
Thank you, Randolph. And
Amy,
yes.
real quick. Can you switch over to me real quick?
Oh, Peter, thank you for this. How nice.
There you go.
Got one.
I'm now going to need to get myself a flag from the Netherlands and hang it up one of these days. Thanks, Peter. That's very, very nice.
Thank you so very much, Peter and Randolph. And all right,
thanks, guys.
We are going to hand it to our theist frontliner for the night. He was our first to join us. Thank you so very much, P-Town, for sticking around and having a conversation. In fact, thank you for being skeptic and ranting with us on Is Atheism a Religion? I hope you had a fun time. What are your final thoughts on the video, the topic, or anything we've been talking about tonight?
Well, I can't remember much about the video. I really don't care that much. I think we all agree. Most of us agree that we're just playing definitions here. I mean, atheism is not a religion just by definition. If we want to go into the other rubrics, potential rubrics of it, we're just playing a whole nother game. Amy, James, thank you for having me on. Just let me know if I'm a burden in any way to your show, because sometimes it's hard to know. It is. I mean,
No, not at
you
all,
guys
Pete.
just let me know.
Can I tell you out of
I'm here for you.
Reasonable.
I was going to say, you should... we've had some very fascinating podcasts. Let's just say that. And so you have actually been very open-minded and had some great conversations.
The fact that you at least are a round earther is several steps ahead of most of our other theists that we get.
Well, I'm not a round earther.
P-Town, as one of the more aggressive people on here, I really appreciate that you come on here. We need theists on here. We need to have a conversation, and it might get heated at times. That doesn't mean that it's something personal. So always keep that in mind. If people don't agree with you, that has nothing to do with you as a person. We're attacking an idea, not a person. So please keep coming on, and
we want to buy you
keep helping us
drinks
with
afterwards.
good conversations.
Thank you, Peter. And just so you know, Peter, I didn't mean to be so blunt earlier on. I'm just trying to keep the
it's no problem.
On the
It's no
on
problem.
the right track. And I'm a lot of people would think I'm a great person to have a philosophical conversation with, but I'm also like a person who, in some ways, if you get deep into it with the way logic books are written and how philosophical books are written, I just don't play that game. And I apologize.
P-Town, as I said, no, you have nothing to apologize for. As I just said, sometimes conversations can get a little bit heated. That doesn't mean that we have anything against the person. So that's not how that works. So
All right, well, I appreciate that. I'm gonna continue to push on you then, if that's okay.
P-Town.
That's not a problem. I would actually.
Randolph, yes.
Yeah, I would just
That usually makes
appreciate
for a
very
good
much joining our
conversation.
fortnightly stream a few days ago, and also being here tonight. I think at some point you and I are probably going to need to hash out the definition point, but that's fine. We'll do it another time.
Definition of what? Just so I.
Oh, you were critical of definitions a moment ago, so perhaps we can explore that topic another time.
And
I
just
do.
wanna
I
say,
think
like,
that having definitions going into a talk is important. You know, that's anyway. I think we're getting off topic.
Yeah. That's why I'm saying another
Yeah.
time we'll get into it.
Yeah. Oh, that's right. Because you mentioned about how English is important. And hey, you know what? Reach out to me anytime. I wish I had a Facebook or a Twitter, but if there's a way to get a hold of me, that you're welcome to get a hold
Discord.
of me. I'm an open book.
there's also a
I'll give
wise
you my phone
philosopher,
number.
Discord.
who
Oh,
once
that's
said, "I
right.
want
Yeah,
to push
reach
you
out to me on
around."
there.
Well, I will. Well, I will. I want to push you around. Well, I will. I want to take you for granted. I can't help myself, ladies and gentlemen.
And I want
More
to thank Mark too. Before I
Is
go.
that Nickelback?
Why? What did I do?
I want to thank you.
What?
I want to
Matchbox
thank
Bunny.
Mark
Why?
because you're a sweetheart. You don't even know it yet.
Yeah, no. Well, I mean, I don't know. Thank you anyway. I appreciate that. I really do. But I don't know. I just yeah, I'm good. You don't have to thank
Mark's
me.
a great guy to have on.
And all
I
right,
like the
thank
back
you.
and forth. See you, bud.
Exactly, and we do too. And keep on coming on, P-Town,
Oh,
because we like having
we
you.
love
We
it.
like all of our theist brothers and sisters. And yeah, I think with that, we're
Hey,
gonna hand
Amy,
it.
before I go, I know I have
Absolutely.
to mention everyone, but Peter, sorry, not Peter, Beamsy, I didn't mention you, buddy. I'm sorry we didn't get to hash it out.
Oh boy.
Next time.
And
Go for it,
I'm
Beamsy.
gonna say that will happen next time. Sending so much love. With that, we're gonna hand the keys over to our co-pilot, James W., and our producer, Gizmo, who has been waiting around. I love that
Hard
little
at
face
work.
he has. Exactly. We have been Skeptic and Ranting on Is Atheism a Religion? James, you definitely spiked us up a really good one with this. I have to admit, like I said, the first time
found
I
this a
was
good one.
listening to it, like Rachel walked in and I was sitting there like going, hey, oh, to the beat. And I'm like, that's a great, it's an actual good roast. And then it just was all downhill from there. So, but thank you for bringing it to
the
us.
First few minutes were all right, and then
Exactly.
it all went downhill after that. Anyway, guys, it's almost 6 a.m. What are you guys still doing watching us? 22 people watching, 6 a.m. Go to bed. Yeah, it's time for bed. But anyway, thank you guys for being with us. It was a great video. It was a good panel. It weren't planning on it turning into a marathon, but it turned into a marathon. They want to see.
Oh, but Gizmo was like, it's such good content. Yes, it was.
It's great content.
He's such a good boy.
It's Kitty looking good.
Exactly. And all right, with that,
Have a good night, guys.
Good night,
we
James.
hope that you all had and enjoyed this episode of Skeptic and Ranting. Is Atheism a Religion? Where we watched a video from the channel Alex Hexagon called Atheism Is A Religion, for a good time
Abcdeig.
worth becoming an Inner Circle Atheist. Oh my. But I do want to thank my co-host James W., along with our fantastic guest and the whole panel. That's right, we have Captain Bells. We're ready. Our guest, P-Town, Randolph, Beamsy,
Good night, Karen.
Peter, Pseudo, Rebel, and Mark. as well as all of the lovely people in chat. Our awesome mods who make this stream so great. And of course, lovely viewers like you who make this channel possible. If you enjoy the show, please don't forget to like, follow, and subscribe. Then hit that bell icon so that you can get reminders to see our premieres. Or join our live streams like this right here. Woo!
You are a dingling. You really are.
Ding it, ding it, ding it. Or hey, why not leave a comment once the video's
Perry
done?
when we need him.
Well, once again, probably in a Bible study. I understand. It's
Denied.
No, he was on praises earlier. He was doing some debate on praises.
Oh,
18-hour
my.
marathon. Really?
But you could also leave a super thanks, and we'll read it back as thanks on the
That's
next
what happens,
episode.
Jake, when we have Peter on at the end of the night.
After the show, the Skeptic and Ranting Discord server will be opening up for an after show, the link of which is in the description below, along with our fantastic channel members that make this channel even possible. However, the best way to help us create even more fantastic content is by becoming a Patreon at patreon.com/Amy Newman. I am Amy Newman, and we will see you all on the next episode of Skeptic Ball Z. Good night, everyone.
Okay.